Still be cruising when the sun goes down.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this very special three-part podcast merged into one. If you want more context as to exactly what we're talking about, there are two things you're going to want to check out. First, search on YouTube, Slam and Jam CAW. That's Wade Needham's full-on CAW promotion that he's ran for a number of years. Definitely go check out that content and give him some love over there. And also, check out the No DQ CAW Vault channel, where you will find all No DQ CAW related content. You could also follow Wade at Ring Scoops on Twitter and on YouTube, and follow his assorted links on link.tree. Thank you very much again for Wade Needham, the man, the myth, the legend, for being a part of this podcast special. We're back, baby.
What happens when a man with ADHD
and a man with full-blown autism start a wrestling podcast?
Insanity Works Studios
and J. Hebert Studios
proudly present Wrestling with Idiocy.
The storm has passed. The cheerful sounds of birds chirping and pecking on trees fills the evening air as the sun slowly sinks behind the horizon. And in its fading light, we find two morons who are still just as big idiots as they have ever been.
And the birds are really pissing me off. Go away, birds! Get away from my nut tree!
Oh God, I'm glad you came in with that when you did. I was starting to lose the plot on that intro. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the newest episode of Wrestling with Idiocy. I'm Fat Fuck Number One, the Wrestling Encyclopedia, Casey Gallagher.
Nice. And I forgot that was even our introduction, to be honest. We probably should have came up with something different considering it. I'm Fat Fuck Number Two, James Hebert. Hi. Oops.
Oops.
We're a little bit not prepared because we have not done this in a bit. But
yeah, we're a little bit rusty on this.
And we're not alone, by the way.
We are actually not alone for once. We got a very special guest. Unfortunately, he's only around for a half hour, so this is going to be a little bit of a short part. But we have one of the founding members, if I'm not much mistaken, of the original No DQ CAW himself. The legendary Wade Needham has kindly agreed to join us today. Wade, welcome. How are you, good sir?
Kind of agreed. He's here.
Yeah, Fat Fuck Number 3 here.
And I said kindly, James. So
that's fair. That's fair. How you doing, Wade?
I'm doing pretty good. Better than a guy that I know in Brooklyn right now, but I'm doing all right. How you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good. It's good to finally be able to actually talk with you person to person, because this is going to be a very interesting podcast, I would say.
I've been looking forward to this.
Hey! It makes me feel pretty good.
and we've been looking forward to this as well. I've actually been looking forward to this so much that I came up with 15 friggin' questions to ask the both of you.
But we're going to have to do them in parts if we're going to have them all. Because, there you go.
As we already said, Wade can't be around for too long. But we'll find another day that is available, and we'll continue this, obviously.
Yes.
I'll try to give you guys as much time as I possibly can today.
All right.
Fair enough.
That's more than fair.
If you want to explain why it may be short, Wade, because, again, I'm not looking to, keep you for longer than you need to. If you're comfortable with it, I'm totally okay.
It just, lately I've been kind of dealing with some health issues, some stuff I have to take care of. So I'm just trying to
all right. Things. That's absolutely fair. That is absolutely fair.
We are going to try to make this as short as possible, and knowing if you guys known us for a long period of time,
we are not very good at that.
So we're gonna try to be. We're gonna try to be for Wade today, because I love Wade, and I don't want to keep him too.
Hey, if anything anybody knows about is coming up short on the stick, it's a fat fuck over there. He gets told by all the ladies that he's pretty short.
Oh, God damn it, Bobby. Why are you here?
Because it's a package deal. You get Robert J. Spade, you get the fat webmaster over there with the turkey sandwiches and the mustard and the tomatoes and everything.
That's a nice fucking cornfield.
Yeah, there's a story behind that, Wade. That cornfield bit, I'll tell you in a bit after we're off air. Because Mike did a whole character based on Bobby Spade. But actually, question, Bobby. Do you have like an illegitimate child?
You know what? It's an interesting question. Illegitimate or legitimate? It's to be or not to be. That is the question.
Well, I think we know who he is. We'll talk about that off air. Anyway,
Yeah, right? Anyways, so, all right. So, obviously, I'm going to be the interviewer here because I've got two CAW creators here with me. So, this is going to be a little bit of a different format for this particular episode of Wrestling with Idiocy. We'll probably end up editing the next part that we do into this, and it'll be one massive video.
Probably, yeah. Knowing us, yeah, that's how we usually do things because, you know, this is pre-recorded, you see. And luckily, it's not about anything current. It's just us talking about our past, pretty much.
Yeah.
So.
Just you two waffling, which is probably par for the course for both of you.
With that
Love
being
living
said,
in the past.
Yep.
Trust me. I feel that, especially with this freaking last year. Christ.
Exactly. All right. So let's get started here. First question for both of you. What drew you to pro wrestling initially, and how did you become a fan? James, we'll start with you because you've already told this story, and you can speed run it so we can get to Wade.
All right, yeah, fair. I was a young 3-year-old kid, saw Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, Vince McMahon screwed him, somehow became fan, and broke me out of my autistic shell, and now I'm the fat fuck number 2 that you see here today. There you go. Story over. There you go.
And you thought I was joking, Wade.
I'm not even kidding, Wade. That's how I got into the industry. I got into the industry at like the highest point.
All right, Wade, we'll turn to you. What drew you in, and how did you get to be a fan?
Very similar story, actually. I was 3 as well.
Starting them young.
Hey, there we go.
I was about 3.
Oh my God!
4.
Hold on, Mike. What are you doing in here? I'm doing a show.
Oh, my bad.
We got Wade Needham on. If you want to say hi.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, hi. Never mind. Thought it was a different thing. My bad.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll tell you about how it goes after.
All right. Well, fuck it. Have fun. Whatever.
All right, bye.
I don't think we'll even edit that out. That was a good comedy bit.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, go. Sorry,
that was awesome.
Wade.
You know what? It's funny because that happened to me a while back when I was doing a podcast recording, and we forgot to go into the private channel on my Discord server, and a couple people jumped in, and we were like, "Oh, hey, the more the merrier, I guess."
Yeah, fair enough.
And so you just roll with it?
Yeah, we just rolled with it. It was.
I should have just had him stay in. Honestly, Casey, if you want, you can tell Mike he can be in if he wants to be.
He's probably in the middle of playing Wildlands right now, so probably not.
Fair enough. Wade, as you were, my sincerest apologies.
Hey, it's all good, man. That's all good. You got to remember, I come from a live environment, so anything that happens, and anything that does happen is supposed to happen. This is my thought process.
Wait a minute, did I just mean to say that? I don't think you did, but be that as it may, we're live here.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Sorry.
No, my story about getting into wrestling is similar. I was about 3 years old, maybe 4. I can't remember exactly. It was around that time. But my Uncle George had been babysitting me, and he had Saturday night's main event on, and I was just captivated. I can't even remember what the match was, but the very first match that I do remember vividly was Macho Man Randy Savage and Zeus versus Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake.
Classic.
What a friggin' tag team.
Right?
Absolutely.
Man, dude, I'll tell you, when I was a kid, when No Holds Barred came out, Zeus scared the shit out of me, dude.
As he would anyone that was a kid around that time.
Bro, he scares me as an adult, never mind a fucking child.
Yeah, those crazy eyes that he had, you know?
Yeah.
But
I'm surprised he never showed up in No DQ. I'm appalled at like.
yeah, I know, right? That would have been an iconic character to use in No DQ during the heyday of CAW. I used him in Slam Jam 2 years ago, leading up to my CAW stock, which is my WrestleMania. I had it was Zeus versus a mystery opponent, and it turned out to be Rip. Yeah, and I had Rip come out, so I had the no holds barred match.
Hey, Zeus and Rip. There you go. Good stuff. Good stuff.
That's good shit. That's really good shit.
Speaking of good shit, what's your next question? Hit us, Case.
All right. So for those of you who don't, for those watching who don't already know, all two of you that don't already know the answer to this, what exactly is CAW? How would each of you define it? Wade, we'll start with you.
Oh wow, how would I define CAW? I would define it as create a rest. No, that's the definition. CAW. It's I think all wrestling fans growing up have gone through this one phase, whether it be with action figures or e-feds, depending on what generation you grew up. But you like to play Booker. You run a character if you're an e-fed. If you're action figures, you're the ultimate Booker. You got the action figures. You have these larger than life characters battle it out and whatnot. And when technology met up with that kind of creativity, being able to record creations off of a video game, I think it was just a natural, evolution from action figures to e-feds to you can now showcase your creativity through animation on a video game.
I specifically remember, James, before you answer, I specifically remember that happened to me while I was first playing WWF Warzone. If any of you remember that travesty on the N64.
God,
love that game.
That's a great game. It's jank as hell, but it's still freaking classic.
Funny story about the game, real quick.
The creation suite is still top notch for its era.
That is very true.
It was one of the first games, if I'm not mistaken, to have a creative character.
I believe it was. You're correct.
And it was cool because they had a win-loss record thing. If you went down to like the very bottom of the basement, you could see the win-loss records for your CAWs. I made a Goldberg CAW that summer, and I got them all the way up to like 198-0. And I was playing with one of my friends in school, and he got pissed off at me, grabbed my controller and chucked it across the room, and then pinned the dude. I had to delete the CAW, make him again, and get him all the way back up to 198-0. It just pissed me off.
What a jack off. Really?
Yeah.
What a jackass. Come on, man. That's pain. Because, right, this isn't like the same thing, but ironically, to kind of hype myself up to do this podcast, I was playing WrestleMania 19 on an emulator, and I was like kind of going through the missions. I kid you not. It's like I like to do the missions in the harbor and just beat down on some poor old freaking builder guy, the standard builder guy, and just keep racking up points to get more money. The pain of knocking the guy off with a kick or some punch off the stage when you're not even at your goal is so infuriating. It's kind of like that for me. Because it's like you do all that work and then you fuck up towards the end, or some controller bugs out, or some guy like takes a controller to be a jack off.
That's very frustrating.
Yes, I can imagine.
Yeah,
so
I feel your pain, Wade.
Yeah. So how did you discover CAW, each of you, and what was the first CAW league you watched? James, again, I'll start with you because I have a sneaking suspicion that the answer to both questions is the same.
No DQ and Slam and Jam, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, probably. I started getting into it. So Mike, who was just on this call accidentally, actually introduced me to No DQ CAW. So I found out about this, and wait, this will be an interesting story. We were in freaking middle school when we discovered your CAW league.
So that would have been about 2003 or 4.
No, this would have been like... It wasn't that short. I think it was like 2006-ish. So this is like, I think, when Aaron Rift kind of took the ball with No DQ. But we went back in the history, and I discovered Slam and Jam by proxy in 08. I think right around the time No DQ ended. But I watched the Slam and Jam No DQ special. I forget what the name of the show off the top of my head, but it had dope Die MF as the theme song, which, great choice, by the way, Wade. So I was like, I watched it, and I was just kind of captivated myself, and I'm like, this is freaking cool. I'd love to do something like this. And then, we were like... It's kind of a sad story in a way, too, because I think right around the time we discovered it just stopped. And so we kept refreshing the feed, hoping that a new episode would launch as kids. It was great. We discovered things. We were late bloomers, Wade.
It's all good, man. I think we all are with a lot of things that come around. I was a late bloomer on the show Breaking Bad. I got into it during the last season.
I still have not watched Breaking Bad, but everybody tells me I should.
I would recommend it. It's a good series.
I'm gonna watch it.
Better Call Saul, I think, is a better one. But
I've heard a lot of people say Better Call Saul is better.
I'm more prone to the Saul Goodman character than anything. The whole hybrid of the real guy Jimmy McGill and then the character Saul Goodman is almost kind of like me and then Bobby Spade. So I think I relate to it more.
Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah, it does explain a lot.
Yeah. So Wade, how did you discover CAW?
I'm curious on yours.
How did I discover CAW? Well, it was towards the end of January 2004. I went over to NoDQ.com. I was a contributor to their website for 2 years prior to that, back when they were the Mayhem. And I wrote.
Wow, that's going back some.
Oh yeah, I've been writing columns for various wrestling websites since 2000. But WrestleZone, the Mayhem, Three Strand Wrestling, a lot of those, ProWrestling.net, Raja, all of them.
That's crazy.
And I remember Aaron Rift had a music video that he had produced with a Jason Voorhees CAW where he was chasing guys around the ring. And I saw that video and I was like, wow, that is cool, man. And I got to think, I was like, because especially at that time in my ultimate arrogance, I was like, you know what? I'm going to one-up this motherfucker. I'm going to create a wrestling show. So I wrote down like a card and I put together a whole entire wrestling show with the entrances, music, all that stuff, man. And I didn't know like the technology, right? So I had a webcam in front of my TV and darkened my room as much as I could and just recorded it that way and put it together in Movie Maker. And I put it out there. And then Rift saw it. And Rift was like, dude, you should go to Circus City or something. Which I don't even know if anybody out there even remembers Circuit City.
But I do. I'm 30. I remember Circuit City.
All right, cool. Circuit City was the fucking place to be back in the day.
Circuit City, Funko-Land, Discovery Zone. Dude.
Yeah.
That was my friggin' jam.
You know what the sad part is? You could probably add Radio Shack to that list, too.
Oh,
yeah.
Radio Shack was cool as fuck as another kid growing up.
Agreed. I actually got... Right before they went out of business, my current Logitech webcam mic I actually got from Radio Shack on a discount.
Oh, nice. I remember when I was like 7 or 8 years old. This was 89 or 1990. I went into a Radio Shack and I saw they had this huge freaking science kit that had like LEDs on it. It had all kinds of different things where you can like plug in like diodes and all that. And just like there was like 250 different things you can make with this little board. And nice. I saw that you were able to make like a radio with it. And I was, from then on, that was the moment I was like, dude, I got to do something with radio.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now you're basically a podcaster.
And funnily enough, I believe that was also James's major of choice when he went to college.
Well, communications more so, but yes.
Same here.
Yeah, he's hoping to leverage it into some format of radio job.
But there you go.
Right on, man. Put your mind to it. You can do anything,
So-
bro. I didn't think I'd be able to do anything in school, right? Like growing up, doing things in school, I was horrible at it. Before I had my back surgery, my GPA in high school was a 1.9. And I didn't apply myself. I just wanted to do backyard wrestling, hang out with my friends, do all that stuff. I went in for my back surgery. I came out of it. Long story with all that stuff. The whole another time for that. But I felt sorry for myself for a decade, pretty much up until about 2010. I said, you know what? I want to go to school. I went to school, and at first I was going for business administration. Almost finished it. Changed it to multimedia. Got an associate's in that. Changed it to communications. I transferred over to Cal State San Bernardino. Finished that out in 2018 with a bachelor's degree, with a GPA of 3.5, and I was inducted into 2 honor societies.
There you
So,
go.
Fucking nice, dude.
Trust me, you put your mind to anything you want, you can accomplish it, bro.
Yep.
It may have taken you 25 years, but dude, what a fucking turnaround!
I will
It's-
say,
you know
I
what?
will,
It's
I will
funny.
say, to add to your point, coming from a person who has full-blown autism, who also has a bachelor's degree, it is possible, people. Wade is not bullshitting there. Deadass.
Absolutely, man. You just apply yourself, and it takes people longer. It took me, 10 years to get out of my funk, and then 10 years to accomplish it. But I have an associate's degree in multimedia, in liberal arts, and business administration. I have a bachelor's in communications, and I'm just finishing up, or about halfway through my second year of pre-law right now as a paralegal.
You are loaded with the degrees. I need to be like you. I need to get my degrees on. I only got 1 degree in communications. I gotta venture out.
Well, I mean, hey, even 1 degree looks good on a resume, but
That's true.
It's amazing what you can accomplish too when you actually want to do something. Because back in the day, I didn't want to be in school, but now I do. It feels weird when I had spring break this last week, and it just felt really weird not doing anything. But it also felt good because I was able to take care of myself, from a health standpoint.
which
Yeah,
is
that's fair.
always a plus.
Yes.
Yeah, it's always a plus. Anyway, you were saying something about Caddyshack. We kind of went on a tangent there.
Caddyshack.
Yeah, Aaron Riff told you to go to Caddyshack or something to.
Oh,
get the
it's, Circuit City. Yeah. He told me to go there to get a capture card.
Caddyshack.
instead of
Is that what I
using-
said? Caddyshack.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like, wait a minute. What? Are we gonna have some baby roots or what?
Oops. Well, this is Wrestling With Idiocy. My
Yeah,
apologies.
that's also
There's a reason for
the
that.
tism coming out. So
Yeah, my bad.
Ironic
all right.
because I actually watched Caddyshack a couple nights ago. I love that movie.
It is a good movie.
I love it when
Anyway.
the guy goes, I want a hot dog, I want a hamburger, and the old man's like, you'll get nothing to like it.
My dad uses that line to this day. Anyway.
God love Bill Murray. Anyway, you were saying?
Oh, and Roddy Dangerfield too. Oh my god, I miss that guy so much.
Fucking, I miss
No.
Roddy Dangerfield.
He goes up,
bro.
he looks at that guy's wife, and he goes, "Oh, I bet she was something before electricity."
Oh my god.
That was the line.
Ronnie Dangerfield is a goat, bro.
One of my
Absolutely.
favorite lines of
Goat.
his is from Back to School when he goes, "The best thing about dating a teacher is you do something wrong, they make you do it all over again."
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh Lord.
Love
God
it.
love that, man.
Anyway.
Anyway,
Circuit
so anyway, Aaron told you to get a capture card, and you're like, "What the fuck's a capture card?"
Yeah. So I was like, I looked at it too. I was like, man, $100, really? Like, I'm not really spend $100 on like a little hobby like this. Oh, okay. I did, and best suggestion ever made right there was getting that because it just upped my game big time.
And now you have a series that is still pretty much revered by CAW content creators to this day.
I am very amazed. Like, I can go on Twitch and like I'll be playing Red Dead and somebody would pop in and be like, "Yo, man, do you remember that line you said during the Freddy Krueger match in like May
Which one?
whatever 2009?" Or I'm like, "No, I don't remember that line."
I know exactly how that feels because there will be friends of mine that will come up to me and is like, "Hey, yo, you remember when you said this?" And I'll literally look at them straight face and I'll just be like, "Not a fucking clue do I remember that. I just wing it, dude." Like, it's been too long. Like, and I've only been, mine was only a couple years ago, my big one, so it's like I don't know I don't think about it. I think we kind of just do it. We just kind of free flow.
Yeah, because I could do commentary like right now, and like 5 minutes afterwards, if you guys ask me about what I said, I probably won't remember it because I get in the game so much.
Yep. Same here.
That happens to us. That absolutely happens to us.
Speaking of what happens to us, keep hitting us with the questions, Case.
Okay. So, next question. What made each of you want to form your own CAW? Wade, I'll start with you.
Oh, yeah. I gotta know this. I mean, we already I think we kind of already know. This is kind of a two-parter.
A CAW or a CW league?
That either or. But in this context, I'm specifically talking about league.
Yeah, show, I guess.
Well, I mean, like I said before, I saw the music video from Rift, and I was like, I'm gonna one up the motherfucker because that's the way I was back then.
There you go.
I mean, I'm way more laid back now than I was 15, 20 years ago, though.
That is
I was
fair.
the asshole.
You were a fucking wild. You were wild back in the day. And
I was
like,
a
good way,
huge asshole that took things way too serious back then.
Sure, dude. I'll tell you. See, here's the thing, and not that it excuses it, because I've had the same problem. So I've tried to be better at trying to put myself back. But when you are creating like some form of art, I don't know if that's what we can call our things, but like some form of art, right? Like it's videography, and we're, doing a production of sorts. You naturally do take it seriously, and like sometimes the worst of you comes out of it because you become like this perfectionist and you want everything like done this way and that way and all that stuff.
Wade, I can speak to this during the recording of some of our matches. Fuck me.
Yeah, like I feel your pain in that regard, which is why I've tried to take a step back, because I realize like I don't want to like go too far into looking like a complete asshole. I'm not trying to be that guy. But I understand to a degree, though. I'm not saying it's excusable, but like we're perfectionists, you know what I mean? So that's just naturally what happens.
Yeah.
I think for me, though, I mean, and I can admit this because this is a huge fault of mine, especially way back then. I had a huge ego. Like, for some reason, I thought, thousands of people watch No DQ CAW, hear my voice, they recognize me. I'm an internet celebrity, and it went to my head, and I was just an asshole for it.
Really?
Yeah. No, I regret a lot of fucking behavior from 15, 20 years ago.
I wouldn't have known, because, like, then again, I never met you back then. I wouldn't have known, to be quite honest, but, like, any interview I ever saw of you, we were like nothing but kind. You were always doing the Bobby Spade impression. You were nothing but a nice guy. So that's news to me.
Well,
but, hey.
I mean, we are our own worst critics anyway, right?
Yeah.
That is true.
It is. I have heard it said, bro. I have heard it said that the secret to success is to simultaneously be your own harshest critic and biggest fan, and that is not an easy spot to get to.
Trust me, I was once my biggest fan.
I was once my biggest fan. Now I hate myself. Same. Oh, man. Anyway.
So, James.
So much I beat myself every night. Wait a minute.
Whoa. Getting a little too real here. Whoa. Anyway, Casey, as you were saying, sorry.
Your turn to answer. What made you want to form your own CAW league?
Well, I mean, I already said part of the inspiration was No DQ. Just captivated at how well Wade did it and how well Aaron also kind of did it, because you guys kind of both did it in a way. More so Wade. But, I just loved No DQ. And that was part of the inspiration. The other part of the inspiration was kind of a thing. Like, we always wanted to do our own CAW league because of what we saw with No DQ. But we were doing podcasting like way back when we were in, I think, junior high. I think it was like some really bad title. I mean, New Generation or some crap like that. I don't know. My titling has gotten a lot better as I've grown with age, but
Pro Wrestling Roundtable.
yeah, don't remind me. So we're doing one of those cringy shows, but we actually had decent points back then. Where the product in WWE we felt like was in a downturn, like creatively. Lo and behold, nothing's changed. If anything, it's gotten worse in some regards. But we were kind of critiquing in a way, and there was one comment where they said, I bet you can't run your own wrestling promotion for like 5 minutes. And that's all she wrote. At that point, I was like, oh yeah, motherfucker? Watch me. Watch me. And yeah, the rest is history. It was kind of like one thing led to another. And I think what really inspired me at the end of it was just seeing how much fun everybody had voice acting the characters and playing the game and just seeing smiles on face. That to me kind of sealed the deal for me that we were going to do this.
Take it from a guy who's done both. When everything is going well, especially in regards to playing the game, it is absolutely one of the most fun things I've ever done. And recording voice lines, especially when I'm cutting promos. Wade, if you don't already know, James and I voice about an eighth of the show between us. Mike, who was on earlier, probably voices a little over half of the show.
Something nice. Like that ridiculous.
But I am the voice of the outsider Mark Young, among others, and Mark Young is the top heel in the whole show in Weymouth Youth Wrestling. And when I get to cut a particularly scathing heel promo against somebody, my biggest examples are against Sean Maverick at Gold Rush and Michael X at Immortal. It is therapeutic and cathartic in a way that I cannot even put into words that I really can't even describe unless you've done it in and of yourself and you know what that feels like. Wade, I would imagine you've played a heel or two in your time as under No DQ, so you probably have an idea of what that's like.
Well, the whole Bobby Spade character.
Yeah, exactly. And Bobby Speed is iconic. Absolutely.
Bobby Speed? Is he the
Spade. You would think he's on
Bobby Speed? Is he the friggin' cut protagonist of GTA 3?
No, but pretty damn close. No, I'm kidding.
You know what the biggest inspiration behind the Bobby Spade character was?
Go ahead.
This is gonna flip everyone's minds. You guys, I don't even know if you guys will even know who I'm talking about here, but the Jerky Boys.
Oh my god, it makes so much sense.
I'm not familiar with the Jerky Boys.
These two guys from Brooklyn and the Bronx and New York and Queens and all that stuff. They did prank phone calls in the late 80s, early 90s.
And, so they were crank anchors before crank anchors.
These guys were the original. I mean, all right, check this out. This guy, one of the Jerky Boys, his name is Jamal. He has this character that he does called Tarbosh, the Egyptian magician. And he's great. Like, there's this one bit, I remember this like it was yesterday, man. He calls up this lady, and he's like, hello, this is Tarbosh, the Egyptian magician, and I wanted to book for your children's birthday party. I have a lion that I feed to my audience, and I punch my stomach and it disappeared.
You know what the funny thing is? Onage Pranks actually mentioned them, which blew my mind. I'm like, wow, his inspiration was them. That's insane.
Yeah, the character that they did though that was like the biggest inspiration for doing Bobby Spade was their Frank Rizzo character, because they'd call up places and be like, hey, yo, this is Frank Rizzo. Open your fucking ears, jackass. Come on, you fucking fruity ass, you fucking piece of shit motherfuckers. You know, it's like, I took that and I was like, dude, if I can like shape that into like a Bobby Heenan kind of thing. And when I did that, that's how we got the name Bobby Spade. It's half Bobby Heenan, half David Spade.
Yes, you're not
Seeing and catching are two different things, a big boy.
Yeah, that's fair. True. That's true.
That's why I used to throw a lot of Jerky Boy insults at myself as Bobby Spade. You know, like what I call, it's Bobby Spade. And hey, shut up there, beefy tits. Let me call the action here. Come on, sticky balls.
I think I found a line from Mark Young.
That's tremendous.
That's
Absolutely
great.
tremendous.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. I love
It's always
that.
fun making fun of that fat ass, that fucking fruity ass motherfucker, you know?
Hey yo, let me fucking get in on that too. I got some people I gotta poke fun at. You got room for an outsider in there, Bobby?
Yeah, you come on over here. They give us the Mulu guy, we give them the Mulu guy right back, huh? Well, you
Yeah.
know what we'll do? We'll take the old ladies out on a night on the town, paint it white, and stick it to the mufflers, huh?
If you catch my drift.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's right,
Christ.
baby.
Ladies
What
and
is-
gentlemen, the heel collaboration you never knew you wanted.
Well, I'm gonna jot that down in my notes for a second. Give me like 2 seconds here.
A couple of clowns we are, you know, like Sparky the Clown, you know?
Oh, fuck Sparky. Sparky wishes he was a clown. We're Bozo and frickin' John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah. Don't forget
Whoa.
Mario. You know, I know like 20 different Marios in the neighborhood, you know?
Do any of them wear red overalls and jump really fucking high?
I don't know, but they run around with a pipe in their pocket all the time.
Is that a pipe in their pocket, or are they just happy to see you?
Hey, he eats so much he's got a turtle head poking.
Oh
This is by far the best podcast I think I've ever done ever. It's official. It's official. Anyway,
Oh man, that was a gem. Thank you, Wade.
Hey, so
Casey.
why did the two conjoined twins go to Europe?
Because where the fuck else are they gonna go?
So the other one can drive.
That's also fair. That is also fair.
Holy Nikes, bro.
You're a
That's
family
great.
human there for everyone.
That's
There
great.
you go. Anyway, Casey, next question. Holy crap.
Wade, you got time for one more?
Hey, you know what though? Hey, Bobby Spade's got one last thing to say before Bobby Spade's got to take a shit. Hey, I was over at the AT&T store the other day, right? And I go in there with my little flip phone, and I said, I need a new phone. And so the guy comes up to me and he says, Mr. Spade, we got a BlackBerry for you, right? And I said, a BlackBerry? He goes, yeah, BlackBerry is a nice little phone. It's got a keyboard attached to it and everything. I said, BlackBerry? No, you got me all wrong, okay? Okay? Because the only thing black I want is a big fat ass. And the only thing buried is my face in that fat ass.
Nice.
Oh,
That's
that's
a good
great.
That's a good one. Damn. All right.
Fucking great.
Bobby Spade, ladies and gentlemen. Yay. Tremendous. All right, Casey,
amazing.
next question.
Wade, you think you got time for one more?
Yeah, let's go for two more.
All right,
Let's
cool.
go for 2 more.
So, my biggest, this is actually one I just thought of while we were talking that I can ask both of you. When creating a CAW league, what factors drive the selection of the people on the roster? James, I'll start with you.
I'm actually going to pass it to Wade because I think him and I... Because his show and my show are very different in a lot of respects, but I'm curious on Wade's thing.
What's the deciding factors that goes into who I'd choose for my roster?
Yeah, who you choose for the roster, and more specifically, what roles they play in the show. Like, how do you decide?
What the layout is.
Yeah, like how do you decide who's face, who's heel, what their rivalries are going to be? How does that work?
Well, I would say probably 80% of my roster is just people that I want, people that I like, characters that I've liked, cartoon characters, celebrities, comedians, TV
Mascots.
characters, yeah, stuff like that. The other 20% is probably either a mix of like if somebody has a suggestion, they're like, hey, I'd love to see this CAW, or if it's something trending. I always try to do my own shows just to make myself laugh, really, to be honest.
That's fair.
Pretty much the whole reason behind WIW.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if somebody, like in the chats or anything like that is like, yo, I'd love to see this character, or maybe, this feud would be kind of cool. I mean, I take it into consideration. I've brought people in. There was a couple years ago, there was somebody in the chat that was just really like, dude, I want to see Buzz Lightyear. And it got to the point where like a couple people jumped in. We're like, yeah, man, Buzz Lightyear. So I made Buzz Lightyear, and because I knew how many people wanted it, I shot him to the moon, man. I gave him a good old push and everything, and so
This is was this no DQ or Slam and Jam? I feel like this would be a Slam and Jam thing, no?
Oh yeah, Slam and Jam. With no DQ, I never really booked anything in no DQ. That was all Rift.
That was all Rift.
Yeah, I did commentary. There may have been like maybe a small handful of suggestions I threw out there over the years. The most recent run of no DQ CAW, the 2019 Cup, that was on 2K19. That was all me. I shot an idea to Rift. I was like, dude, I want to bring it back. And he's like, well, I don't know. I would feel kind of weird, somebody doing, my brand. And I'm like, well, I mean, if you got suggestions, obviously let me know. I'm not going to do anything that you're not comfortable stamping your own name onto it. If anything, if you're not comfortable with it at all, I'll just brand it as Slam Jam. You know what I mean? And so we worked some stuff out. We did a tournament. He chose the participants. He chose the winners. But everything else, as far as like how the matches went, how long they were, what kind of styles that would go into each match, the storytelling, all that stuff, I did that myself. But other than that, I mean, no DQ was definitely ran by Rift. Slam and Jam was all mine.
So yeah, I knew Slam and Jam was yours. I just didn't know if you had a hand in doing it, because I didn't know if you did a lot of the editing or if that was just more Aaron Rift editing, or how did that kind of work?
Definitely with editing and no DQ, I did not do any of that.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that was all Rift.
Well, Rift is a good editor. I will give him that.
I remember
especially for that time period.
I remember he did no DQ CW on Windows Movie Maker from the launch of no DQ CW all the way up until September 2004. He had gotten a new Mac computer with Final Cut, and that's when he jumped to that, because I think they had done a documentary or a little video thing about how Velocity, remember that show? That was completely edited on Final Cut.
Wait,
and
seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and Riff got a Mac computer and Final Cut because he thought...
That is news to me.
Yeah, he thought, if WWE's doing stuff on that, then he should be doing stuff on that. And he did phenomenal work.
So then he went Mac and never looked back.
That's fair.
Kind of, yeah.
I actually, that's a funny thing. I've never used a Mac in my life, so maybe I got to get involved into doing some Mac stuff.
It's when I started out on a Mac, like way back in the day when I was in school. We were on Mac computers where we had the big 5.25 inch floppy disks.
I remember
we'd play like Oregon Trail on them and crap like that. Right. And we had those in school. And then I think it was, God, how old was I? Like 11, I think. My mom bought a used computer from one of her coworkers. It was a Mac Performa. Wow. And I loved that
computer. That's a old school Mac.
Very, very old school. Yeah. I think it had Mac OS like 7 on it.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That is going back some.
It was cool as shit, though. I did a lot of...
I mean, I'd imagine it was running really good. I remember back then they were the best operating system. Now it's kind of like neck and neck because everybody kind of collaborates together in the tech world. So.
In some form or another, yeah.
And I had that computer before internet, too. I didn't have internet until...
Wow.
The first time I ever got the internet, I was in the hospital after my back surgery in 1999. My dad went to Circus City and got me a laptop and connected it to the phone line there in the hospital and started pounding away at the keyboard, learned HTML myself, how to code stuff, put together my first website by the end of 99, and that's when Ring Scoop started, was February 12th, 2000.
Wow, really? It goes that long? That's insane. I didn't know that.
I've been doing podcasting since before the iPod.
Well, there you go.
There you go, indeed.
Yeah, we used to put wave files up on GeoCities.
Oh, I still use WAV files. I don't even use MP3, mainly because just convenience. I don't know how to work it on Audacity. But there you go.
So James, your turn.
Yeah. So as I said, I figured it would be much different considering what Wade did for Slam and Jam and No DQ. For me, Weymouth Youth Wrestling is a lot different. Right now, this is kind of the mixed bag we got going on.
It's mostly friends of ours.
Yeah, it's mostly friends of ours. And there are other characters that will just be completely created out of whim, based on some form of video game characters, or it will be, actual wrestlers that we think are really cool that would actually benefit to the roster that aren't necessarily a big name but have a big enough presence that could actually add to our show.
Perfect example.
And then,
They got Taka Michinoku.
Taka Michinoku, yeah, big light heavyweight champion boy right there, big boy. Love that guy.
Love Taka.
Taka's
Who
amazing.
doesn't?
Taka's incredible.
Taka is so underrated and should have been used so much better everywhere he went. And
Agreed.
one of the kind of
Absolutely agreed.
we kind of actually. It's funny because, and I'm not even saying this to brag. I feel like we use Taka the best because nobody else understood the level of a technician that Taka was. Because everybody else just used him as a joke, but he's a really, really amazing
He's
wrestler.
incredible.
People use his Michinoku driver to this day,
Yeah.
So I love Taka. But
I remember when Taka had that match with the great Sasuke at Canadian Stampede back in '97.
God, what a match that was!
At that time, when they signed Taka and didn't sign Great Sasuke, at that time I was like 13, going on 14. I was like, they're out of their minds, man. What's this Great Sasuke is amazing. I look back and like, with all due respect to Great Sasuke, fucking excellent performer.
Yeah.
I think they made the right decision because Taka was awesome.
Those of us who came to know him through the world of video games will probably remember him best as simply Black Ninja from WCW NWO World Tour.
Yeah, which actually brings me to the next point. This might actually be news to you, Case. But the next little hybrid that we're going to put in our show is actually going to be members from the WCW and NWO World Tour roster that were creating characters. So Hanzo Man is going to be one of them. I won't say when, but he will make an appearance. So
Sweet.
we're just doing. I think we have a really good layout of what we want our show to be. We want it to be full of unique and diverse kind of characters. That we can either voice act or get somebody to voice act and just have a feel of a true professional wrestling show. Add the ads in there, custom ads, actual ads, emulate an actual professional wrestling show, and just release it on the wild and see what people think. And
so far the feedback has been pretty positive.
Dude, it blows my mind to this day that you, of all people, Wade, actually saw clips of our show and actually gave us props. That's when I knew, okay, you know what?
We've got something here.
We got something. Because, you're pretty much the godfather of this kind of genre, if you want to call CAW a genre. So
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that about myself, but no, I recognize hard work and the product that you guys put out there. You can definitely tell that you guys don't all right. I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound, but you guys don't play around. You guys don't joke around. I know you guys probably, put out some jokes, but
right. Yeah.
As far as the quality of product you guys put out there, you guys take it
absolutely number one priority.
Yeah. You guys take it serious. You guys, you guys put out a certain quality of product. And I saw that and I was like, wow, these guys are doing some good shit.
Dude,
that means a lot coming from you, brother. Thank you.
That means the world more than you can even know. Because I did not ever expect that I would hear that, but that's awesome to me.
It's very awesome to hear.
I agree with that.
Now, I do have one last question for the both of you before we call it quits here. But James, really quick, I have a question specifically for you because I don't think it was really answered. Most people who watch WIW are at some level aware that most if not all of the roster is friends of ours or people we know in some form or another.
Right.
What led to that decision? What made you decide to make a CAW roster out of your friend group and not try and create actual I don't want to say actual wrestlers, but you know what I mean. Already actual people that exist in the world of professional wrestling and have them go at it that way.
It's interesting you say that or ask that question, and this is going to probably be a new breaking news thing to Wade, right? So, we had every intention before WYW of bringing back No DQ CAW. We were actually making a No DQ CAW roster. Now we were trying to contact Aaron Riff before we even did this, and I didn't know where you were at the time on social media because I was still kind of fledgling to it. So I'll give the rundown of how this kind of happened and how it just completely fell apart. The idea was we were going to bring in the OGs of No DQ CAW. So
Link,
your
Mr. Clean, Black Suit
Link,
Spider-Man, etc.
Yeah, well, not Black Suit Spider-Man, just OG Spider-Man. But yeah, Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, Mario, Luigi,
etc.
Mr. Clean, Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, all the
Which, by the way, real quick, Wade, can I just say I love the fact that you turned Mr. Clean into the dirtiest player in the game.
That was such a
fucking great
idea.
That's
no, that wasn't even him. That might have been an Aaron Riff creation.
No. I know. I'm just saying that No DQ in general did this, and that to me is a genius piece of booking.
That is, I agree. By the way,
He likes to fight clean, but sometimes he's got to fight dirty.
Damn right.
Although he always fights dirty.
Yeah.
But yeah,
anyway,
we were doing that roster.
Clean.
We were doing that whole roster, and then we were going to add characters that we knew would absolutely 110% fit into that roster. So we were going to add characters that had never been seen before in the series. So Bane, we were going to add Duke Nukem to it, Johnny Cage, fucking Goku. We were going to bring in. We were going to load this roster. It was going to be nuts. And then the Red Ring of Death happened. Right when we got to the 50th character. And that pissed me off so bad because you had no idea. Because we had everything ready and then the console just shit the bed. And so WYW was actually remnants of an attempted No DQ CAW relaunch, believe it or not. Because we were trying to contact Aaron to actually bring back No DQ way before you actually talked to him. And I was trying to get him involved, and we have to have Wade and all this stuff. And he's like, yeah, we'll just show me your roster, and we'll see what you think. I don't know if he even remembers this. He probably doesn't, but that was the initial plan.
I remember 2 or 3 people making comments at certain times on YouTube saying, Aaron, let me bring back No DQ CAW. Or I think when I did the tournament, I think it might have been one of you guys that made a comment and said, "Oh man, we were going to bring back No DQ CAW."
Well, if it was one of us, it probably would have been James because I didn't come into the CAW scene until 2017. So
that would have been me, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, this was like a year and a half ago. This is like 2019.
Yeah, that would have been when we could still socialize and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah, good shit. All right. Last question before I let you gentlemen go for the night. What made you decide on what led you to pick the games that you selected as the engines for your respective CAW leagues? Wade, I'll start with you. You had Day of Reckoning, and there may have been another thing.
WrestleMania 19.
Okay, thank you. Now, was one for No DQ and the other for Slam Jam, or was there?
Well, so I think for Wade, Slam and Jam was correct me if I'm wrong, Wade. I could be completely way off here, but anything for Xbox, right? Or was it PlayStation? I forget the game it was for PlayStation, if it was.
For me, it was PlayStation 2, Here Comes the Pain.
There you go. Right. Yeah. So it was for Slam and Jam, it was Here Comes the Pain. For Rift, it would have been WrestleMania 19 and Day of Reckoning hybrid.
Okay.
In a sense.
So Wade, what led you to choose Here Comes the Pain to run, if you will, Slam-A-Jam as its engine?
It was the PlayStation 2 was the only console I had.
There you go.
I mean, I kind of had to go with my resources, right? I mean, I don't
Simple and clean. I like
Hold on. Let me make this easier for Casey there, Wade. Casey, guess why I use WWE 2K14?
All you got?
That's all I got. The Xbox 360 is the only console I have, or had at the time. I have more consoles now, but
Yeah.
there you go.
Well, I mean, you've also experienced some of these other wrestling games in the past. I mean, you obviously grew up playing Day of Reckoning and WrestleMania 19.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Had you had the choice, would you have still went with 2K14?
Yes.
Okay.
For me, I absolutely would have still stuck with 2K14. I would use... This is me, and I don't know how Wade feels about this, but I've mentioned this before. I would have used the newer 2K games if they weren't so problematic and glitchy. Like, don't get me wrong, we've dealt with some jank titles. I'm sure Wade can attest. We've had janky games, right? But it was back in the day, you know? Nowadays, it's like, things gotta be a little bit smooth. They don't have to be, like, super perfect or anything, but, like, something about the new 2K games just feels so slow, and the gameplay is just wonky. I don't like the 2K20 or even beyond that post 14. I don't like their gameplay style where everything feels like a Randy Orton style match. That's honestly how it feels. That's honestly what I feel like I'm playing half the time. Now, a lot of the moves that they have added since, I would totally, if I could find a way to ROM hack 2K14, I'd absolutely put every single move into that disc, but I don't know how to hack it, so there you go. But, no, I would still stick with 2K14 wholeheartedly, to be honest. But, Wade, what about you? We'll kind of throw that question back at you. Would you have used SmackDown Here Comes the Pain still if given the choice, or would you use like a higher end console?
I don't know. I probably would have stuck with what I knew. Growing up, I had a Nintendo, I had a Super Nintendo. When the Super Nintendo broke, we'd go to the rental store all the time. You can rent either a Nintendo 64 or a PlayStation. N64 was always rented out, so by default, I was like, all right, I guess we'll rent the PlayStation. I kept telling my mom and dad, Christmas of like 97, I was like, I want a Nintendo 64. They got me a PlayStation. I said, why'd you guys give me this? I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not trying to be ungrateful. I'm happy. Thank you so much for a new console, but why this? And they're like, well, you always rented it. I'm like, it was the only one available. So, through high school, I was a PlayStation guy, right? So,
not by choice either.
No, but I mean, they had some good games on there. Final Fantasy VII.
I loved playing Siphon Filter.
That's true.
I was never into those kind of games, but I would tell you this: that when I played Final Fantasy VII, I was hooked. I was like, man, this is amazing.
And I'm sure looking at Tifa didn't hurt.
Oh man, but no, then as I got older and I got my own income and all that kind of stuff, I was like, all right, am I going to get a GameCube or am I going to get a PS2? And then they were like, all right, GTA 3 is coming out. It's going to be on PS2. And I was like, now that looks like a badass game. So I got a PS2 and got that with Gran Turismo. I was a big Gran Turismo mark.
Oh, GTA 3, yes, my man.
Yeah. So
now, were you an A spec or a B spec guy?
A what?
There's two different versions of Gran Turismo. One's A spec where you get to drive, and the other's B spec where I believe you get to manage.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because on 2 is 2 disc, and one was arcade edition, and one was the simulation.
Yes.
If I wanted to play a quick game, I'd play the arcade one, but I was more of the simulated one. I like to earn my money, get my car, build it up the way I wanted to.
Yep.
Always got the Mitsubishi Eclipse and just duked it out.
Yeah. Good man.
Good shout.
I remember the first time I ever, and this is gonna be weird to fucking think about this because it's fucking like I don't know how this is even possible. The first time I ever played a Nintendo 64 was at the very end of 2001.
Right when the freaking GameCube came out.
Yeah, I remember like I went to Kmart and I bought one. They had them for like $99, and I was like, "Fuck, it's a good deal." I got that with Ocarina of Time, and I started playing it, and I'm like, it sucks because if I would have jumped from Super Nintendo to Nintendo 64,
you would have been hooked right then and there.
Yeah, there would have been no gap, right? Like you go from Super Nintendo to PS1 and PS2, and then try to go backwards. It's weird holding that Nintendo 64 controller. I'm like, how do I hold it? Like, what the fuck is this? You know?
Yeah, because like when you start with a Nintendo console of any kind, typically you're able to play. Any other game feels like child's play, or any other console feels like child's play. Like I did grow up, and I did grow up with an N64, so I can attest to this.
Well, on top of that, too, playing Ocarina of Time, the first 3D Zelda game, I'm like, what the fuck did they do to Zelda? I was like, I can't move this character around the way I want to move him around. It was tough. I gave up on it, and I sold it to a friend of mine like a week later. I was like, fuck Nintendo. They lost me. So then that's like, I think that was another deciding factor in like, PS2 or fucking GameCube. And I was like, well, Gran Turismo, GTA, PlayStation, they got the boxing games too. I like those.
Oh, Fight Night 2004, dude. That was my friggin' jam.
Oh, I love the Fight Night. I wish they'd make them.
Fight Night Champions is one of the best boxing simulator games I've ever played in my life. I don't know if anybody's played that version of it. Love Fight Night Champions.
I'm addicted to Creed on the Oculus Quest 2.
Nice.
That's a workout. Like that's a fucking for real physical workout, bro.
There you go. Right along the lines of Insanity Workout, right there.
I mean, not that crazy, but you get a cardio workout. You get like 3 or 4 fights, and especially if you like bump the difficulty up to like legend, and you go up against a guy like Drago. Oh, dude, you're fighting for your life, man. You're swing. Dude, first time I played it, I didn't know I was that close to my desk, and I went to go throw an uppercut, and I threw it so hard, I fucking punched my fucking mic. Because I had the mic arm, and I didn't like push it back all the way, and I just went, BAM! And I was like, what the fuck was that? I took the headset off, and I saw like my microphone was like flipped upside down somehow. I was like, what the fuck happened there?
Well, I mean, obviously, a Mike Tyson uppercut.
You obviously, you son of a bitch! I see what you did there.
Better than an Andrew Galata like uppercut.
That's fair. That's
right to the balls.
Or hey, it could be worse. You could be Logan Paul and just rabbit punch to the back of the head like an idiot.
Logan Paul, don't even get me started on that guy.
Hey, what about
that dude ruined it for all of us little fucking YouTube creators, man.
That is true. Yeah. Although I will say I am glad that the guy who beat him is enjoying great success. Seems like
tell you this, man. Hey, if the 3 of us ever get together, I want you guys to put that dude on the ground, and I'll pop a wheelie on his fucking throat.
Yeah, fair.
And I'll shit down his fucking neck.
That's a shoot, brother. That's a shoot. Shot. Freaking dude, legitimately, yeah, I agree with you on that. But again, KSI, better human being, I think. KSI, though, I wonder if he actually used the game that you used. If you got such a workout and you were able to throw a Mike Tyson uppercut, who the hell's to say that KSI wasn't doing the same thing?
Right.
I mean, he certainly got the money. He certainly got the money for it.
Next week on Drama Alert, KSI is exposed for using this game to win his boxing matches. Is it illegal? Find out next time.
Or maybe he practiced like Turtle did on Entourage for the fight with Fight Night. He got knocked out by that little kid.
Maybe he just fought too much. Maybe he just fought the final boss and freaking Fight Night Champions or something.
You guys ever seen that episode of Entourage though, when they played that prank on Turtle? Yeah, they told him they were going to do a piss test, and he went and he got somebody else to piss for him, and he tried to hand it to the guy, and he goes, "Nobody piss tests at a video game concert."
Classic.
Man.
Is there any other questions, Case, or we got part one in the bag here, you think?
We pretty much got part one in the bag here. We were promised an hour, a half hour, I should say, and we were given a little over an hour. I'd say that's more than enough generosity from Mr. Needham for the night.
I lost track of time. It is after 5. Fuck.
Yeah. If you want to keep going, we can keep going. If you don't, we don't have to keep going.
Unfortunately, guys, I do have to jet. I got to take care of some stuff.
All right, go.
That is fair.
I definitely appreciate you guys, letting me on the show.
Hey, we appreciate you coming on. Thanks a bunch.
Oh, dude, I'd love to come. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, same.
And on that note, good night, everybody.
We'll see you for part 2. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the full, long podcast of Wrestling with Idiocy. If this is the first time you have ever watched or listened to Wrestling with Idiocy, I should say, go and check out Luke Lynch's channel right now. That's youtube.com/user/metalnut1120. All your needs for Wrestling with Idiocy content and watch-alongs and soon to debut will be the Button Mashers. That's all going to be on that very channel, a part of the FTW Productions banner, so definitely go give Casey a sub. We did this podcast with Wade Needham in parts on that channel, so if you don't want to listen to a long-ass podcast, and I don't blame you, you can check out the parts that we have released. The first part's an hour, and then part 2 and part 3 are roughly 2 hours, give or take. So go check those out if you want to, and until then, here are some ads, because this is different. Check it out.
Do you think you have what it takes to cut the greatest promo in professional wrestling history? Step through the ropes, pick a gimmick, and know your role. The Ring Scoops Wrestling card game is the ultimate pro wrestling fan party game. Draw cards at random, use your creativity, and cut a promo on your opponent while the audience cheers. The Ring Scoops card game.
Available now.
A table from hell with the Psycho Asylum. An Iron Man match of factorial proportions. Man
In this fight, I will melt you down to slag.
versus machine.
I calculate a 0.85% chance that you will win in your current condition.
All metal mayhem. Calling Horizon.
When you throw me into the wolves, I will return leading the pack.
Vera McGarden.
And I'll do anything to be the warrior on top.
For the Athena title. Best friends turned bitter rivals. Johnny Starr.
Don't get in the way of the star or you'll get burned.
James, the Archangel.
I'm the real star of this brand.
For the international title. The Outsider, Mark Young. The Executioner, Michael X. For the WYW World Heavyweight title. 2 out of 3 fall.
Inside.
In a hell in a cell. WYW Immortal. Now available on YouTube.
And welcome back to the Wrestling with Idiocy interview with special guest Wade Needham of Slam & Jam. How you doing tonight, good sir?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm not in the mood for a palm reading. Thank you very much.
Who better than Canyon?
I get it now. I was so confused because I thought you were going I thought you were trying to do Zangief, and I was like, excuse me?
Actually, I was gonna try to improv a Lanny Poffo poem, but it just kind of went off the rails.
That's an impossible feat.
That is just inviting yourself to disaster.
I should have asked my brother what he thought, because he would never ask me.
By the way, now not only is the #1 creator of WIW here, we also got the other creator who also started at the very beginning.
I like that I like that you're attempting to run around calling me the #2.
I realized I said #1 like an idiot, and I thought to myself,
"You're the
why did
shit,
I say
I tell you."
#1? You're the shit, I tell you.
You got no respect. You got no respect.
Because
you're #1.
we both started it, so there's really not. We are
#1. I order you to take a #2.
Yeah. If anything, I'm the #2. I just edit the thing. Anyway,
a nice your face Tonight you shall face the greatest wrestler in our company, Kung Fu Naki.
Indeed. Not to be confused with one Hung Lo.
Or Hong Kong Fui.
Or his sister, Anita Beaver.
Oh my god, what a... This is off to a great start, this second part. We got Michael X on, and we are ready for more questions. I'm sure Casey's got plenty prepared here.
Yep, I'm going to try and get through 6 here today, and leave the last 5 for the next part, unless you're good for the rest of the night, Wade. I don't know what your schedule is.
As far as I know, I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's freaking go. So when last we left off, we basically talked about the skeleton of forming a CAW and how the three of you kind of got into it. I should probably turn that down just in case somebody tries to call me. Give me just a moment. Silence. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay. So this time we're going to start off with, what makes a CAW in you guys' eyes? And we're going to start with talking about it from 2 different perspectives. First, the first one I have is, when running a CAW, what is most important to you as a creator? James, Mike, I'll start with you guys.
You want to go first on this one, James?
I think I kind of answered it a little bit. I went somewhat in depth on it on the last part when you weren't here, but if you want to give your own take, go for it. I'll let you go first.
I think it's that it just needs to be creative. That's pretty much it. That's all anybody can really ask for, is just be creative. Don't do the same shit that everybody else does. Do your own thing and try something different that nobody else has tried before.
Right.
Now now obviously, longtime wrestling fans will know that's not always the easiest thing in the world to do, because there's only so many things that can be done with any given form of entertainment. Not to
mention, everything has been done in pro wrestling.
Yeah, so at some point, you just gotta think of, okay, is there something I can do again that I can put a cool twist on and make people think?
That's
I
fair.
wouldn't say the words "make people think." I think it's more of, you need to find your own creative way to entertain an audience. Even if it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 20 people. You need to entertain a single individual first, and then you can entertain an audience.
Because that single individual will more likely than not tell their friends, "Hey, I found this new cool thing. Check it out."
Right. It sounds like you're describing yourself, Casey. Am I just reading it wrong?
Are you the new narcissist? Narcissus? Is that you? Lex
Check
Luthor?
for that metal
is that
plate
you?
in his arm.
Yeah, Casey, do you have a metal plate?
No, but I am in a wheelchair.
Ooh.
Why are you in a wheelchair?
Yeah, let's race.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Best first one down the stairs wins.
Oh my God, no.
Furious.
The only place I'm racing your ass is to the buffet. And even then, there's no point. Because you'll win every time, you fat ass.
We did this in part 1.
Yeah, there we go. We go to the buffet, baby. We got the turkey sandwiches, the mustard, the mayo, the mayonnaise.
Oh, fuck.
You know, I can understand why women don't find me or my friends attractive. In a single fucking instance. In a singular instance, I could feel the virgin pulse in my body just beat. Like,
Speaking of virgins and the opposites of virgins, I got a question for all you guys out there. Who is the most successful prostitute in the world?
Vince McMahon.
Nah, it's Mrs. Pac-Man, because for 25 cents she ate balls until she died.
Does that mean she was the original OnlyFans model?
She was.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
She was at...
Oh my God, that went somewhere I did not expect. Okay, Wade, anything to add? Importance to you as a creator of a CAW league?
Well, I was going to ask about clarifying that, but you just said it right there, a league. Because at first you said CAW, so I was wondering, a CAW or a league?
Usually in these contexts, I tend to mean league. I'll try and be more clear about that as we go forward.
Oh, no, it's all. I just want to clarify because I never did original CAWs that much. But, as far as a league, what these guys said, be original. I know, like, for me personally, I try to stay away from, like, what would be the obvious. Like, I know, like in No DQ when Riff was, booking his stuff, like he was superheroes versus the supervillains, the horror guys versus the horror guys. I'm like, I don't like that. If I've got, Bruce Lee, like Bruce Lee and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is probably the only time I think I ever did like your typical, like, all right, I'm going to put these two guys together that have done something.
And just see what happens.
Yeah, but I wanted to like do different things. So like, if I've got Rocky Balboa, I'm not going to put him up against Ivan Drago or Apollo,
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that.
People have seen that already. That's why
exactly.
you did Mike Tyson instead, yeah.
Yeah, so
James
like
Bond.
That's why one of my favorite feuds that I did that lasted years in Slam and Jam that people really liked was Pac-Man versus Tommy Vercetti. It was just out there.
It was so out there. I remember this.
God.
I remember this. So the pay-per-view I couldn't remember in the last part too, and I distinctly remember it now. Was Domestic Disturbance, and this is when you did the No DQ Slam and Jam co-op. It was called Domestic Disturbance, and that was, I believe, a match. I could be wrong. I know it was Pac-Man and Millhouse.
Oh my God! A big yellow dot with black eyes versus Ray Liotta.
Yeah,
ever since I was a kid, I used to eat giant balls.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Oh Lord!
Perfect.
Oh, man. This
once in a while, the gems come out, but
this is a feud I gotta see.
That was like 2006 to like 2008. I did that, I think.
I will give Aaron one credit. You talked about him doing the stereotypical superheroes, supervillains. The one thing I will give him credit for, I think his most original concept, even though it wasn't really original, it was just a way different twist to it, was his Luigi arc. I really, really enjoy that Luigi arc to this day. I think it may be his best arc.
And I want to clarify, I'm not trying to take away anything from Rift. I'm not trying to throw shade at him.
No, me neither. I'm just saying, like, I really liked that probably. So great.
I thought about that kind of stuff too back in the day. That's why, like, when I split Bart Simpson and Millhouse, and I was like, all right, I'm
Badass Bart.
Badass Bart. Somewhat the same thing with Babe Ruth in that very first year ever of Slam and Jam when I turned Babe Ruth heel and called him the Babe. I wanted to create like my version of like The Rock. So Rocky Maivia, The Rock, Babe Ruth, the Babe. And then he started his group, the Dream Team with Eminem and Badass Bart, which is another weird, odd period.
That's a great idea, though.
Oh, man.
That's perfect.
And people loved it. People loved it when Badass Bart turned on the Babe, and I eventually rode up to that match, which ironically is, all right, think about the comparisons and the parallels, right? I just said Babe Ruth, the Babe, Rocky Maivia, and The Rock, right? And then Bart Simpson
would probably be Stone Cold
Steve Austin. Was like Stone Cold Steve Austin. And the build up to their match, I used Limp Bizkit My Way.
Of course you did. Nice.
Oh, you slick bastard!
Nobody caught the connections.
Wow! Nobody caught that.
No. I think it's not even the fact that they didn't catch it. It's also like it's the parallels that let's be honest, wrestling has had for decades.
I think I just did it so subtly that nobody even saw that I was blatantly ripping off Stone Cold versus The Rock.
I was going to say, it would probably be safe to say that you did not so much take inspiration from The Rock and Stone Cold as blatantly stole.
I wouldn't call it ripping off. I call it a cultural reappropriation.
Well, I mean, those two, they weren't in a stable together and weren't turned on the other either.
Yeah.
That's true.
But I'm just saying, like, as far as like how I started to develop the characters, taking the characters from what they were in pop culture and turning them into my own characters. I kind of modeled them after The Rock and Steve Austin.
Yeah, your stuff is very original in that aspect.
I think my all-time favorite thing that I ever did was the evolution of when I brought in Clark Kent, who was teamed up with Arthur
And
Curry.
you turned him into Kal-El, yep.
Turned him into Kal-El, which had a hell of a heel run. And then when the Babe came back out of retirement and finally beat him for the belt after a year and a half being undefeated, I took time off with Kal-El, had him come back as Superman in my big Royal Rumble match, and go on to CAW stock to capture the belt. And the evolution was finalized from Clark Kent all the way to Superman.
I like that. You actually went from...
Now, personal curiosity on my part. When he went to Kal-El, did you happen to use, like, say, the Godfall Superman attire, or had he not gotten to that point yet?
Godfall Superman it doesn't exist yet, Case. By the time that
by the time that came out, no way. I think that was just your standard. Would that have been the standard? You correct me if I'm wrong. Would that have been the standard red and black, Wade?
The what?
Was that the outfit that Superman would wear when you turned him?
Oh, when I turned him into Kal-El?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, the inspiration I took from that, because what you referenced, I honestly, like, as much of a Superman fan as I am, I have no idea what you referenced. So that wasn't even in my mind.
Yeah, that was the MK or Injustice, whatever.
It's the comic Godfall. It's fantastic. Because I can kind of see where you're going with it, because fucking, I can't believe I'm referencing this for like probably the billionth time in my life. Smallville did roughly the same idea.
Exactly.
Way back in the day. Which is, hey,
Season
you want to
4.
turn him evil? Yeah, season 4, you want to turn him fucking evil? There, done. Just make him the Kryptonian version of himself and you're all set. Doesn't matter.
He was walking out of the barn in the opening of season 4. He heard the sound. Martha comes running out. He pushes her down and he looks at her and says, Clark's not here anymore. And the first time we ever saw him fly in the series, it was that inspired the big turn for Kal-El.
So what's the color color choice
at the time?
Because
a lot of people, that was like 2008. I want to say it was black and gray at first.
Yeah, because that's usually what most people go with, which is like the future Superman or the Doomsday Resurrection Superman, where he's just, hey, I'm fuck off strong now. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. And
then, cool, I died. I'm back.
And towards the end of the run, I started like really experimenting a little bit myself. He had a white suit with like the black logo, and then he had like real long white hair and a white goatee. And I kind of wanted to like go at the, at the very beginning of the 1976 Superman, where they showed what's his name? Fuck.
Jor-El. In the white and black with the black logo on the chest with the white outfit. Yep.
Exactly. I wanted to go that way to kind of symbolize, that was the end of Krypton. So this was going to be a symbolization of the end of Kal-El.
That's really good.
And that was a 2.5-3 year arc that I did with this character. That was a very slow burn.
And that's how it should be. Wrestling should not take about 5 minutes to get through all your story beats in about a minute. It should honestly be able to go, all right, so I got this 5-page assignment due. It's called How I Made My Character Turn Heel.
Yeah. Yeah. It's and that's the thing I don't think a lot of companies understand these days. Wrestling works best outside of short attention span theater.
Agreed.
I agree. And to add to your guys' point, if this is going to be a weird analogy, but think of it as like, and Wade probably knows where I'm going to go with this as I explain it further. Think of it as like a typical essay format, English 101 type shit, where you have your beginning thesis, and then you have your body paragraphs, and say it's a 5-page paper, say it's a 10-page paper, and you have these certain bullet points that you are going to cover, and then you have your full-on conclusion to whatever story you're doing. Now think of that, and you're doing multiple essays, basically, in just a different format. That's basically what wrestling should be, in a sense.
Here's the better way that I would describe it.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just had our first instance of James completely stealing Mike's material tonight.
Did I?
I don't believe so.
You were talking about English essays as a 5-page paper. Literally, the first thing Mike said before we got into this is, think of it as a 5-page essay due on the topic of how I.
Yeah, no, I think what I was adding to what he said originally. That's what that was.
It's whatever.
Sorry.
But what I'm trying to say is that it's not wrestling isn't a Shakespearean play. All right, you don't need fucking Macbeth like constantly going, "Don't say my name or you'll break your leg." What you need is something going on, and you need some type of multi-purpose storyline meaning towards the middle. I would say if you're going to take any type of reference to getting all of these footnotes and things together to put them all into one massive story, and I'm a DC Comics fan, Infinite Crisis your fucking story. Go absolutely mental with it if you want.
Yeah, the Marvel movies is a good comparison too.
That's true.
You had so many different stories, and they eventually all came together, and they came together in such a subtle way.
Yeah.
And with such a massive payoff.
It's just the one issue with the Marvel films, and this is my only gripe with those, is god damn are those fucking Marvel cinematic villains just not interesting.
Yeah.
Alright, so here's what we're gonna do, true believers. We're gonna take Iron Man, but he's big and he's scary. He's an ironmonger.
Hey, you know how like WWE in recent years they've hired like Hollywood writers and all that stuff, and a lot of old school people like Cornette and all them. They really don't like that. They just want to stick with the bubble, the wrestling shit. I could see both sides of it, but there's one person in Hollywood that's a Hollywood writer that I would love to see their vision of what a wrestling promotion could do, and that's Jon Favreau.
Yeah, actually.
Look at what he did with Mandalorian.
Oh, get him and Dave Filoni to write a storyline?
Something, I think they can come up with something good, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
They got a good track record.
If anybody could, they could.
They got a good track record. That's for damn sure. Who would have thought fucking Bebop from fucking Rudy would be like so successful right now, right?
That's true.
Yeah. Okay, so on to the second perspective. Wade, we're going to start with you on this one. When watching a CAW show, what is most important to you as a fan?
Ooh.
Production.
That's fair.
All right, cool.
I'm sorry.
We got
such a short.
No, we got our voice. Nope, we got our voice clip. Great. All right, we're out.
No, I mean, I have to be very honest with you guys, and I have been very open and honest about this. As much of a creator in CAW that I've been in the last, so many years, I'm the opposite when it comes to being a viewer of it. I'm not an avid CAW watcher unless somebody's just like, hey, check this out.
Right.
Or if I have a friend that's doing it, I'll keep tabs on it and keep an eye on it and whatnot, and give some feedback. But I'm a big content creator, not just with CAW.
Right.
I have created a plethora amount of content, whether it be podcasts, my very short run of running my very own magazine in 2004. Recently, starting on July 1st, I'm launching my own card game.
Hey,
I've done,
nice. Congratulations again, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a fun game. I've played it with my friends, testing it out, last couple of weeks, and we've had a blast with it. It's an ultimate party game. But that's the thing with me is I'm at heart I'm an entrepreneur. I've constantly got to have something that I'm doing. My mind, I'm so busy with that I honestly, unless somebody's like, yo, check this out, I honestly don't have time or even the attention span to like really go seek stuff out on my own that much.
That said, how did I reach out to you when it came to the clips of the show, or did you just find that on your own one day? Because I
honestly don't remember.
Same. Because I remember you saw it and I got your message and that you thought it was good stuff. We covered that on the last part, but I just don't remember if I just sent it to you or if somebody else told you about it, or you just happened to see it in the Instagram tags.
let's be honest, James, it would not surprise anybody if you just said, you know who should see this? Wade Needham.
I honestly don't remember. I mean, I've been approached on not only by so many people, but on various different platforms. There was one random night years ago, I was playing Xbox, and all of a sudden, like, some guy hit me up on a DM, and he goes,
on
"Hey,
an Xbox Live DM."
Yeah, and he goes, "Yo, I see on your profile your name is Wade Needham. Are you the Wade Needham from No DQ?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You won't believe how much you've inspired me to start my own CAW league." And I'm like, "Holy shit, right on, man!" Like, it just came out of nowhere one night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
trust Wade. I can completely understand.
Yeah, it's weird.
There are many times that I go onto the Amino app because I'm a part of a wrestling group, and I get random messages all the time of, "Hey, quick question, how do I do this?" And I'm like, "You're asking the wrong fucking person that question." I couldn't tell you.
He keeps having to redirect them to me or just be like, I can't be bothered.
No, it's like from time to time, you know, we're doing our work. We'll get like the random email from somebody going, "Hey, my name is such and such. Really enjoy your show. Yada yada. I can't believe you've been working on it for as long as you have. Yada yada yada. How do I get a show from a basic 30 minutes to an 8-hour monster?" And I go, "Don't."
I got the answer for you, people. Start basic, and then you'll get there eventually.
No, just don't.
That's what I did. That's what I did.
No, James.
Yeah.
Don't do an 8-hour.
Don't do the 8 hours. Do not do the 8 hours.
Not the 8 hour. No. We're doing 2 nights going.
See, I have a short attention span, so with my own stuff, like, I get mad at myself if I go longer than an hour on a show.
I feel that. For me, we're just trying to do. I think we're doing 2 hours.
We had a lot that we had to cover, and if we didn't have that 8-hour time frame, we would not have had the ability to cover what we need to.
Yeah, but I mean, and I'm not throwing shade or anything like that. I mean, to each his own with everything's. But you know, like that old saying, like, you know, you're not gonna have fun with anything unless you're gonna do something. Like, how does it go? Like, I make my content as if I was a viewer of my own content. So, like, if I'm doing something that I'm not liking, most likely everyone else out there that's going to watch it's not going to like it either.
Well, we definitely liked it.
Yeah. I don't think this is the exact quote, but I think this would be a good paraphrasing. Nobody ever found success doing something they didn't like.
Right.
That's a good one too. That could definitely be attached to that. Yeah. Or like so many writing classes I've ever taken, everything that every teacher has always said that can be summed up in one thing too. That's a very consistent thing: is write what you know.
Yep.
So I created what I knew I liked and how I liked it. So if I myself don't like when I do my podcast, like back in the day, I used to do like 2-3 hour podcasts. And
we're still doing 2 or 3 hour podcasts.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not kidding. I could go through and fucking listen to like Jim Cornette talk for like 12 fucking hours. But I would never make a 12-hour podcast. Like, especially nowadays when I do solo podcasts, 30 minutes is probably the most I can do. If I have like a co-host on, we'd probably do an hour.
Yeah.
You mentioned Jim Cornette, another person I've been listening to recently, completely off topic as usual, but Eric Bischoff, 83 Weeks. Mm-hmm. It's fucking fascinating, man. It really is super fascinating to hear, like, from the horse's mouth, like, his entire rise to being the top echelon guy on WCW and taking it to where it was, and then the eventual downfall before he ended up getting fired in, 99? It's a crazy story and tale, and just even 2000 stuff. It's so fascinating to hear all of it. Like, I love hearing Eric Bischoff talk, because we never heard it from his perspective before, so I'm glad we're getting it.
I've never heard the Eric Bischoff podcast, but I do have to ask you this. Is Conrad part of that?
Yes. Conrad now runs Conrad now runs 7 shows.
I probably won't listen to it then.
Why? What's bad?
I don't.
Bad?
No, I don't like Conrad. It's just the way he hosts shows. I'm not a fan of the way that he directs a lot of things. The way he kind of changes a narrative on certain things. I don't.
I can 100% agree, but that's why I say, in spite of that, listen to 83 Weeks. In that, Bischoff literally is not a bitch, and he will go toe-to-toe with Conrad, including his going by Dave Meltzer's rhetoric. He'll throw it right back in his face, and I'm like, no, this is what actually happened.
All right, now let me ask you this. Now, you said the word bitch. Now, does that mean that Eric Bischoff is a bitch or not a bitch?
No, he's not a bitch. As in,
okay.
He's not gonna. Yeah.
So now, when you say the word "not," does that mean that you've been down to San Diego to Sam the Cooking Guy's not tacos?
You. That's a good one.
To be fair, at least from the impression that I get, a lot of that is just him trying to have some fun with the person he's doing the show with.
I understand that. It's just all right. You said he's hosting what, 7 shows now?
Yes, he's got Bruce Pritchard, Arn Anderson, Tony Schiavone, Kurt Angle, Eric Bischoff,
Jim Ross.
Thank you. And
Tony
now
Schiavone.
Yep, I already said Tony Schiavone. Now Jeff Jarrett.
Now, let me ask you this. You remember years ago, when Michael Cole was doing commentary on every single broadcast?
Yep.
Now, how annoying was that to tune in and you didn't hear any change in the voices?
You won't believe it, fans. We're doing a thing again. They're doing a thing? We're doing a thing.
It's oversaturation.
Oh my.
You got your finger in too many sugar pots. And that's one of the things with Conrad too. If he was here or there on a certain podcast or another certain podcast, but not every single one of them, I'm not tuning in for him. I'm tuning in for the other person.
I agree, but that's why I tune in, because I am tuning in for the other person. I'm not really tuning in for Conrad Thompson. Not that no disrespect to Conrad, by the way. I'm tuning in literally to listen to JR.
You're not there.
Schiavone.
Listen, you don't watch
Or
Joe
Eric.
Rogan's podcast for Joe Rogan. You're watching Joe Rogan's podcast to see who the fuck he got in this week.
But
right.
You know what?
Exactly.
Joe Rogan can be entertaining on his own several.
No, that's
moments.
fair, but he's also a stand-up comedian as well, so that makes sense.
Yeah. He's been doing this for a very, very long time.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to downplay or throw too much shade on Conrad. Like, he's just not my cup of tea. But I will give him all the credit in the world for being able to establish and get together what he's got with his ad-free shows and all that stuff. It's a very successful guy.
I will say that in regards to what you're saying, he probably should get like a co-host to join in with him.
Or
honestly.
I mean, I don't know why he has to be the voice of every single. Imagine if I had more than one podcast.
I think he's over
Ring Scoops, and I was the host of every single one. People are going to get tired of hearing my voice.
He's also probably overworking himself in a way, because like, why wouldn't you delegate your responsibilities to other people?
Yeah.
Well, funnily enough, funny you should mention that. I watched the interview he had with Chris Van Vliet. Apparently, he does do a surprising amount of delegating, but only in the research part of making his shows.
Well, and look where that got him.
That's very time consuming too.
Exactly. I mean, he's still doing. You got to keep in mind, he's still doing 8 podcasts a week. That's not even taking into account that he's doing a meeting with all the talent that he's got and part of the ad-free shows brand.
And running the mortgage company after all of that.
Yeah, Save with Conrad, right? That's ridiculous.
First family mortgage.
If I'm him, you know how many podcasts would kill for a gig like that on ad-free shows? There are tons. I can recommend tons to him.
I want to record a disclaimer for all my podcasts now saying, hey, you want to make some money? You're going to get made with Spade.
Madewithspade.com.
Made with Spade. I love it.
Yo, you should do Here's the parody. Hey, yo, Bobby Speed here with car insurance. Bobby Spade Hells. You want a car insurance? Good car insurance? You can kiss my ass.
Are you or someone you know have a gambling addiction? Well, I'll tell you this. Fuck all the self-help things. Just roll the dice and try to see if you can do it yourself.
And the check better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker.
Gotta bounce like that baby that Snitsky punted in the fucking audience.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oof.
Fourth and long. Bam!
We will never escape the greatest clip in wrestling history.
Ever.
Like, never gonna happen. We'll talk about it. Like, can you imagine having your entire career rolled down to, and then he punted the baby doll?
Yeah.
I think I would quit doing wrestling right after that.
I think
his entire career, I feuded with Kane.
And I punted a baby.
Honestly,
I thought it looked awkward. It looked like he's done that every day of his life too.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like what the other part that made that clip what it was, the guy who ended up catching it, he actually signaled for a fair catch.
That's amazing. I have to ask now. We need to research one of these days. Was Snitsky a punter in the NFL? Because if so, that makes this story all the more funnier.
I'm waiting for the A&E Treasures episode where they find the baby.
Oh my God, they found the baby doll?
No, they should. Like A&E WWE Treasures, like that would be a great episode to track down the baby doll.
That'd be amazing. That'd be great.
That would pop the internet, man.
Okay.
Screw the Ultimate Warrior controversy. That's your next A&E documentary.
Yeah, that episode, they can look for the baby and they can look for Mae Young's hand.
When are we gonna have the freaking segment where they just keep saying the baby like every 10 seconds?
I don't think they do the baby, because if you remember a specific Raw episode, the baby is now apparently all grown up and living on its own.
Oh fuck!
You mean the hand?
The hand.
Oh yeah.
No,
where? Oh, the hand. Oh. Mm-hmm.
The hand is all elite.
You forget that fucking WWE does. What's the word I'm looking for? Dumb shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
And they open up the door, and this guy wearing a hand costume is just standing there with the most deadpan ass grin on his face, and he said, "Hi there, I'm Mae Young's son."
Yeah.
Michael Cole himself busts out laughing.
I would corpse too. In his shoes, dude.
That was, he wasn't laughing because that was kind of humorous. That was secondhand embarrassment.
Probably. Knowing Cole, he's probably had a ton of those moments. How much you want to bet that kid that was playing the hand got paid a shit ton of money to play the hand, too?
Probably.
It was probably like, screw you, wrestling marks. I'm getting paid to play a hand.
Eva Marima. Oh, man.
That's all. Give that guy a hand.
Does he also get 18 years of child support payments? Because you're because you know fucking Mae Young ain't paying it.
No,
I don't know. Maybe Mark we have to ask. Maybe Mark Henry's paying it.
That's why he signed with Tony Khan.
Yeah, that's why he needs that child support payment.
He's finished paying the child support.
You know, like when Ric Flair signed with TNA, he got a contract with Panda instead of TNA.
Oh my God. I think that's a smart idea, though. Like, they should totally do that more often.
Yeah.
I think it makes more sense, isn't it? Like, you have John Cena under contract with your TBS provider, right? Or Warner Media. Bring him to TNT. You have him under contract. Get him over. Right?
Now that this show has gone completely off the rails, as per the usual.
Put it back on track, sorry.
James, Mike, I'll throw it to you. What's most important to you as a fan when watching a CAW show?
James, you want to go first on this one, bro?
I will let you go first on that, and then I will go first on whatever the next one is.
Okay. I would honestly say just creativity.
Yeah.
I don't care if it runs like shit and is being done on Raw as War. show me something new.
Right.
Because production is important, but I need to see something new, something I can sit there and say, I've never seen before.
Right.
Which I know somebody's going to sit there and say, you're asking somebody who's a wrestling fan to do something new that has never been done before.
That's
like,
hard
I know.
to do.
It is hard to do. But try.
Listen,
I don't want to... Listen, I don't want to see, and I cannot believe I have to say this, I don't want to see a Shawn Michaels undefeated streak, okay?
Oh,
I know.
no. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
I cannot believe that those words even exist, like, a lot of the time.
I'm assuming somebody did that, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, who?
All right.
I don't for the sake of and purposes, he's far from that, and we'll leave it in the bin.
DM me on Instagram later.
yeah.
I gotta hear this, man. I gotta sip some of this tea.
Oh Lord.
All I'm going to say is viewer vision advised.
Yeah.
Viewer discretion advised.
Wade, I highly suggest take an aspirin pill before. I kid you not, you will get a headache because neon green barricades.
Is this thing going to be so shocking I might walk again?
I don't think you'll walk.
I think that maybe I'll
try it out. Wait. Stand corrected. Go and watch it.
I don't know if you'll walk again, but you will definitely fall out of your wheelchair.
Ooh.
You'll be doing
I like pain.
You're gonna do a pop-a wheelie and fucking get your front tires on the wall and just be done with the day. You're gonna be like, you know what? I have seen it all. I have seen nightmares.
I'm gonna go into this thing like Dude Love and come out of it like Mankind then, right?
Probably.
No, you're gonna go. No, you're gonna go into it like Gold Dust and come out like Black Rain.
Oh.
Jeez. What about the artist formerly known as Gold Dust?
See, I will take the artist because at least I know that was a punishment. Black Rain was a fucking
true. Yeah.
Black Rain was a fucking choice.
I love when he read that little children's book at the DX pay-per-view.
That was pretty funny. I'll give him that. Okay. I will add to what Mike said. I'm not gonna go so hard on other creators like he just did. Like, you know, shoot bullets and all that.
Hey, listen. I'm not going hard on other creators because it requires to be creative in order to be called a creator.
Oh, a nice one.
Get fucked.
But no, for real.
Thanks for killing my whole career, buddy.
No, but so yeah, the whole thing with CAW is, I think you want to be creative, you want to be different, you want to have something that will catch people's eye, whether that's a stage design, a set design, a ring, canvas, the character design, something that will visually appeal to somebody that is literally tuning in for the first time. It could literally be as simple as a short, it could be a short, 1 minute promo, 30-second promo. It could be as long as a 5-minute promo, 2.5 minute promo, something of that nature. Something that will visually catch somebody completely off guard, and that you could show them, hey, this is what we're about. Do that. You know what I mean? Even if it's in completely low quality and that's all you can afford, because I understand times are tough in the beginning. We were there. We were there. I was definitely there. Mike was there with me.
We were there listen, brother, we were there in the fucking trenches, alright? We saw everything. I looked to my left and there was a Charlie. I looked to my right and there was a Charlie. I looked up and there was a Johnny, and I don't know how Johnny got there. I was spooked. I was scared. I was frightened. Nay, I was gay.
Whoa. Coming out, huh? Anyway. So,
this took place in the 1890s, right?
Right, well, I get dropped down and I'll get up again.
That's what they refer to as the gay 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Casey, you and I sing
the guy 90s.
Alright, Casey, your next question before we go off the rails again.
I'm just resigned to it at this point.
Oh, Oh, you got a paycheck?
I
wish.
Yeah, right. Although I do get paid tomorrow, so.
Yay!
All right. So.
Up thumbs.
What are some? Yeah, right. So what are some fond memories of running your own CAW league? Mike, we'll start with you. Or sorry, James, we'll start with you.
Thanks. We'll probably alternate back and forth between Mike and I. Fondest memories that I have. Man, I mean, there's way too many to honestly count. I could probably recall. We'd be here all freaking day. I'll go with the basic bitch obvious one, showcasing Immortal for the first time. That was like, wow. You know what I mean? Like getting, along with that, probably getting our first 1,000 views on Immortal. The fact that we got to that point, like when you work so hard at something and to see that progress come about. And I remember, like, when we first printed out the business cards and we were passing them out, like, we never thought it would ever get this far. We literally passed out business cards because we wanted people to see this. And it's not like we were making money off this. We just wanted to show people the work, So we're doing that.
Excuse me. I have a question for you.
Go for it.
Do you enjoy seeing digital characters beat the fuck out of each other?
Which is exactly Casey's pitch when he was passing out the business cards at both PAX East and then me at
Wade,
WrestleMania
I swear to God.
weekend.
Yep. Wade, I swear to God, I was just trying to be funny and sarcastic. It worked.
It worked.
That's why they call him Big Fred.
Mm-hmm. Blunt, honest is the key to success. As we have found out. Now,
just don't smoke indoors.
Exactly.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Exactly. But yeah, no, my favorite moment in memory is probably showing Immortal and Gold Rush as well in the same vein. Those two events back to back were nuts. Just mainly the immediate reactions of people, like in their faces, because you kind of like get a gauge, right? Like wrestling is all about audience reaction of any kind. Yep. It doesn't just have to be. You literally can have a crowd of 10 people. You can gauge off that slight sliver of audience, right? Like in a room, and to see the reaction of people, like genuinely reacting to moments on our show,
in real time.
In real time, that was kind of what made that for me. That's probably my fondest memories. Is just, people kind of just seeing that, and us actually having documentation of people like freaking out about it, like this is awesome, like holy crap, I didn't expect that, or uh-oh, somebody's gonna die tonight, or something like that. Like just typical, like, oh, the shit's about to get real. Like whatever emotion they were conveying, you saw it. That's probably my favorite moment of it, honestly. I know that's probably super mushy-wushy, but, like, that's really honestly what it is. Like, the immediate reaction to see that come to life was freaking cool.
Yeah. Mike?
I'm going to go with something different.
Go for it.
What I will say is, having the ability to talk to fucking Taka Michinoku.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
That's one of the cool ones.
You actually got to talk to fucking Taka for real?
Yeah,
for real.
Dude,
it was
fucking
probably
awesome.
one of the coolest. It's one of the coolest things that I think I've ever actually got the chance to contact an actual athlete.
We always put it in this way, right? We always have the common courtesy that if we're going to use a third party name, we always ask their permission. Like, hey, are we allowed to use you in this capacity, etc., because we're not assholes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we try not to be assholes.
No,
that's how the whole thing started.
We're absolute assholes,
right? but we that's how the whole thing started.
We try to not be assholes. It doesn't always work out.
So if you guys aren't assholes or you are assholes, my next question here on the Conrad experience is, what was it like to work for Big Helmet?
It was a dick.
Would that mean his name is Dick Helmet?
You guys seen Spaceballs, right?
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah. I'm just saying.
There's nothing but assholes around here.
He wasn't but assholes.
He was a dickhead.
I would. Yeah. So going back to that, fucking, I contacted Taka through Twitter. Originally, did that. He didn't answer for about a week, and so I said, "Fuck it, I'll contact him via his email," which took me about a week to figure out what it was, because trying to read kanji is not fun.
Oh, it was
when you're an autistic fuck that can barely read English.
Well, yeah, because you read that like what 2016, and your glasses. Were fucked too?
2016, 2015. I want to say like 2015, 2016. Sent him the message, and he said, "Yeah, absolutely. If you want to go for it, who cares? Like, do what you gotta do." And he just said, I'm glad that somebody actually contacted me, because I'm kind of sick of fucking the CAW leagues throwing me into things and thinking how they know my character. And I'm like, well, right. I mean, we're gonna go off of every single run that we've ever seen from you. We want to make sure that everything is accurate and shit like that. He goes, it was cool. And the thing that is probably the funniest bit is the part where he contacts me after his match with
Chris Foster.
Chris Foster. So the stipulation was, if Taka lost, he could never wrestle in the U.S. again. I get the message. So bad. I got the message from Taka Michinoku at fucking 8 o'clock at night, 8 or 9 o'clock at night, of, "You motherfuckers." And I went, what happened? What's going on? Completely forgetting that we even did the match, I'm going to be honest, because it's commentated. It was up for about a good 24 hours after that point.
This was like 2017, like very end of 2017. He was like, "You motherfuckers." And he was like, "What?" It's like, if you actually had me lose, I would have had to gone through with it over going forward. And I'm like, but you didn't. I would have.
I'm so glad that he would have agreed. I'm so glad that he agreed in the fact of, I will maintain kayfabe because at least you guys are attempting to do kayfabe.
Right.
And he's like, thank you.
That was cool. But he was pissed, and we were like, "But you won though." And he was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Did you like your match?" And he's like,
"Yeah, it was pretty lit.
It was pretty freaking cool." I mean, he didn't say lit because he's not a fucking millennial like we are.
Yeah, right.
We're fucking trash.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't hear you over my Gen Z status.
Yeah, true. But
hey, by definition, I'm a millennial, but I'm more of a Gen X. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, fair. So
yeah, full-blooded millennial right here.
Yeah, I'm like, I think I'm in between.
What year were you guys born?
I'm 95. Mike's 96.
I'm 90.
83.
Well, there you go.
That's why I'm like borderline. Like my older brothers were born in the 70s, grew up with their influence. That's why I definitely Gen Z, because a lot of millennial shit I don't get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Trust us.
Trust me. We wrong group.
Trust me. We millennials are pretty messed up.
Yeah.
Tide Pods.
I mean. Gen Z, I would say make a Gen Z group in the WWE, but the problem is they'd probably just TikTok the whole time. And
the guys running the companies wouldn't understand the characters because it's nowhere near anything they know anything about.
Yeah,
exactly.
They probably look at the character and it's like, you know that TikTok thing? Yeah. Hey, can you TikTok? Can you TikTok for us?
Yo, you got Tic Tacs?
That's like if I ran an aerobics class, like that ain't gonna work.
Right.
On 2 counts.
like a friggin' group of lepers judging a beauty contest. Move too far one way and it all falls apart.
Don't you fucking dare! Don't you dare talk about Tom like that. He has many things, but an ugly leper is not one of them. He is a beautiful man, and he should have your fucking respect.
Are you talking about Tom the cat from Tom and Jerry?
No, I've made up a name. Sometimes you just gotta make up a name.
I just heard Tom.
Tom and Jerry. I gotta say, those were some of my favorite CAWs to make in the video game. Was Tom and Jerry.
That is fair. Speaking of your CAW, I think you're the last one that has to answer the question.
Yes. Fondest memories of running your own CAW league, Mr. Needham.
Very honestly, probably the friendships I made out of it. To be honest, at the very core of like my online presence when I started my website for the first time back in 2000.
This would have been Ring Scoops.
No, I didn't start using the Ring Scoops name. The first time I ever used the Ring Scoops name was 2004 for about a month or two, but then I've been using it consistently since the end of 2009. Back when I started my website, it was called Real Life Wrestling. It was on GeoCities and Angel Fire and all that stuff.
Right.
The very first thing, my mission statement at the time was this: find like-minded friends to geek out about wrestling together.
Yep.
It wasn't to make money. It wasn't to get a pop. It wasn't none of that stuff. I wanted to make friends because at that time in my life, it was about a year after I had my back surgery. I was homeschooled and I didn't get out often. So I was like, fuck, I got this thing called the internet now for the first time. I was late to the game on the internet. 2000, I got internet. I'm like, I'm going to try to reach out and touch somebody. Not that way, but
you should have tried to reach out and crush somebody.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, I want to make some friends. And so I got into like the AOL chat rooms and that kind of stuff. And then some people were like throwing links out to certain websites like Wrestling Planet back in the day and WrestleZone and a lot of these. And Red Hot Divas.
Red Hot Divas. Jesus, I'm feeling old just hearing these websites.
Man. Yeah, dude, being 16, 17 years old going Red Hot Divas, I'm like, hey, this is the fucking greatest website in the world, And so I got in contact with, the guy that ran it, and that's where I started my writing career, being a columnist there in the summer of 2000, and everything started going on. And my site started picking up because I started throwing, links out there and whatnot. And I just started making friends like crazy. And then, of course, when CAW happened, my God, that big boom.
Blew up.
In 2004, dude, that was such a great year for a lot of things. And being on the No DQ forums and all that stuff, and so many people were like, dude, the CAW thing is badass. On one hand, you got people that were just viewers. Then there was the other people that were like, I've got, the equipment to do this myself. I'm going to do it too. Then you start watching some other stuff. They're watching your stuff. You're like, dude, I like what you're doing. Oh, that's cool. I like what you're doing too. Then you start collaborating. You're helping each other out. You're geeking out over the same shit. And over the course of 21 years of me doing a lot of this stuff, that's always been at the heart of my stuff. I mean, shit, like what we're doing right now, right? Doing the show, we're all geeking out about the same shit.
Yeah.
That right there is my all-time favorite. I get a fucking high off of this shit, what we're doing right now.
That makes sense.
It's infectious.
I love it. You know what? You
can also say that you're a fucking junkie, but I mean,
that's true. I mean, you're not wrong, Mike. I mean,
competition is my addiction.
Yes.
If I don't have it in my blood, I will murder again. Oh, Jesus, calm down.
Wait, you've murdered before, Mike? Oh, wait, yeah, Mark Young. Immortal. Never mind.
Those are questions you need answers to.
I was going to say, why do you ask questions to which you already know the answers?
I mean, anytime Mike says something, before asking the question, just say to yourself, yes.
Ask yourself a question. Have you ever looked at a man and said, no? Then you're halfway there.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Oh my God, Airplane.
Nice one. I wasn't prepared for that. There goes
Surely you got that, right?
Surely you cannot be. Surely you cannot be.
I got that. And don't call me Shirley.
Anyway.
God, freaking Leslie Nielsen, R.I.P.
I agree. I would agree with Wade. That would probably be my second thing, as well. I like the community aspect of that.
Yeah, it is intoxicating. It is kind of a high in its own right. But with the highs that we experience are always attached to the inevitable subsequent lows.
Oh no.
And thus, we have to turn to kind of the dark side of the computer screen, if you will.
Dark side of CAW on
The
Vice.
dark. Oh, I was just thinking the same thing, Wade. I was like, "Hey, Vice, where you at?"
I'm so glad.
Today the part of Vice.
I hope that the first clip is Casey getting fucking drunk while watching AEW and talking nonsense.
Oh my god,
Just imagine you got like Jim Cornette's being interviewed for it, and he goes, "Well, goddamn, this one guy says this is part of my roster, and the other guy says he's part of mine. It's a fucking video game, motherfuckers."
Yeah, probably. No, let me explain something to you, Wade. Ready? This was Casey at Full Gear. The FTR win the tag team titles. I said to Casey, "That's the Young Bucks, Casey." He's like, "Same thing." I'm like, "Casey, how fucking much have you had to drink that you're confusing FTR with the Young Bucks? One,
Wow.
2 are bald and 2 have long hair." I mean, I know one's balding, but he ain't full bald yet. I mean, give me a break.
He's got like the Shawn Michaels balding going on.
Well, not anymore. Right? He got that Bosley treatment. Anyway.
Yeah, that's another thing that happens to me when I get drunk. My brain starts running too fast for my mouth.
Oh, so you're constantly fucking drunk, Casey?
Yeah, I was about to say, what the hell is the
difference? No. If Wade doesn't know, Wade needs to know. This fucking stuttering prick, okay? Constantly. He turns 31 immediately. The first fucking day that he hits 31. Can I get what?
No, so this is his typical thing. We were at a restaurant. There's a black waitress coming up. By the way, smoking. I'll say it. I don't care. Smoking. Okay, the Bobby Spade.
She's no grenade. I jump it.
Nuclear, like as in atomic. Brilliant. Okay, just brilliant.
She could peel my skin any day.
I go with the Bobby Spade treatment of the big black ace instead of the blackberry. Okay,
that's what was she on the Clydesdale scale?
Oh man, like past it. She was dude. This perfect kind of waitress. I'm not even joking. She comes up to our table. Like we're not like. It's the funniest thing because we're all thinking it in some regard, right? And by the way, we've told this story to our. If any one of us has a significant other, they don't care. But we told the story already. She's there. We're getting food. She's about to take our order. Casey goes first, and Casey goes...
This is for drinks, and this is for drinks, mind you. We haven't even put in our order for food yet.
Hey, can you please get me that... Yeah. And he goes cross-eyed, and because he went... his freaking head looks like it's staring directly at her chest, and Mike and I died. Like right in front. The waitress literally is pissing herself laughing because it happened too. This was gold, comedy gold. You will never ever have that duplicated, but that
will never be duplicated.
I'm okay with that because Jesus Christ, I don't need another day of Casey just speaking anything but the English fucking language.
He'll just go, dude. He'll go into freaking gibberish territory at this point. Anyway, I swear there was a point to why we were saying that. I don't know now. So just in case he asks the next question.
So
the darkest days.
The dark side of the ring. Yeah, thank you. Dark side of the ring.
Hold on, I gotta go back like 4 steps back real quick. I just gotta say this, man, because I'm still popping from this shit.
Go.
Props on the fucking Bosley fucking reference, man.
Thank you.
I'm a big sucker for like extremely obscure pop culture references.
I mean, I was about to say like if there's a way where I can fit that in, I will fit that in, and I found it a way.
That should be the next match at like a fucking CAW event. It's fucking Cy Sterling versus Bosley.
Yes, do it. Have Billy Mays be the special guest referee.
I love it. Book it, damn it.
And the Men's Warehouse guy is the fucking ring announcer.
Do it.
You'll guarantee it.
Fuck it, damn it.
Anthony Sullivan is your ring announcer. Hi, Anthony Sullivan here to announce tonight's matchup.
And our sponsor tonight, Saved by Conrad.
Saved with Conrad.
It all ties in, folks. Anyway,
it all ties in. We talked about the highs. Now we got to talk about the lows.
You could tell we don't want to talk about the lows with how much we're deviating from the lows.
Yeah, right.
My life is fucking low.
Yeah, same.
Oh my god.
Yeah. All right, boys, let's get this over with. Wade, we'll start with you. What are some struggles of running a CAW league?
I think there's two sides of that. I think one, there's with the practical use of running a league, and then there's the side effects of that, which is like, you know, the interactions with certain fandom. The first part with the, you know, practical putting it all together and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the obvious thing, sometimes technology doesn't want to work with you, you know, sometimes you will open up your editor and something's messing up, or back in the day, you get the blue screen of death and you're like, shit, what do I do now?
That's happened to me twice.
You record the best match you've ever recorded and it's gone the next day you turn your computer on. Like, what happened there? You know, that kind of stuff. That sucks. And then on the other side with like the fandom stuff, as like before I said, the core of why I do a lot of things I do is to make friends and to geek out about a lot of common interest and shit like that. But as far as the lows go, there is a 300 or 180 fucking degree turn on that. There are people that are obsessive. There are people, I've had people message me every 5 minutes for like a week, and they're just harping on me on certain things. There's, I'm not going to say his name, but there's been a person recently that anytime I get on
Shut up, Mike.
Discord or a stream or I'll post something on social media, I get a DM from them and they're asking me and they're referencing one of the most weirdest minute thing, like, hey, do you remember when you said this on No DQ Pacific?
Oh,
and I'm like, no,
you talked about this. You talked about this.
Did I?
Yeah, you said this on part 1. I didn't know that he was being obsessive about it. We've had those moments as well a couple times. I know how this feels.
Okay, I mean, I don't mind if somebody hits me up and they're like, "Yo, like, remember that font you made?" You know, like, all right, cool, I get that. We'll geek out a little bit about that. But when it's like,
funny. Yeah.
Dude, like this, there's this one individual who will hijack my Twitch stream chats, talking about the most trivial fucking things on No DQ CAW. And I'm like, all right, yeah, it's kind of cool, man. But like, we just spent 2 hours talking about like one sentence I said in commentary in like 2005. Like, to me, that's not fun. You're taking the fun out of it, you know? There's obviously been some people that have like, for some fucking reason, they've had a grudge against me, so they just start smear campaign shit. I've dealt with that a lot. People just come up with some weird shit out of their ass and post online about me.
You may not believe this, but I've been there as well. The smear campaign. Mike knows what I'm probably vaguely referring to. I've had my name smeared by, I won't mention his name, but a Canadian, will say, and we'll leave it at that. And it was not a fun time.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not fun. It takes a lot of fun out of it. You know, that somebody would, you know, have not only like have the wherewithal to even like want to do that to somebody else, but to be able to spend that much time too dedicated to trying to grieve somebody like that online. That just takes a whole different level of insanity, in my opinion. And for those people out there that do that, like, I wish they would get help. I wish they could find some happiness in their life. I'm not going to wish harm on them. I want them to be as happy as we all are right now.
Right.
Because I think every single person on this planet deserves fucking happiness.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, that's one of the dark things for me.
Yeah, it's the toxicity when it comes to the wrestling fandom as a whole is...
It's fucking
it's not just wrestling fandom. I was on
It's every fandom. It's every fandom. Yeah.
Years ago, I was really heavily involved for a short period of time in a Zelda community, and I saw
That was your first
bullying.
mistake. That was your first mistake, Wade. Oh,
well, I guess so.
I've seen some shit in Zelda communities. It's not fun at all. Holy fuck.
Yeah. I've so many different communities. It just happens. It's not a wrestling thing. It's just a life thing.
Worldwide epidemic with social media. It's just and the problem with it is I feel like that in a very weird way, and I've said this. I'm probably gonna say it like a couple times. I always preach it. Like, doing that really drives people away that you're trying to get into the industry of anything you're trying to get them into, whether it's gaming, wrestling, MMA, sports,
gatekeeping. That's what it is. It's gatekeeping.
Yeah, like the gatekeeping shit is like third grade level shit that somehow manifested itself into adults. And now that everybody has Twitter fingers, they use their power of gatekeeping like it's some big ass fucking thing. And you're a fucking asshole.
You're not gonna believe this clip I found from you from about 10 years ago. Nobody else knows about it except for probably most of the fucking people that talk to you. But yeah, this line that you said, I want to know why you said it like that. I want to look at them. There's a lot of time I want to look at.
Yeah, luckily enough, I never had anybody ask me, like, why did you use that tone? Like, they just asked me, like, hey, remember that line you made, did you write that or did Aaron write that? That's probably the extent, but...
Oh, my God.
Just imagine, one of these days, somebody's probably going to ask me, too, like, well, why'd you say it in this tone and not that tone? I'll be like, one, I don't fucking remember, and second, is it important?
Why is it
no, it's like, to give the only example that I have is... James and I are working on the show. We're doing all the stuff that we're doing. We're getting a random fucking message. It's like, I think 12 o'clock at night. We just finished like the wrap up of fucking Gold Rush, and we get somebody like sending us random fucking messages on Facebook, going, "Hey, quick thing, why did you design this person like this? Why is this the way that it is?" And it's like, because that's what we wanted to do. Like, the fuck's the issue?
Yeah.
You got a broom handle up your ass or something? Like,
that's one thing I've always got a kick out of when somebody asks you, well, why do you run your business the way that you run it? Because it's my business and that's how I run it. End of story.
Yeah. Honestly, we should just go by that.
What's the philosophy behind that? It's like, it's just what I want to do. Like,
I mean, when you get to that point where like you're confronting somebody of why they run their shit the way they run it, if you don't like it, don't fucking watch it. Start your own stuff.
I think it's one thing if the person is interested in that and they like it and like they have questions about it and I want to know more. Like, obviously, I'm going to go into explanation if you really are curious to know. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, there definitely
I'll
is
be respectful to you, right?
Yeah, a very interested person as to like why they want to know the dynamic behind it versus somebody that's like, I don't fucking like this and I want to know why you do it this way so I can convince you to do it my way. That's two different approaches.
The my way or the highway treatment. No offense, Limp Bizkit,
yeah, and I mean, to an extent, like I'll, with my league, like I'll cater to people.
Right.
But at the same time, if there's something that I really, really want to do, I'm going to do it because it's my league.
Right. There are times where I have been recommended to do things that I just said flat out no to.
Hmm?
Flat out.
Like keep it to pop culture.
Yeah. Oh my god! So
that
we had a
fucking comment.
Yeah. Oh, you saw it. So we actually got our first hate comment. I call it a success because we haven't gotten a hate comment up until now. The show's been out for like fucking 2 years. So
that's how you know you made it when you got haters.
Exactly. So I'm like, I looked at the comment because I was humored enough because I was like, you know what? First hate comment. Why the fuck not? I'm not gonna look at any of these other fucking comments. So I looked at this one.
It's great though.
Oh, I looked at this one. I'm like, I think the first thing was, you have a 8-hour show full on CAW leagues. Oh, how dare you? This is a trash idea. Stick with pop culture stuff, and
and cut the show by like 6 hours.
So in that one comment, I'm like, you know what? There's actually a legitimate point he made in this craziness. I'm like, the whole 8 hours thing. I'm like, well, you'll be happy to know we're doing shows in 2 nights, and most weekly shows are going to be 2 hours only, one night per week, give or take. And then we'll have a house show if you want to watch an extra 60 minutes, go for it. That whole thing. Go knock yourself out if you still don't want to watch. But we realized that was a problem, and we're improving on that. That's a valid criticism. His preference is obviously no DQ CAW. That was obvious. I mean, I loved it too, but we didn't want to go that route, even though we tried to.
We wanted to do something different.
Exactly, with WYW. So it's like, kind of can't really meet your preference there, bud. So sorry about that. And then the whole thing was a mistake, and you should stop while you're ahead comment was like, tell us that like 4 years ago, we still wouldn't have listened to you. So,
those are honestly my favorite comments to read.
Yeah,
because
I think the old adage is, listen to people when they tell you there's a problem with what you're doing. Don't listen to them when they tell you how to fix it.
There's always a gold mine in the sea of bullshit, in other words.
Well, not only that, but I know one thing when I was in school, before I switched over to communications, I was business major.
Right.
One constant thing between those classes that a lot of professors would tell us is, while your audience is vocal, you're okay. The time to worry is when you're not hearing anything.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the big fucking philosophy that we have taken into account.
Yep.
More than the other is listen. Yeah, we want. I don't care how many hate fucking comments, emails, death threats I get in the mail, as long as there is something there that I can grab onto and say, all right, cool. Let's filter it. Let's take a look at it and see how do we make this even better than what it already was.
Exactly.
Without too much of an issue.
Yeah, I think the whole thing with Wade, also you talking about technology as well. I mean, Mike and I have had our fair share of experiences with the doldrums of tech not working. Or here's another one, and this happened literally as soon as this week. We tried to record this week, and of course, because it was 97 fucking degrees out, I ended up suffering from a heat stroke. I was out of commission for so long. When I finally got energy to do it, we ended up starting to do it, and then we barely got 2 tag matches done. We tried to get a 3rd tag match done, and the thing kept fucking up and glitching, and at that point I said, you know what? Let's just stop while we're ahead. So, it was just not a good thing.
I've been there myself years ago. There was a guy who approached me and he was like, hey, can I get you to do commentary for one of my big mega events? And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, it'd be fun, to do commentary for somebody else other than my own shit and Aaron's, right? So I agreed to do it. So he sent over the files and I was like, when do you need this by? And he was like, I don't know, in 2 weeks. I'm like, oh, no problem. I get this done in 2 weeks, in my work ethic, like, fucking, I'll get it done in 2 days, really. But it was, like, right in the middle of the summer. And, I think we all go through this with the parents, right? The parents are like, don't turn the AC on unless you're fucking dying, so we didn't have the AC on, and it was fucking hot as shit. And I'm here in Southern California, so it's like,
you're in the hottest shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that Wade says that because I literally have my air conditioner on right now.
Well, I got my big box fan on right here, so I'm nice and cool now. But
I have my fan next to my ass.
I was so freaking hot that week that I had a migraine all week. Now, you ever try to do commentary of the fucking migraine? It's impossible.
Yes, it sucks. It sucks so bad.
So like at the end of this first week, this dude hit me up. And he goes, "So what's the progress?" I said, "I haven't even started yet, but I'll get it done." And he's like, "All right, well, we got 1 week left. What's the problem?" And now that was red flag number one. I'm like, "Oh, you can word it differently, right?" But I didn't say that to him. I was like, I explained to him the situation. He goes, "So what you're trying to tell me is you're not fucking getting it done right now because you're fucking warm?" I'm like,
"Oh, give me a."
It's not just that I'm warm. Like, fucking take a hammer to your fucking head and try to do something. You know what I mean?
You know what? I'm
going to
do that
so
now.
much shit the second fucking week. He gave me every day. He would hit me up. He goes, "Is it done yet? Did you get your fucking AC fixed?" And I'm like, "Dude, fucking don't worry about it." So finally, like, I did it. I did the best I possibly could with it. He hits me back up. He goes, "Can you redo this part? And then you redo this part because you sound bored here. You sound bored there. You're good here. You're bored there." And I'm like, "Dude, look, with all due respect, man, like, I'm a perfectionist too. At the same time, like, you got to consider the circumstances.
You got to consider other people. Yeah, he clearly didn't. He
clearly and he was one of those kind of guys that did the longer shows. It was like a 3-hour show, and especially in like 2004, 2005, I myself was not used to those. You know what I mean? Like I think I did like all my mega event cards had 4 matches on it. I went like 30, 40 minutes.
So Aaron's longest show. Aaron's longest show, I think, was like 1 hour and 20 minutes back then, wasn't it? I think there would have been domestic disturbance.
And one thing that both Aaron and I had in common with how we did our production was we never put our shows together in full, and then I did the commentary over the whole thing. We would always do I do Slam and Jam, he'd do No DQ, but he would send over a match at a time or a segment at a time, and same with me, I would do a match thing at a time. I never did a full show straight on. Well, this dude gave me the 3-hour show in one file, and I'm like, dude, I'm fucking doing a WWE pay-per-view over here.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It was that long?
He gave you a 3-hour file format and expected you to commentate the entire thing instead of commentating it match by match like you would a normal
CAW. I mean, I did that myself, I did the little match by match. I would stop it, and then I would pause the video, and I would kind of jot down a notepad like this is where I left off, I did it myself like that, but he expected me to fucking do like a 3-hour fucking one take thing.
Jesus.
I mean, at that time, it was rough for me to do. You tell me to do that now, I'll do that now, because fucking, doing a decade of commentary for indie promotions out here in SoCal, it ain't nothing now for me,
Right.
You kind of slide into something.
It's one of those things you just kind of learn.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
For instance. No, go ahead, Wade. Sorry to cut you off.
No, I was just real quick. I was just gonna say, and back in the day, I needed a lot of notes on shit. This guy didn't give me notes. But you learn shit with experience, though, right? You give me something to do now. I don't care if you fucking give me no notes at all. I'll run with the fucking 3 hours. I will give you commentary now.
Which is good because you've had enough experience to do that. Where back then,
you're comfortable with that.
In both CAW and in fucking like professional wrestling.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're actually going to try something similar to that, unless I'm much mistaken, for year one of WYW. What we're probably going to do is we're going to commentate it a show at a time, match by match, from start to finish, obviously with breaks in between. So that way we have more continuity in our commentary, because that's been a bit of a point of contention for us with looking back at our own work. You'll notice, like I'll give an example. You'll notice in between the semi and main events of Gold Rush, there's a huge disconnect in our commentary because we recorded the transition part separately from the actual match.
Right.
Okay.
So like that, yeah, and that's just more of an audio quality thing.
Not even audio quality. You can notice it in the fact that, excuse me. You can notice it in the fact that I say something that makes no sense given what we had just done in the actual match.
That's true.
Okay. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it's because sometimes a lot of that had to do with me editing it the way I was doing it as well, but yes. We're going to get better at that, like, just with experience, like you kind of like what you were saying, Wade, with commentary, that all comes with experience. But the fact that that guy was literally expecting you to commentate 3 hours a show, that was the ultimate red flag. And I don't know if I would have done it at that point. I'm like, you expect me to do that, but I have no way to do it. I'll try, but I mean, there's nothing that I can do here.
Like,
I'll do what I can, but I can't do much.
It's one thing to do a 3-hour show. If there's breaks in between, it's another to do a 3-hour show with 0 fucking breaks in between.
How about a freaking even an hour is a freaking bit much. I had to do one for somebody for an hour, and I wasn't gonna put my full all into that because I knew if I did, it would have been like I would have shut my voice out, and I couldn't afford that, especially considering the fact I had to do commentary for my own thing. I think the next day, so I just kind of I wouldn't say half-assed it, but I did do it. It just I couldn't do it at my full potential because it's an hour show, and I had no notes on the thing, so I'm just commentating what I see. Like,
yeah,
which is what you're supposed to do.
And there's a lot of other factors can go into this as well too. There is a major difference from commentating CAW and commentating actual professional wrestling, because with CAW, it's a linear thing, right? Whatever happens in the game, you react to, you call the action. If you're at a show and you're doing it, you play off of the crowd's responses, you play off of facial expressions from the wrestlers. You don't get that with CAW. Not only that, but if you're doing solo commentary versus having a broadcast partner, that's a major difference too.
Yeah. There is so much you have to play on and there is so much you have to play with in a live action wrestling show. I almost said live action CAW show.
I mean,
listen to my dumbass. But yeah, there's so much you have to play off in live action at the snap of a finger to make it all cohesive and entertaining and sensible. That is a learned skill that takes years of practice. I have so much respect for people who do that, especially by themselves. I can give you a
Styles, Mauro Ranallo, Jim Ross,
Joey
Tony
Styles,
Schiavone.
Joe Cronin for local boys.
True.
You know what's funny? There was an indie show that was working back in, I want to say it was the end of 2013. When I got to the building, my broadcast partner wasn't there, and he had called in, told the booker, he goes, I'm not going to be able to make it. This was like well before call time too, so like we still had like 2.5, 3 hours till the show. And so,
so he at least gave proper notice.
Oh, big time! This guy's a professional. This guy's been in the business since like the fucking early '90s.
Okay,
I learned a lot from this guy. The expert Matt Sinister. That for anybody out there wondering, phenomenal talent, great talent in the ring, even better
amazing.
On the mic.
That's
I
amazing.
Loved working with Matt Sinister.
The expert Matt Sinister. That was his name.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to look this guy up.
Yeah. He's good shit.
During his training, he spent a little time up in the dungeon too with the Hearts.
Yep.
No shit.
Yeah, he was one of the few. I think he might have been one of the last graduates of the '90s era.
Yeah, when like Bruce was still running things up there and whatnot.
Right.
Some of the, I know this is like way going off the side here, but that's what we do, right? But one of the funniest and coolest things I've ever seen back in the late 90s, early 2000s, Matt Sinister, he had a feud with Mr. Excitement in down here in SoCal. I think they had some matches like in
We're not talking about Don West, right?
No.
Okay.
We're also not talking about John Caterer, so put your dick away, James.
I'm well aware. I said Don West. Did you hear me say Jonathan Caterer, my CAW commentating character, Casey? No. I didn't say that.
He did say Mr. Excitement.
He did, yep. Or I did, yeah. Anyway, so they had some good shit that they did in like Rough Pro. They down at the Anaheim Marketplace, which, oh my God, you want to talk about a hot crowd. The Anaheim Marketplace in the late 90s, early 2000s. Holy shit, man. Those guys.
XPW ran a lot of shows in that freaking venue. I know of them.
Yeah.
That's why XPW mainly stayed in that venue.
Yeah. But going back to my original stories, when I got to that show, he had called up, he said I wasn't going to be there. And I remember the booker, he came up to me and he goes, yeah, so Matt's not going to be here tonight. We're going to try to, we're going to ask around. We're going to find somebody in the back, to come out and help you out with it. And I go, dude, this is my opportunity. I've been waiting for this since I started like fucking 3 years ago to ask about this. And, this is like, we would run like little cities out here in SoCal, but our main city was like Covina. Like that was like our Raw, and all the other ones were like little house shows kind of thing, right? Like Covina, if everything was good in Covina, everything was good no matter what. The other little cities, San Bernardino, Beaumont, Redlands, shit like that, we would test things. We would just kind of just give the people a show. And so I understood it at that time, and I told the booker, I said, I've been waiting for 3 years to do this. Hear me out on it. Let me do solo commentary tonight. And he's like, dude, you're not built for solo commentary. And I thought to myself, I said, man, if this dude only fucking knew what I did in No DQ CW, where I played
I was about to say, you should have just used that as a reference at that point. Like, oh yeah, motherfucker, boom.
No DQ ring any bells?
Nah, with all due respect to CAW, what we've all done, that would have been laughed out of the building if I would have said, oh, listen to my cartoon wrestling shit,
Yeah, that's fair.
Because the wrestling bubble, right? They don't fucking look at that as any experience, which that's how I got my fucking job. Was that experience. Exactly. But anyway, he thought about it for a minute. He goes, yeah, I don't know. You're not built for that shit. Just like he told me I wouldn't be a good heel too, right? But he tells me this, and I go, just give me a shot, dude. I'm like, we're not even in San Bernardino, man. We're in fucking Beaumont. Like, we're going to be here again in like, what, 3 fucking months? Like, they're not going to fuck these... Huh?
What do you got to lose?
Exactly. I'm like, dude, I'm also doing, like, I do production, right? So I was doing the video production, the DVDs, YouTube videos at the time. And I'm like, dude, not only am I doing commentary, I'm going to be fucking editing this shit. If it's shit, I'll just fucking, like, have Matt come over to my house. We'll just fucking redo it. Yep. Because, like, at that time, when I came in to do production, they were doing it old school. They would plug the mic into the hard cam. Yep. And I'm like, why are you doing that? If the commentary fucks up, you know how hard it's going to be to get the audio out? So I started bringing my sound recorder, my field recorder. We would record commentary onto that. So if we needed to fix commentary, it's its own separate audio track. Yep. So I told him, I said, dude, if you don't like it, Matt will come over to my house. I've got the fucking equipment. I've got the mixing boards. I got the mics, because all the fucking audio equipment used on the shows when I started were mine. Like I took them from like 1970 to fucking, 2013.
Sheesh.
Yeah. And,
that's the longevity there.
Well, it's funny though, because it's like, ever since I was there and, long after I left, I'd taken my break, I could see the influence that I've left, right? From when I came in, there was 5 people doing a lot of jobs. By the time that I left, I was the one person doing those 5 jobs. That's the work ethic that I had. Work smarter, not harder.
Yep, indeed.
And
I agree.
That night, I did solo commentary, and I personally had a blast with it. Like, don't get me wrong, I love doing commentary with somebody else you bounce shit off of, but there are certain situations you get yourself into, certain shows that you're working to, and if you got a smaller crowd, it gets a little fucking tedious. So you just kind of want to just get through it. And that night was perfect. It was the perfect storm. So I did my commentary, and I put everything together, and I sent it over to him like a week later. And he calls me up one night, and he's like, dude, like, this commentary is really good.
Where did you learn how to do this?
Yeah, and I'm like, well, thank you so much. He goes, I have a question. Don't take this the wrong way. How come you don't do this kind of commentary with Matt? And I said, with all due respect to Matt, he gets in my way. I know that sounds like the most fucking arrogant fucking statement in the world, right?
It's
like,
true.
I'm a little bit more comfortable doing solo.
Oh my god!
Wait, it's true.
No, I told him the story.
Oh, okay. So he's already.
So he's aware of the no DQ at this point. When you after you've done the commentary, then.
Oh no, I don't even think to this day that the fucking booker still knows that I did anything with CAW. Because it's funny, because like I remember when I came in to this promotion, they already had a commentary team, and I'm not the kind of person that's going to come in and just like play politics and take somebody's shit, right? So I said, I'll make my own position. So at that time in 2010, I came up with the idea, and I said, hey, look, I've got the technology to do this. I would love to do this for you guys. I would love to come in to your Covina shows and do a live video stream of your shows. And they were like, that's a great idea. And I was like, and I'll do the commentary for it. Like, you got two separate things, right? So like, you know, if you're watching the live stream and you got their commentary team to it, what's the difference between that and the DVDs? People aren't going to buy the DVDs. So if you put me on there and they want to hear the real commentary, they're going to buy the DVD. So it's also a marketing ploy. You're getting a preview, but you want the official shit, you still got to buy it. And they fucking bought that idea. And they were like, this is genius. We're going to have this guy come in. It's going to be free promotion. And I'm thinking to myself, like, this is fucking great for me because I'm coming in. I'm making my own position. I'm getting involved in actual wrestling now.
Everybody wins.
And everybody wins. And the first stream, like a couple days after that, I got the call from that booker. And he was like, you're good. You've never worked a wrestling show before? And I said, I have never worked a live event before. And he goes, really? This was your first time ever on commentary? And I said, I never said that. He goes, but I don't get it. He goes, you said it's your first live event. I said, yeah, it's your first live event. It's not my first time doing commentary. And he just could not wrap his head around the wording of that. Yeah. And I did the second stream, and I had my buddy DA with me. And fucking, like, they were just blown away. They were like, who are these fuckers that came out of nowhere and fucking deliver the commentary that they deliver at this caliber? Who are these people?
Yep.
I'm like, do your research, fucker.
The simple answer? We're marks.
Yeah, there you go.
I've had years of practice. You know, people want to look down at stuff like CAW and shit. That shit got me my job in wrestling.
That's why I'm gonna change that, man. I have to.
It's a great fucking foothold to get into the industry, to understand how shit works.
Yeah.
And you turn heads if they don't know about you. You deliver top notch shit too.
Exactly. And that's another thing. I feel like you need. That's why I feel like, you know, this whole wrestling bubble thing. Like, you know, it's like the whole. It's like the same method of the whole gatekeeping. And I've always thought this about. Right. This is why I appreciate, even if you're not a fan of everything he does, and I've had my fair share of criticism of, you know, Tony Khan in recent years, but he's not going through the wrestling bubble. He's taking every and all idea from every aspect of entertainment and trying to implement it into something for his television product, his wrestling shows, his sports entertainment product, whatever you want to call it.
That is vitally important.
I like that. He's not looking down upon anything, mostly. You know, he's not, you know, acting like a big-ass snob or like,
and you know why he's doing it? And you know why he's doing it that way? Because he's not in the bubble.
Exactly.
He doesn't come from in the bubble.
And that's what and to me, it's like, when it comes to the CAW thing, and this kind of segues back to that, CAW should be looked at more as, if done correctly, if done with all the passion, with all the intelligence, with all the know-it-all, to do it at a high level, then who's to say you can't do that with an actual pro wrestling show? You know?
Wade Needham is living proof.
Wade Needham's living proof.
I got one better for you on that one, okay? It's the entertainment industry, right?
Yeah.
Back in the day, certain people would go in, they try out for like movies or, you know, music, try to get a record label to sign them and whatnot, and they wouldn't have that much success for it, right? But then came along a thing called YouTube.
Yes.
And people that you normally wouldn't give the time of day, like Taylor Swift or Justin Bieber. Exactly. Yeah. Now, wrestling should be taking the same approach, but they're not.
And so that's why it's gone
if you can't get a spot, if you can't get your own, you know, you get a spot in a company, you just start creating your own content and you get a following. And look at what happened. All these people that like did stuff for like AfterBuzz TV and stuff, right? Look at the track record of people with AfterBuzz TV getting signed to the WWE. Kathy Kelly and several other people, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Minus Josh Tariff, but that's a whole different story there. Love you, Josh. I'm just fucking with you, buddy. No, I'm not.
Whoa. But no.
Shot.
Yeah, or, you know, people might know him better as Christian Rosenberg, which was a name given to him by Chris Kloss and a bunch of other people.
Is he going by Peter Rosenberg, or is that his brother?
No. Two separate guys. Peter Rosenberg's got talent.
That's true. So does
All right.
Anyway, sorry. Next
Josh,
question.
I remember when everybody at PWG, when he was reffing there for a short period of time, all the fans used to call him young Bob Backlund.
Yeah, actually, I swear I was hearing the story.
Dude fucking looked like Howdy Doody because he get embarrassed, his face would turn bright red.
Oh my gosh.
Like a beet?
Like a fucking tomato.
We said somebody else looked like Bob Backlund at one point too. Like that, I don't know why that just reminded me of that.
I think it was Cena actually.
Oh yeah, Cena at a specific angle looks like a modern day Bob Backlund with muscle. If you really think about it.
Especially with that fucking hair he's got.
Oh yeah, big time. The military crew cut, yeah, big time.
But like the hair he's got now, where he's growing it out, he looks like a big kid.
Because that's what he's always been, dude.
He really has. He's never strayed away from that. Anyway, Casey, sorry. Next question.
My apologies.
Right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I like this. To be honest, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Okay. So this will be a good one for all you guys. What are you most proud of from your respective CAW leagues? Mike, we'll start with you.
The fact that I'm not in crippling debt because of it.
Right. That's fair. You know what? Round of applause. Yeah. Where's Mae Young Sam when you need him?
I got a feeling that's a shot at somebody and very, very specific, right?
No, not at all.
Because I know somebody that went in a major debt over CAW.
No.
Are you fucking serious?
No. I'm not kidding, bro. I'm not kidding at all. Let's just say that they missed, like, I don't want to name anybody, and I this might be so specific that if I say it, it may fucking, like, and not many people, I guess, know about it, but let's just say they blew a fucking inheritance that they got and dwindled it to nothing.
No. Listen, okay. I'll be the first one to tell you that I bought Casey a laptop for his fucking birthday, about $800.
Which I'm actually using.
Which you're actually using. And
yes.
All you need now is like better mic quality, and I'll be able to be friends with you.
Wow.
Get fucked.
Love how you're saying that, but you're literally talking to us over a phone, Mike. You're talking shit.
Oh, I know. Hey, listen, I'm talking shit because I can, and nobody's
and you know what? The fact that he's doing it over a phone is what makes it even funnier.
That is
Mike doesn't have a mic.
It's
a tattoo of tattoo.
I mean, if you want to hear Mike have a mic, listen to Open Mic Nights, which is coming back. Cheap plug. Mike, continue.
You know, after that, I don't think I want to. That was rough. That was rough, dude. I thought, like, for a second, you had a point going there, and it's fucking gone. Whatever it was, it's gone.
Well, did you have what was your? That's where we go back to your original point. You were saying.
So that being like said as a whole piece is like we've dropped money into doing what we're doing.
But when we could.
But don't fucking put yourself in crippling debt because you're like, I just really want to see Superman fight Mr. Clean. No, don't fucking put yourself in crippling debt over a CAW league. There's no point. They're fucking.
The whole point of doing the whole point of doing a CAW league is to use as little resources as possible while making the most out of those resources. I think you could probably apply that same logic to anything, but especially CAW. CAW literally is operated best with a shoestring budget anyway. Honest to God.
Because
I don't know, man. I got a lot of shoestrings. I no way I can make that work.
Hey, first 2 years of Slam Jam was done with Movie Maker.
There you go. First 2 years of WYW
was
was
done with Movie Maker for the first year too.
Yeah, the first 2 years of WYW was done with Movie Maker.
Yeah, my first Slam Jam show was a webcam pointed in front of my TV. It wasn't until like the second or third show I got a capture card.
And then somebody bought this guy a freaking subscription to Cyberlink. Power guy.
Yeah, my mom. Literally everything that I run WIW on, with the exception of Casey Zelgato and his laptop that Mike just got him, is literally Christmas gifts.
Nice.
That's all it is. WIW literally started on December 20th. Why do you think it started? Thank my mom. Thank my stepdad. Thank my dad. Thank my uncle. Thank my other uncle. Thank my third uncle. Thank everything. Thank everybody.
Your family's gotta have. Your family has to stop having so many fucking kids. Oh my god.
This family tree needs trimming.
Oh god.
Whoa. Wow.
Oh no.
You know what? I the only thing I regret about that line is I didn't say it as Bobby Spade.
Oh yeah, that should be the only regret. If you don't commit to the bit, what's the point of the bit? You know?
Exactly.
You know, in recent years of me not doing the Bobby Spade character as much, like that humor is actually coming out as myself for the first time. So.
Oh my god, you don't fall into the Vince McMahon trap. Once you go to the gimmick, it can never come out.
That's a good question to ask any entertainer. Where does the person stop and the character begin?
Usually between 4 and 5 o'clock.
And a couple of drinks.
And if you go to the dentist somewhere, and if you go to the dentist 2:30,
hey, listen, it's fucking happy hour somewhere in the world.
Yep.
If you go to the dentist, it's 2:30, and if you're Paul Turner, it's 2 at Turner Network Television.
Oh my God,
Wade,
Wade,
appointment for Warner Media.
Oh my God, Wade, James and I mean Paul Turner so hard during Double or Nothing.
For some reason, the poor guy's named after the fucking network they're on.
Hi, my name is Paul Turner. You'll never guess what broadcast I'm on. Is it Fox? It's not Fox.
It's not Fox.
It's not.
It's damn sure not Fox.
It's TNT.
That'd be fucking funny if AEW. Listen, the day AEW goes to Fox, I cannot wait for their budget to be cut by like half.
Yeah,
because that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, but the funny thing about that is, restriction breeds creativity.
True, that's actually fair.
That's a 50-50 case. Restriction can, give creativity unless you're just not fucking creative.
That's true.
Yeah,
you have to be creative in order to use the restriction.
Hey, listen. As long as you fucking, I ain't taking a swim. That ain't happening. me getting in a bathing suit right now, not gonna happen.
Yeah, same. I don't have that beach bod. I don't even have like that semi fat bod. I got like a,
you got
quarantine
that. No, James,
pouch.
James, you got that beach bod. You got that beached whale bod.
Yeah.
I got the weird science bod. You guys ever seen Chet at the end of that one?
Jesus.
Like 300 pounds of chewed bubble gum.
Oof. I'm terribly sorry for you, Wade. Jesus.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I was literally about to say that, but I'm like, I was gonna say that, but I don't think Wade lost anything. I'm sorry, Wade. Don't hate me.
Wasn't fucking green, that'd be me, man.
Jeez.
Fucking slam and jam my skull up against the ground.
Fucking hell.
Okay.
Anyway,
all right.
Next.
Well, we still kind of got to go to Wade.
Yeah. What was the
question was?
Yeah, same.
What are you most proud of from your CAW league?
There's no notes for this, guys. Come on, no. My proudest moment?
Yeah. What are you most proud of from your respective CAW leagues?
Probably coincide with my favorite moments, and that's the friendships I've made.
Yeah.
I'm very, very proud of the connections I've made with people.
I agree. That's fair enough.
That is absolutely fair.
I've had a lot of dark days in my life.
We all have.
More recently than ever before, but you never know who you touch. You never know who you reach. Who sees your stuff? What changes you've ever made in somebody's life?
Jesus Christ, Mike! Come on, let him get the point across. Don't do the freeze line.
Right. There was a kid that came up to me at one of the shows I worked out here in SoCal, and he came up to me and he remembered me from No DQ CAW.
That's crazy.
Now, was it actually Now, was this actually with XPW?
No.
XPW.
No, he didn't work for XPW. I just said XPW case as an example because they ran the same arena that Wade's company run. He did not work for XPW because I know Wade has standards.
That was way before my time too. XPW. I got in the business at the very, very end of 2010. Yeah. So I think Rob Black and Lizzie Borden, I think, were already even doing time by the time I got in the business too. Oof. But anyway, you never know who you're gonna reach. There was a kid that came up to me sometime I can't remember, it was like 2014, I think it was, at one of the shows I worked at, the EWF, ran by Jesse Hernandez. He came up to me and he goes, dude, Jesse's been promoting since 1996, longest running Southern California promotion.
Well, now
it's
I know
like an
it was a legitimate thing.
It's somewhat of an offshoot from when Jesse was working for LaBelle in the 80s and whatnot.
Right.
And he was the contact for Vince, when they would come out to SoCal, they would have some of the WWF guys, but then they needed local guys, enhancement talent. Right. Jesse was like the big contact for that. Jesse, he refereed for Vince from, I want to say, 1986 to 97. Mm-hmm. He refereed for them. But this kid come up to me and he goes, dude, No DQ CAW was one of the favorite things I ever watched when I was a kid. Seeing you here at the shows, seeing you make it, it's great stuff. It inspired me to want to get into wrestling. And I was like, wow, that's fucking crazy. Like how local the reach got on that one. And then years later, in 2017, when I was at Cal State San Bernardino living in the dorms, I was like maybe a 20-minute bus ride to the school Hard Knocks. So like every fucking Tuesday and Wednesday after classes, I get my shit together, grab some dinner, get on the bus, and go to training until 9 p.m. when they close shop. And I went in one night, and it was like the second or third time after I moved into the dorm. And before that, it'd been maybe a year since I'd been there. And I get in there, and guys in the ring, when somebody comes in, they kind of stop what they're doing real quick. They put their hand out, you shake your hand. It's a big thing in wrestling still, is the handshake. Regardless of what people will tell you, it's still a big fucking thing in wrestling, okay?
The worker's handshake?
The worker's handshake. Well, I mean, not just the hard fucking handshake, just the handshake in general. Respect is a big fucking thing in the locker room. So I come in, and I'm circling around the ring, and everybody's fucking handshaking and whatnot. And I go up to El Jefe, Jesse Hernandez, big man on campus, right? Go up and I'm shooting the shit with him for a little bit. And then this one dude comes around, gets out of the ring, comes up to me and he goes, yo, your name is Wade, right? And I was like, yeah, what's up? And he goes, Wade Needham? I go, yeah. He goes, No DQ CAW. And I was like, wow, yeah. Because it caught me off guard, right? And I had never seen this kid at training before. And I guess he had started, during that year. And he goes, dude, me and my fucking brother used to fucking love No DQ CAW growing up, dude. And now I had like two different emotions going right then and there. I was, one, shocked. And second, I was like, fuck, I'm old. Because he said when he was a kid. And I'm like, God damn, dude, I'm not that fucking old, bro. And dude, that made me happy by the end of the night, man. And then like we were out there bullshit for a little bit. And I kid you not, this dude to that day never knew that me and Bobby Spade were the same dude. And I didn't know that. Wow. So as I'm leaving to go catch the bus and saying bye to everybody, I shake his hand and I was like, hey, Beefy Tits there, you stay in the ring, you're going to be a big fucking deal, Dude, you would have thought you told a kid Santa Claus didn't exist. This fucking dude was like, what the fuck? And at that moment I was like, oh, he didn't know. Shit.
Yeah, I can guarantee you, I can see the look on his face. Eyes bugging out of his head, all the color drained out of his face. Nearly got a brown stain in his ass.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, he probably went under the name Skidmark after that, right?
Oh,
but anyway.
Wow.
No, but I just remember like a couple of training sessions after that, like we would bullshit a little bit. And I was, still taking my break at that time. And he was like, dude, like, I hope that you're back calling the action when I make my debut. And I told him, I said, well, I'll tell you what, dude, like, no matter what, during this break, you let me know when your debut is, and I'll hit up the booker, I'll hit up Jesse too, and I will request that I do commentary on that show. Obviously, it didn't happen. I can't remember. I might have been out of town during that time, but eventually I got to work one of the San Bernardino shows where this dude had worked his way up the card. He was working the main event that night. And I was on commentary, and
so you got to call his first main event match.
Yeah, I got to call his first main event match there in San Bernardino.
Oh man, he must have been happy as a pig in shit.
Well, right before that match started, I leaned over to the dude I was doing commentary with, Brian White, who's a phenomenal talent too, by the way.
Nice.
And I leaned over to Brian and I said, "Hey, I don't do this the whole time I've been here in EWF. I have never done this before, but in this one match, there's going to be some stuff that I'm going to say that you're going to be like, what the fuck? Just either roll with it or just pretend like I never said it. I'm doing this for Honest John," which is his wrestling name. I said, I'm going to do this for Honest John. He goes, all right, whatever, man. I was like, just trust me on this, bro. And so Honest John comes out, and we're kind of getting into, doing the commentary, really getting into it, fucking putting on a really good match. And then I'm like, all right, now it's time. So I start throwing, I didn't do the voice, but I started throwing out some Bobby Spade lines. Then I started throwing in some no DQ references a little bit and all that shit. And by the end of the night, we finished everything up. Guy next to me, Brian White's like, what the fuck was that? Like, why were you telling everybody how to put together a fucking sandwich? And I'm like, just trust me on this, bro. And he's
trust me.
Yeah, and he's like, I've heard like the term like crimson mask before, but I've never heard anybody say they look like somebody busted a jar of strawberry jelly on their face.
Oh my god!
I'm like,
oh my god, that's a way to describe that.
And then he asked me another question that I will never forget this fucking night. This was the greatest fucking night. He goes, who the fuck loses a first blood match by rubbing their forearm on somebody's face? I said, trust me, I've seen it before. And there was other ones. I think I might have even asked him, have you ever eaten a bulldog? It's just straight up bullshit. And then like the greatest one of all, he was like, I don't know what this means, but I'm going to use it from now on as the greatest insult ever. But a fucking jilly jacker?
Jilly jacker? Hey, yo, it's a jilly jacket. I fucking love that line. Oh my god.
I get all my equipment put away and everything, and I go in the back to say my bye.
Jilly jacker is a play on slobber knocker, right?
No, actually, jilly jacker. Actually, I started saying that my sophomore year of high school. That was it was pretty much me calling somebody a fucking idiot, like a dipshit, you fucking jilly jacker, Like there was different things I tried. Huh?
That makes sense why Bobby was saying it to every face known to man.
yeah. Well, it eventually started to turn into like, like how the Smurfs, they'd be like, oh, this dinner is so Smurf. Like it just became like a word you pop in for anything, like positive or negative.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And that's what I started, eventually evolving Jilly Jacker into. But I went to the back. I was saying goodbye to everybody, shaking their hands. And Honest John comes running up to me and he goes, bro, so glad you were here. You did commentary tonight? And I was like, I did commentary tonight. He goes, how'd it go? I said, just for you, buddy, I will send you your match when I'm done editing it. Like, I never did that for anybody else because I was always specifically told if somebody asks you for their match, tell them to buy the fucking DVD. And while I don't agree with that philosophy, if the person that I'm working for tells me to do something, if it's not unethical, I'm going to do my job. But I told Honest John, I said, give me a couple of days. I'll send you your match. And I put it all together and I usually I work, card up, opening the main event. I edited that match first, sent it over to him. And I just remember like the fucking feedback that he gave me on that shit, bro. He was like fucking popping like crazy. He's like, this is a dream come true.
He marked out.
Yeah, he goes, I would have never fucking, in my wildest dreams would have never fucking thought, one, I'd even be in the ring, and second, that you would fucking call one of my matches.
That's a great moment, bro.
I'm like, that's for you, bro. Like, thank you so much for coming up to me and fucking saying no DQ at training. Like, that fucking brought a lot of memories back.
That's awesome. That's phenomenal.
Oh, man. That is insanity.
And it's funny. Last year's run of Slam and Jam, before I went into my hiatus, I made an Honest John CAW and used him in Slam and Jam a little bit, and he fucking thought that was like the greatest thing in the world.
Oh man, that's fucking great.
Oh man.
I will get. Let me give my answer to
that. That just blows my mind.
Let me give my answer.
Small
similar to, because I need to hear your question again, in case, but I have to actually stop recording and keep recording after I stop it because memory issues. So give me 1 second, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes part 2 of the interview with Wade Needham. I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am bringing it to you. We are all having a blast talking CAW and wrestling in general. If you guys are listening to this on the long version, check out Wrestling with Idiocy on Luke Lynch's channel. If you are listening to the parts version, the elongated part, the elongated video upload will be uploaded next weekend along with part 3 on this very channel. The elongated podcast format will be on my channel, just so that way it gets some promotion to get over here. So if you're interested in checking that out, please do so. And for now, here's one more ad break. You gotta love it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Indie Force fans of all ages. I am Luke Lynch, Commander of the Legion, and if you have not already, check out my adventure vlog series over on my channel. Grant you, it's not the most often updated series. It's definitely far from frequently updated. But when it is updated, it's good times, geeky, nerdy, and fun times all around with cool geeks from all walks of life. For example, YouTubers, content creators, Twitch streamers, you name it, I've got it, all on The Adventures of Luke Lynch, which you can find on my channel. Subscribe, like, comment, watch, share, do the whole thing under the umbrella of For the Win Productions. Future James, take it away with that outro.
If you like the content that you saw today, make sure you check out For the Win Productions and subscribe to the affiliates of this conglomerate. A Simple Man Studios, Insanity Works Studios, Genelle's Beauty Slam, J. Hebert Studios, Wrestling Fortune 44 Incorporated, Owen the Talkinator Studios, and of course, Weymouth Youth Wrestling. All in the J. Hebert Side 95 modules. Subscribe today.
Blooper! And welcome back to part 2 of our interview with Wade. I completely forgot his last name. Cut that.
Wade.
You are an incredible fucking interviewer.
Wonderful.
Just putting David Letterman, you are. I'm here with Guy. Fuck it.
I'm here with the guy from Disturbed. No, wait, no.
No, wait, that's not how that works. Cut that. Take 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final part of the Wade Needham interview here on Wrestling with Idiocy. It's been such an honor having him on, and I'm so glad we were able to do this with him. And this last hour has some good moments. It also has some dark humor. So if you're squeamish about the dark humor, look away now. All in jest. Do not take life so seriously. I want to put that in perspective now. With that being said, if you're interested in seeing more of Wrestling with Idiocy, please do us a favor and go check out Wrestling with Idiocy on Luke Lynch's channel. One more time, that is youtube.com/user/metalnut1120. And if you're on Luke Lynch's channel and you're watching this part of the video, which is part 3 right now, this is for the people that are watching the parts, check out the elongated podcast over on my channel. That's youtube.com/user/jhebertside95. We will link to that in the iCard here and in the description down below if you want to check out the full podcast, the full uninterrupted interview with commercial breaks in between. Give that a watch, give that a shout. Check out all the other content on there as well. We got so much content for FTW Productions, as we said in the ad before. There's tons to watch. Definitely give that a watch. So much going on for FTW Productions, and I am thrilled that it is coming back in full swing. By this point, you've probably seen a lot of the content that we are working on at this very moment. With that being said, let's get back to the interview with Mr. Wade Needham. Okay. Casey, what was the question again?
Excuse me. So James, what are you most proud of from WIW?
I am most proud of... I think I said this, but probably just the fact that we made Immortal and people absolutely loved it. I think my favorite moment would probably have to be... because mine's... Our CAW careers, while we've been doing this for a bit, is, still relatively young.
Yeah.
And Mike knows where I'm going with this, is when Mike Nikos saw his promo package for Immortal, for his character, which is going to be debuting on the debut episode.
Yes. I will fucking throw this chair level
He got
pop.
so pop. He marked out for that promo so hard, seeing himself on screen in that manner.
And cutting that badass of a promo.
Awesome promo. Fucking great promo. I recommend that's the first thing I would show anybody of CAW when it comes to promos. He throws his chair. He stepped out of his chair, threw the chair. Turned around, threw the chair, and he's like, let's fucking go!
nearly threw his chair out of the window from his finished basement.
That was the funniest thing ever, and also the greatest thing ever. I think my other favorite reactions is also Nick. Nick's reaction, you could tell when something's good just by looking at his face. It's a big face. But when you look at it and you know you're doing something right. And I think my other favorite memory, and Mike knows where I'm going with this one too, the ending of Immortal. So we have a cinematic as fuck visual, Wade. I keep this in mind. This was the finish of this main event. Mark Young, he's the top heel. He's cowering to the top of the cell, trying to get away from the badass, stone cold like babyface Michael X. Climbs up. He's literally looking down, down, and I'm in Casey. Re-say the line if you can, as Mark Young, because I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah. Why are you still fighting me, Michael? Could you join me? We could rule the wrestling world together. Join me. Join the Maggies.
And Mike replied with...
Sorry, Nikos keeps calling me while you guys are talking.
Yeah, tell him you can't.
I know. So I heard part of that, and then immediately
I'm going over the main event with him. So Casey just talked about Mark Young's join me, join the Maggies, and you replied with...
Dude, I don't remember.
Oh, I got you then.
I'm gonna be James. I'm gonna be upfront with you. When you write your own fucking material, 98% of the time, you kind of forget a lot of lines, especially when you're voicing 12 fucking characters on the show.
That is fair.
All of which are done off the top of his head.
Yep, that's fair, Mike.
Nice.
I don't think I've ever done a written promo.
That is fair.
So the line he comes back with is, "I'll join you in hell."
He flips him off. He does a 4-strike combo. Then he gets him in position for the last ride. We call it the execution bomb because he's the executioner, Michael X.
All three of us flip our shit.
We are trying to get out of the way as we know our table's about to get obliterated.
In kayfabe, that is.
And he gets thrown powerbomb style through the top. Or from the top of the cage, through the damn table, and it sounded like a bomb went off in the arena. And I mixed it so well that it sounded like it was a freaking car wreck on I-95. I even used, complete with even the Mick Foley iconic table crash, along with 15 other crashing sound effects. It sounded mwah. And Colleen's response was, "Oh my God!"
And on commentary,
She was
we're
shocked.
silent.
She
We are
was
silent.
shocked.
And on commentary, we're silent for like 5 seconds.
Because we couldn't believe what we saw. It was insane. And that was, by the way, how we crowned our first champ. And to me, that was like the biggest yes moment right there. It was probably those 3 moments. That's what I'm most proud of, is seeing my friends like see this stuff and be like, wow, this is fucking cool. You know, and giving those reactions.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Can I add on to this as well before we move on to the next question?
Go ahead.
I've got 2 favorite moments really that really have to do with people's reactions. The biggest one is by now we all know I play Mark Young. In the lead up to Immortal, Mike and I have this 7-minute epic of a promo for this match. I remember quite vividly looking over at Colleen and Lillian and specifically seeing Colleen's reaction when I dropped the fucking line.
Oh, when you went and how did I forget that? Yeah. So
she went whiter than an 80s goth.
Bro, Wade, he went full Bobby Spade with it, and he didn't even know who Bobby was at the time. He fucking went in. And we're talking like if Bobby Spade wasn't full-on comedian, but like full-on badass heel, Harley Race kind of wrestler. He said, when I'm finished ensuring that you are left crawling on your hands and knees, begging me to stop crying for all you're worth, I'm gonna claim your side bitch for my own, who literally the match before just became the Athena champion. And she went nuts. Like, what the fuck? Why would you say that? I'm like, you'll see why. Then she saw the execution bomb through the table.
And she went, oh my God, I get it.
She got wrestling in that one moment right there. She never watched wrestling in her fucking life. Ever.
How fucking long, by the way, was that main event? It's been a while.
That was almost a
48 minutes.
From bell to bell. From bell to bell, it was almost a 45-minute match.
Because it was 2 out of 3 false Hell in a Cell, which is the better way to do a long-ass Hell in a Cell match like that.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. The other thing.
Go ahead.
The other thing I want to. I know. But the other thing I want to say before we move on to the next question. James always talks about that the way you know you've done a good job is when you hook the casual fan. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. The way I personally can tell that we've done something great is if we hook the jaded fan.
Yes.
When
That's
somebody
yeah.
when somebody who has seen it all, has been a wrestling fan all their life, looks at your product and they go, oh my God, what the hell am I watching? This is incredible. That's when I know we're on to something here.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Damn right. Next question.
I'm with you on that one, man.
I think we all can agree that sentiment. Next question, Casey.
Next question. Wade, we'll start with you here. In hindsight, what would you change about the way your CAW league was made?
The way it was made? Fuck, there could be like a lot of different ways that I can run with that. In terms of, I don't know, roster I used, commentary, production, storylines, distribution.
Just anything that comes to mind.
Like regrets?
Not necessarily regrets.
Yeah.
But looking back on it with hindsight being 2020, with more knowledge now of what you were doing during that time, what do you look back on and think, oh, I could have done this way, and it would have been so much either better or easier on myself back then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, easy. I would have bought Adobe Premiere in 2004 instead of 2006. Yep, that right there.
Fair. That's fair.
Because I think by the time 2006 came around, and I mean, maybe it could also be the combination of that's when I started using Premiere, and then SVR 2006 came out, which was such a great game. But I do think that production, when I started using Premiere and it was a little easier and I could do a lot more stuff, add more visual effects than I could have ever dreamed to have done on Movie Maker. That's when I really started to have fun with it. That's when I started throwing in like the special effects for my intros, like the All-American Brawl, having the electricity between Hulk Hogan and Babe Ruth, and that promo. I popped myself on some of the stuff that I did with that program. So yeah, that's probably it right there. I probably would have synced in a little bit of money.
You and Aaron fucking went crazy when it came to Premiere Pro. I gotta give you guys credit too.
Well, yeah, like the first year of CAW, Rift was on Movie Maker. Then I remember by September or October, whenever Day of Reckoning came out, I remember he had enough money at that time. He bought a brand new Mac and he started using Final Cut for no DQ.
Yeah, he used Final Cut. You used Premiere.
Yeah, and that was a big change for him. And I remember the tipping point. I still remember like it was yesterday. The reason why he did that was like a month before that. There was a video that came out
about the
behind
WWE,
the scenes.
Yeah, Velocity.
WWE, yeah, using Final Cut for Velocity, and he was like, "I gotta have that program."
Yep, that's fair.
And I was a Mac guy in the early '90s. I had a Mac Performa, like it's fucking old school right there. But when I was in the hospital in '99 after my back surgery, my dad had bought me a compact Presario and it had Windows 98 on it.
Yeah.
From then on, I was a Windows guy. So like I didn't, I wanted a Mac. They were just too fucking expensive at the time too.
They're still too fucking expensive.
Yeah.
You kidding?
Yeah, exactly. But with Windows and having Windows 98 and then going on to XP, which XP to this day is still one of the greatest fucking OSs. But yeah, I was a Windows guy, so I had Movie Maker was already built into it, and I was like, this is good shit right here. It's free, I don't have to spend money. But it's kind of like it's the same thing with me in the podcasting, because for the longest time when I did podcasting back in the early 2000s, and I've been doing podcasting since before the iPod came out, by the way.
Yeah.
The way I would do things, I would jimmy things together. I went to Radio Shack. I got those little mic splitters, and we had like 3 headsets plugged into these things with a stick mic, and the stick mic was over the speakerphone of a landline that I had. And then we did our shows live and had the guests call in, and I had an 800 number and all that stuff. If I would have thought about it then, it wasn't until 2012, 2013, I bought a mixing board and condenser mics.
Right.
And that changed the game. Yeah. And that's the equivalent of, in 2006, I bought Adobe Premiere. And I was like, there's more that I could do with this than just CAW. That's I started that show, Rage TV at the time, which was like the opposite of like what Rift was doing with XMV. I was like, okay, I could do the same thing. Me and my buddies, we did our own fucking video show, Rage TV, for a while. And like, I just started really, really producing a lot of content between 2006 and when did I took a short break in like 2008. But yeah, Premiere.
That's fair. I probably would kind of going in line with your thinking. I would have, if I could have, I would have probably, when it comes to CAW specific, I probably would have gone with getting Power Director 13 earlier. I don't know if it would have been Power Director 13 by that point though. And I know 12 has less features. I have seen 12 now. I know it has less features. But I use Cyberlink Power Director, and it was really good because I really started learning these effects, and I think that really helped the quality of my show. That's how I learned chroma key and all that stuff. Like, had it not been getting for Cyberlink Power Director 13, I don't think the show would be where the fuck it's at right now. Honest to God, it really wouldn't be.
Absolutely not.
There's no way.
I'll tell you right now, from watching James do his stuff, because I'll be upfront. I don't fucking edit shit with the show. I am the do not let me touch that shit whatsoever guy.
I will voice act and I will play matches, but I will not edit. Is his motto.
I will not edit, because I cannot harness the James and fucking use his methodology of doing stuff in my own mental capacity.
You'll turn it into 3 Mile Island.
I turn it into fucking the Green Mile. All right.
Oh jeez.
Death row as soon as you walk in. It's game over.
Yeah.
As soon as you see that line, it's the end.
Yeah.
It's like the drink, but with one E.
No, but it's the major issue that I think that a lot of CAW creators have. It's trying to find the proper software to use their shit.
Or they can't afford the proper software too sometimes.
No, that's also true. Use what you feel is comfortable. Like, try demos and stuff out if you want to buy the full version.
I definitely started with... Mike knows, I started with Windows Movie Maker XP in 2014. And then I moved to Windows 7. And then I tried Premiere Pro, and oh my god, Premiere Pro. I bet you 2004 was probably good, but when it got to 2006 and the advanced versions, it's so hard for me to even try to use now. I honestly think it's probably the least user-friendly. Sony Vegas is more user-friendly. I'm learning that right now.
I'm glad you brought that up. I used Premiere for a year and a half, but I've been using Sony Vegas since like 2008. Still use it to this day. I haven't even upgraded my Sony Vegas in such a long time. I'm still on Sony Vegas 10.
That's fair. I literally just got out old Sony Vegas. I was able to get it via a friend because he gave me a code because he used to have it, and he still had the code, and I would be able to get all the shit for free. So I got it, and I'm using it now, and that's another freaking editing software I'm going to be using when it comes to my edits. I'm also going to
very user friendly.
Speaking of which, James, why don't you tell Wade how many fucking editing softwares you're using?
Oh, okay, fuck it.
Because to a normal human being,
this would be
it's
insane.
Usually it's one and done. No. Why don't you go over the number?
All right. Well, I have it all on my desktop here, so at least it's not hard to find. When it comes,
what she said.
When it comes to thumbnails, Microsoft PowerPoint. I don't use. I actually use an online. Actually, I'll look up the online PNG creator real quick, just so I know the name of it.
I love PowerPoint. In high school, I would make like those old school WWF, like early 90s, like visuals.
Yep.
Where like they would like spin on screen, like the little name bars for like King of the Ring and shit.
Yep.
I used to sit in class and just fucking make those, and people were like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm making name bars, motherfucker. What do you think I'm doing?"
Yeah, exactly. That's what that's literally what I do when it comes to thumbnails and just the show in general. When it comes to actual PNG, I use, if I need a transparent image, I use Capwing. So I use Capwing, Microsoft PowerPoint, and that's just for thumbnails. When it comes to actual editing, I use Audacity, specifically 2.0.2, because that has a G-Burb effect, which is great when it comes to arena effect entrances. I use a PowerSoft audio recorder, which will record my desktop. I use a PowerSoft screen recorder in case I need an alternate method in case we're going to go long with the recording of lines. So that way I can record the volume or the audio just in one separate huge file. And then when it comes to video editing programs, I have Animoto, Cyberlink, PowerDirector 13, now Sony Vegas Pro, Easy Video Maker when it comes to new theme edits coming soon. When it comes to streaming, OBS. If we're going via mobile edits, I use Vita, Salad Video, VSO, InShot, Magic Video, iMovie in some cases. And I'm about to invest in Easy Web Video Maker, I believe it's called, and which is really good graphics video editing, and going to invest in getting Filmora 9.
Wow.
Yeah, don't fuck around.
That is your video editing roster is like Sonny's roster, if you know what I mean.
Are you saying that I'm the hoe of video editing programs, Wade? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that word's weird, but you.
I mean, if we want to get technical about it, I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah.
No, that's cool, man. I mean, that's good. If you're jack of all trades with that shit, that's good to put on a resume.
I'm a jack of a lot of different trades on that.
You're a jack of ass some days.
That's true. That's very true.
Most days. What the hell are you talking about?
Most days. For sure.
Better to be that than a jack off of all trades.
I mean,
yeah, right.
We'll just say we don't need to get
Just because I go fishing does not make me a masturbator.
Right.
But
it just reminded me of a story I could tell, but I would probably.
We're eating so much time at this point already, which means Casey. Casey. Next question.
Yes. Okay. So
wait,
this is
did
a
everybody
question.
ask the other question? What was the other question? I just want to make sure.
I think Mike gave an answer, but just in case, Mike, what would you change about the way WIW was made?
Ooh.
Easy. Give me more vacation time so we can actually do shit. That's pretty much it.
I agree. Oh yeah,
if I had to choose one specific thing to change, it would be how we book, because fuck me, sometimes it's just we need to change.
And we are changing it now because we realize this method wasn't. It's not that it didn't work, but there's an easier way to do it, and we should have done it that way. So now we're doing it that way.
Yeah, that's realization.
Right.
Yeah, that's the realization.
It's called experience, not Experian. Not to be confused with that ad, the weird ad with the purple cow. By John Cena.
John Cena.
What the hell? Why is it a purple cow? Oh wait, because he wore that purple. Oh, I get it. The purple T-shirt.
Company logo. James, it's the company logo. James.
I know it's the company logo, but it's funny that the guy who literally became Fruity Pebbles because of a fucking purple tee is now a part of a logo that has a purple cow. I think there's some irony there. Anyway, Casey, next question.
So, this is a question in two parts. James, I'll go to you first. In hindsight, do you still find enjoyment in watching CAW shows? And what are some highs and lows that come from your own CAW show when watching back from a fan's perspective?
Highs and lows?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to double check on that. When it comes to CAW leagues, yes.
Well, first off, do you still find enjoyment in watching CAW leagues?
Yes.
Okay.
There are a couple that I do watch. There is obviously Wade's on occasion when I can catch it, just when I'm not like super busy or, just taking in wrestling knowledge because I'm always trying to learn more because I'm a fanatic for the shit. I will admit I am a mark, as you would say, but I will definitely check out Wade's. Obviously, there's also another one. I don't know if any of you heard of this, but it's called FAM, Forever a Movement. That's some good shit. Like, they go ham on that. I like FAM, and they actually use the new nowadays games, and they know how to work with that stuff. Props to them. They have a really good production over there. So give a shout out to Forever a Movement, FAM. I believe their biggest event, their SummerSlam. Listen to me. Their WrestleMania is, I believe, called CyberSlam. It's not the best name, but they make it a big-ass show, so definitely go check it out if you haven't seen it.
Yeah. So, highs and lows from WIW from a fan's perspective when you watch it?
Highs and lows. The highs, pretty much from the Gold Rush tournament onward, because we just kept getting higher and higher and higher and higher in a good way. Not don't do drugs, kids. I'm bad, okay?
Shut up, Mr. Mackey. You know you pound Xanax before you go to school every morning.
It's the only way I can get through the day, okay? So, we got higher and higher when it comes to, like, actual production, and the matches were just getting great as time went on. So, love the Gold Rush series as a whole. Probably my favorite season of WYW out of the two we did. The lowest of the lows is the test match season. Probably the beginning of the Gold Rush tournament as well, only for personal reasons, but I will not get into that. But if we're talking strictly for content, test match series. Oh god, test match series was wank. Fucking terrible. Kill it with fire some days. I look at that, but I don't delete them because I realize I look at them and I'm like, you know what? It's a historic thing that we learn from. So I don't want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
But as far as, like, quality, man, yeah. It's like vomiting diarrhea on a screen. I'll be real. That's how I felt about my contact back then. Looking at it from this current moment right now, like, I'm sure if I get advanced and I'm still doing this in, like, 5 years from now, I'm going to look at what I did back then and be like, well, this was great for the time, but it's crap compared to what we're doing now, 5 years into the future, I'm sure. You know, that's just comes with the nature of evolving, you know, with everything, but that would probably be...
If we're doing this, 5 years into the future and I'm still around, do me a favor, stop working on the show.
Right. Probably will. No. Probably will. I'm hoping we can just get to the freaking goal we had and just stop there, which is the plan anyway. But that said, I'm sure Mike would probably agree with my assessment. I don't think there's highest of the highs and lowest of the lows. I think I covered the bases pretty well. No.
I'd probably say the highest of the highs was going to PAX East and fucking handing our stuff out.
That's fair.
Especially when fucking Xavier Woods out of all.
Oh yeah, how do we forget about that? Yeah, the fact that we promoted it to Xavier Woods, Simon Miller, in the course of a week, by the way. Yeah.
So, Xavier Woods, Simon Miller, Adam Pacitti,
Tyler Brady,
and
Adam Cleary specifically, because
Adam Cleary. Wrong Adam.
There's too many Adams in UK freaking wrestling YouTube. Anyway, but yeah, we promoted it to a bunch of different people. Tyler Breeze, Ty Dillinger, aka Sean Spears, they got it too. Ember Moon as well.
Ember Moon got it as well.
So people know, man. Like that was cool.
Yep.
That was really, really fucking cool. The 2-week period between PAX East weekend and WrestleMania weekend was nuts. 2019, by the way.
And if I had to say the lowest of the lows, the fucking day we lost all of our original
consoles. Oh, yeah.
A red ring of death.
No.
Nope, it wasn't a red ring of death. Somebody...
Corrupted
so we're doing our local... We're doing our fucking stuff.
I think I told this story on part 1, though.
Probably. We had some fucking douche schnozzle come out of nowhere. God, I never expected to use that word today. Come out of nowhere and delete all of our shit off that
and
console.
Actually corrupted one of our files, and that's how everything got deleted.
Which was fun. All of our shit was gone in about a day, and I'm like, that's
Except
great.
for the logos. The logos somehow were saved.
Don't know how that how that works, but whatever.
I was like, at least we had that, and we had to start from scratch all over again. It took us a year, I think, to build everything back up.
That sucks,
dude,
man.
It was awful.
It's a learning experience.
Although the bright side of that is our character designs came out way better, because if I stuck with the original character designs, oof. No. Anyway, that's fair, Mike. I actually probably would go with your assessment more than mine. That was probably the highest of highs and lowest of lows.
The lowest of lows was when I fell and got stuck under the table. The highest of highs is when I smoked a bone in the back of my trailer.
And it all happened.
It was
It
great.
all happened
It all
at
happened.
Lowe's.
At the same time. At the same time. I fell down the stairs and then I fell in a trailer hitch.
At Lowe's. It all happened at Lowe's.
At Lowe's.
All at Lowe's.
It all happened at Lappin's.
No, Lowe's. It has to be Lowe's. You said highs and lows. Happened at a Lowe's home improvement warehouse.
Speaking of fucking stupid shit, because I just had that realization today. My boss comes into the fucking store.
Not him.
And he goes, "Oh, I got a new stapler for the store." And I look at it, and I'm like, "Why do I recognize it? It's a red stapler." I'm like, "Why the fuck is this hitting so hard for me?" And I don't know why. And then within a second, yep, I thought of Office Space in about a minute.
It was Office Space.
I immediately wish that Ghetto Boys fucking still
started
playing
flying
so I
out.
could beat that
All we needed was a printer.
So I can. Oh, we got that Hapog that we're gonna beat the shit out of at some point.
Oh, it's gonna be so good to retire that thing on a more
It's not
permanent.
going, no. It's not going retired case. We're gonna bury the fucking thing
in the grave. We'll have a memorial.
It can never harm anyone again.
With that, whatever the next question is, Case, just continue.
Well, I gotta pass it to Wade first.
Right.
So, Wade, do you? So Wade, do you still find enjoyment in watching CAW?
I think he answered this.
Yeah, here and there. They're gems. I know one league in particular that I do enjoy watching from time to time is ACW. I think Hakeem does a phenomenal job with that.
The African Dream.
Yeah. Obviously, your guys' stuff, catches my eye as well. Nick Gemini, he does some pretty good stuff as well. But yeah, like I said, there's bits and pieces that I watch here and there, and nothing has made me turn my head in disgust. There's always a little smirk here and there, and be like, that's cool. I like what they did there. So it's always good to see that.
That's fair. You will be happy to know I literally just subscribed to ACW just now, because anything that Wade watches, I'm gonna watch.
Yeah, they got a really good, not just like production, which is like really top notch stuff, but thoroughly thought out storylines. The way they present a lot of stuff, the way that he promotes the league on social media too. Like, he has got a phenomenal model on how he drives his league.
I'm gonna try to follow his model. Then I'm gonna probably ask him for some advice or just kind of observe what he does. That said, I also I'd be remiss if I did not shout out the boys from Triple Threat Promotions, which runs a shit ton of CAW leagues under one conglomerate, which we are also a part of. So definitely check them out as well. We'll leave a link in the description for their WordPress account.
Yep.
So there's one that I forgot to mention too, and I can't believe I fucking forgot to mention this, but anything that fucking New Legacy does, those
New
guys
Legacy
are
Wrestling
genius,
is one of them.
man.
Yeah, New Legacy Wrestling is one of the people in Triple Threat Promotions. Yeah.
Oh, dude, fucking Johnny and all them, man. Like, those guys, dude, fucking Joe. Shout out to Johnny.
Shout out
man.
to Johnny,
my
absolutely,
boy, bro.
yeah. That guy's a fucking
awesome.
workhorse in CAW for sure.
I fucking love that guy, dude. He's fucking, I mean that in a non-prison movie type of way.
Shout out to
But-
Zero as well, who's a part of Triple Threat Promotions. He's fucking funny as hell.
Yeah. Fucking great. God damn, I fucking love tuning into fucking New Lake. And they do a lot of really good charity work too, like the Canadian Cancer Society fundraisers they
go
work
nuts.
with.
Love New Legacy.
Yeah, a shit ton of respect to New Legacy, man.
If we're talking about CAW videos, which is how CAW kind of started, that genre still exists. CAW music videos. Highly recommend you check out the channel Akumaku.
AKU and so Akumaku is a little guy on YouTube who really deserves so much more praise, because what he's been doing, and this is the part that makes me go, holy fuck, I completely forgot these characters exist, is he's taking old WCW NWO Revenge fucking
we're talking
wrestlers that are in.
We're talking Aki Man, Hanzo Mon,
Uchiteka,
like these
Maya Inca Boy.
These characters that were like obscure, like way back in the day in these games.
And he's redoing them and redesigning them in the current 2K20 engine, and they look fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, he goes.
Nice.
Like, his work is fantastic. His video production is off the goddamn chart.
It's like next level shit that I want to follow. I'm literally learning his editing style, and I'm going to implement it into my shows going forward. In fact, that's his channel. There it is. Akumaku's on the FTW.
Okay, I was just about to ask if you could send me a link somewhere on there, but yeah, I'll check that out in a little bit.
They're short, by the way. The videos are like less than about.
Yeah, they're full on music
about
videos. If you like the Jason Voorhees music videos back in the day, you'll fucking love these. I'm telling you, you'll love the quality on these. Like, he goes nuts.
It's good shit. It's good shit.
All right, well, let me ask you this: Do you think it might inspire me to fucking jump back into doing CW full time again?
I don't know. That'll be on you.
Because you brought up the Jason Voorhees videos, and those were the ones I saw those, and I said, I'm going to fucking one-up the motherfucker, and I started
That's fair. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a whole thing, because...
Yeah,
I'm excited now.
That'll be up to you, honestly.
It's one thing to see, like, a music video. The way that I would describe Akumaku's fucking style is he shows the character's whole fucking history, and he gives background. If you go into, like, the description, you're able to see, like, the actual strategy guides for these games, what they had for, like, the backstory of all these people and shit like that. It's
like for example, Uchiteka. He's one of Onita's students.
Hanzo Mom, one of Hayabusa's students, the great Hayabusa students.
Holy shit! I just clicked subscribe. I realized I'm those 300 subscribers.
Hey, there you go.
Hey, nice.
300 subs right there.
Awesome.
And I guarantee you, Akumaku has to know you. There's no way he doesn't, or at least has heard of you. I know he's.
Speaking of,
probably heard of No DQ. Probably not me though.
Speaking of stuff, hold on. I'm gonna throw this in chat.
Yeah, well, there's two different things.
Chat at least once.
Go ahead. Throw it in. While he throws that in, Casey, try. Did everybody? You had Wade answer the question, right? Or
I had him answer the first part of the question. Wade, highest of highs and lowest of lows from your own CAW from a fan's perspective.
Oh wow. I could tell you right now the lowest of lows without hesitation. There was a short period of time I hired. I hate using the word hire because it's not a company, it's not a business. But I had a guy do commentary for Slam and Jam for a couple months, and the biggest regret ever. To this day, I mean, this was like back in 2005.
Right.
But to this day, I regret this immensely. This is the biggest black eye to anything I've ever done online, was having this guy on commentary, because this guy would throw in a lot of very overt racist lines in his commentary.
I'm so sorry.
And I allowed that to be published. And that's what really pisses me off, is like, I don't know what kind of mind frame I was in at the time, but I think back, I look at my video library, and when I get to that portion of Slam and Jam's history, I just turn my fucking head, and I'm like, why? Why did I put this guy on the mic, and why did I even let this shit see the light of day?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the lowest low
fair.
for me.
I mean,
I completely understand that. I mean,
yeah, I get that.
Not to fucking toot our own horns, but yeah, I will say, as a league, you gotta do some fucking up when it comes like that. You can't let it happen.
I mean,
I regret that.
Yeah,
so
like
bad
we're definitely not perfect when it comes to our commentary by any means, but I don't think we've said any overt racist shit, full on.
Yeah,
at least not by conscious choice.
Well, definitely even without conscious choice. I think the worst thing we've ever said was probably he stopped that short yellow bus, but we're speds and we were actually on the short yellow bus. So I mean, it was kind of like a dig on us on commentary in a show that was made by the sped kids on the short yellow bus. So it was like, makes.
Well, with stuff like that, I wouldn't look at that as anything bad. I mean, how many wheelchair jokes have I ever popped in commentary, right? There's probably somebody in a wheelchair listening to that doesn't even know I'm in a wheelchair is going to look at that as being offensive, and I'm going to be like, I'm not tackling anyone else that's in a wheelchair. It was a reflection of my own self that I threw the joke out there.
Which is exactly how comedy should work.
Oh well, yeah, exactly. That's how Chris Farley fucking.
How
got
do we
over.
get back on the right track, Casey? Next question. That's how we get back on the right track. Hey, segue! I did it!
You son of a
Chris Farley would be proud.
You son of a bitch. Okay. So, James, we'll start with you here. What do you believe is the legacy of your CAW league?
Wow. It's hard to say because in a way we kind of have just started. And we're going to really just start when it comes to our first full year in 2023. 52 weeks of content is going to be a whole different animal. So I don't know what our legacy is going to be with that.
I hope it's a new legacy.
Ha-ha! Nice little segue. Yeah. It all ties in. But I guess our legacy currently is that, it's weird, I guess. Go for it.
I got it.
Yeah,
no, I got it.
You probably have better words than I can freaking say for this.
All right. Our legacy is evolution.
Yeah, there you go.
Because if you see how we start off, which is just fucking garbage, it's absolute hot shit. The first test match is very obvious that we're trying to figure stuff out, pacing and things like that, and you go to the last match of Immortal, that 45-minute fucking brawl, you see that evolution over time of how it's like, yeah, two morons
now
four morons that have no idea how to write a fucking story. For God's sakes, have a tough time figuring out how to order fucking food.
Legitimately, this was us when we first started, and to come to where we were, where we did a whole 8-hour show that was filled with stories all over the place, with the exception of maybe 2 matches.
Honestly, if I may, I would say that is our legacy. If the content is good and engaging, length of a show, while it should still be taken into consideration, is nowhere near as important as most people make it out to be.
Yeah, it all comes down to, okay, you have this allotted time. How do you make the maximum effort around this allotted time? How do you take this allotted time, however long it is, it could be 2, 3, 8 hours, whatever the freaking time slot is, and how do you maximize that to the best of your ability? Don't make the quality suffer because of the quantity you have. Make the quality good to justify the quantity, whatever quantity that is.
If you can make a fucking show for 30 minutes, you can make a show for an hour. If you can make a show for an hour, go an hour and a half. Try 2 hours. See how long you can get up to till you go, all right, I hit my point. I'm not doing it after this. I'm allotted amount of time.
If I had to really, really think of another legacy bit to it, I say our legacy is, 3 autistic kids who were told we never make it in life. We were doomed from the start, pretty much. That's what we were told. Or throughout life we were bullied, or harassed, or whatever.
Who hasn't?
Exactly.
Who hasn't?
Or harassed, or told they weren't going to make it, and that maybe they should think of a different option in life, or that this was useless stuff, useless entertainment. Which, by the way, don't get me wrong, all of this is materialistic, especially the hobby shit. But we took that as fuel, used it to make this. I think WIW is more than, in a way, than just a show. It's where the island of misfits came together, created something fucking magical as a group.
WIW. WIW, the island of misfit
Legit,
toys.
You know, people that were cast aside. Every single person was told they had these ailments that would hold them back for the rest of their lives, and that show proved that theory dead in the fucking water. That's our fucking show legacy more than anything else, in my opinion. We said, you don't think we can make it? Fucking watch us. I'll take a quote here from Paul Heyman. I know this is going to make me sound egotistical, but it's not really about me. It's about everybody in this show. Fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. That's our legacy.
The rallying
That's
of
our
the
legacy.
troops.
Rallying of the troops right there.
Wade, I throw it to you. What do you believe is your CAW League's legacy?
I like the idea of throwing out a quote. I'll throw out a quote from Shawn Michaels. I'm going to go out there every night. I'm going to put on the greatest show that you've ever seen. Why? Because I can't. No, I'm joking. I'm not that arrogant. Anyway. Although I will say this, like, arrogance aside, that is one of my favorite quotes, because it's one thing when you throw something out there like that and people are like, God damn this motherfucker. But when you go out there and you fucking prove it, like, that's a whole different thing. And Shawn Michaels fucking proved it. Asshole aside in the 90s or not, he fucking proved it. But anyway, my legacy of I guess I'm gonna have to have two answers for this. One, my legacy of my involvement in No DQ CAW, and then my legacy of running Slam and Jam. Because as long as I've ran Slam and Jam, I would say it's probably like a 75-25 rule, where 75% people know me from No DQ, 25% know me from Slam and Jam. I mean, to call a spade, right? No DQ is a huge fucking audience. My involvement in No DQ CAW, I think my legacy at the time, because I'm pretty sure from, like, I don't know, show 1 on, there's been like probably a plethora of fucking people that have went above and beyond. But I would like to think, since I was, I guess, really the first, I would like to think that my legacy was setting the bar of how to do commentary for CAW.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely, yes.
I think, especially in the early days there, I think a lot of other leagues, I think, may have, like, looked or heard, you know, and said, all right, maybe we can do a little bit of that, and we're going to throw a spin on it. But there was some influence there. With everything, like, my biggest, I don't know why, but I've had so many people come up to me and tell me what my influences were, and I'm like, no, you're wrong. And the one constant about that was everybody's always saying, you're trying to be JR. I'm like, JR is not even, like, with all due respect to JR, I love his commentary. He's not anywhere near an influence to me on commentary. My two biggest influences on commentary, believe it or not, are Gorilla Monsoon and Vince McMahon.
I'm not shocked by that at all.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then for Bobby Spade, the biggest influence was the Jerky Boys in the fucking 90s.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I mean, Jerky Boys and Pauly Shore.
It's very obvious with the fucking McMahon thing as soon as you think about it, because of how many times this is not a critique. This is absolutely just a call up. How many fucking times do you say unbelievable?
Exactly. Or
it's almost like, every fucking episode.
99% of commentators out there will always call this one spot, say, there's an Irish whip, comes off the ropes or whatever, right? I like to go the Vince route. They shot him off, comes off the turnbuckle, sent for the ride. You know, stuff like that. No, I've never heard any other commentator but Vince
yeah.
say something like "sent for the ride." Or one of my favorite Vince-isms that I fucking love doing, and oh my god, I used to piss off Matt Sinister, but I did it because if I can, it was just a habit, but I also liked it because it pissed him off. And that is always the greatest thing is you try to, you little jabs at each other while working, this kind of keeps you alive, right?
Yeah. It's a rib. It's what we call in the
ribbon
business
on the
a
square.
rib.
Yeah, I mean, a little beyond the rib, though. I mean, this was a constant thing for years. It was a serial rib.
Yeah, it's called a long-term rib, I thought. No?
It's an ongoing rib.
But the one thing I would do is somebody would go for the cover, and I'd always do that Vince thing. 1, 2, and near fall. Where when everyone else is like, 1, 2, kick out. Okay, here we go. But Vince would always do that long, drawn-out 1, 2, until he knew there was the kick out, and they'd be like, kick out. Or he would do the...
I think...
Shawn Michaels and I'm coming to... No.
Yeah, he would go up to a peak, and then boom, bring it right back down to normal. And Shawn Michaels now with Bret the Hitman Hart, the Irish whipping it out, and a clothesline. Like, he would get you to that point, and then just like, before you come, he'd stop. So that was like...
Vince,
that was...
Vince had his manner.
Exactly.
Yes, sure.
I
totally
big
get it.
thing.
And again, with commentary, it's like be an individual. Try what you feel feels right. That's like the big one.
I gotta say, in relation to the Vinceism with the whole 1, 2, and no, I think the person that's probably mastered it the best, because he was so good at this. He's still so good at this. Mauro Ranallo.
Agreed.
Literally, he can hold you like this is definitely the end of the match. It was no more evident than I think NXT TakeOver New York, when Adam Cole hits the last shot. You honest to God think on commentary that's gonna be it, and he did like Johnny Gargano. His leg is hooked, not this way, and he kicked out. He went what? And I just went. Wow! I honest to God,
you went full
thought
Don.
That might have been the end.
You went full Don West at that moment.
I lost my mind. I was there live, but I had to watch it.
Don't start going with the Don Westisms. Jesus Christ! If I have to hear his eyes are glazed over like a couple of donuts, I'll fucking lose it. I swear to God.
I remember Jerry Lawler used to say that a lot in the 90s.
It's.
I love the Jerry Lawler. It was one of my favorite. I think it was SummerSlam '96. And Ahmed didn't wrestle then. I think he was out by then. But he said something about Ahmed, one of those Raws in '96. He said Ahmed Johnson is the idiot that planted Cheerios thinking they were donut seeds. And that line has always stuck with me because that is just a genius insult.
Yeah, Jerry and Bobby Heenan. Probably neck and neck when it comes to full-on insults.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like,
just
Heenan especially.
Yeah.
Just don't touch Heenan's neck or he has a fit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
While we're shouting people out, can I just shout out Mike Tenay, Tony Schiavone, and Jim Ross?
Yeah, that's fair.
I owe a lot to Mike Tenay. In 2003, I emailed him and I was like, hey, I was wondering if I can get you on my podcast to do an interview. And he was like, I'm busy over the next 2 months, but here's the phone number to Trifecta Entertainment. Call them up, let them know that I sent you, and you get hooked up. So I would thought myself, like, I don't know, I guess I call them up and schedule an interview for 2 months from now, right? I call them up, I name drop Mike Tenay, and they're like, all right, we're going to put you on the TNA media list, and we'll get you a guest on your podcast every Friday. Who do you want first? And they gave me a list of like 5 people. And for 2 years straight, every Friday, I had a TNA personality on my podcast. And that was thanks to Mike Tenay.
Holy shit. Wow.
Yeah, and then that's when they started transitioning to their the media conference calls at the end of 2005. I believe the first one they had was Christian Cage that December. Then they had Sting in January.
Oh, you know who was on these? I don't know if you know these names. Bill and Doug, RVD Tito for life. I remember these calls just because of them. They were on one of these calls. That's crazy.
I kind of developed like a gimmick on those calls, like towards like the middle of them doing that. I was always known as the guy that would ask the fucked up questions. Like Scott Steiner was on there, so like I'd have 3 questions for him, and like one of them was, what was it like to get a lap dance from Stacy Keibler on Raw? And he would be like, oh, dude, it was fucking fantastic. He would go into that, and then I'd be like, so what store can I buy a Steiner recliner in?
That's a good man right there, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a good man.
And I'd ask him, where can I buy a Steiner recliner? What store? Like, is it in the fucking mattress warehouse? Like, where, you know?
Yes.
When Kevin Nash was on there, I asked Nash, I was like, yo, man, I'm just going to go ahead and say this because I don't think anybody else has the balls to say it, but you fucking rocked Super Shredder. And he's like, fuck yeah, man. Like, he fucking dropped the F-bomb on the call, and it was good shit, you know?
Until TNA probably got a hold of him and was like, why are you guys swearing on the podcast?
I was also one of the guys that kind of made them get real fucking firm on, like, you can only ask these people one question, because I'd always ask, like, 3 or 4.
That's fucking hilarious. I love that. That's the good on you, bro. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's is there anything else that you want to actually end off on a quote or whatever your legacy will be? I think that was the original question, and then we tanged it again.
Well, yeah, that was, all of that was a connection to the legacy for my involvement in No DQ. But I think my legacy for Slam and Jam is people watch that and say, this is what I don't want to do.
Yeah.
This is what I should not do because it didn't fucking get over. No, I don't know, man. I would like to think
I enjoy Slam and Jam. Fuck you.
I think Slam and Jam is fucking out there. Like I experimented a lot with a lot of things from a production standpoint, and storylines and commentary and characters and all kinds of shit. Huh?
And mushrooms.
Nice.
You
I
see
can
that guy on
fucking
speed? I
hear.
don't think so.
I can hear colors while I do commentary.
I don't know. Maybe you could have been on speed.
I could have, a lot of people asked me that over the years too. Like my younger years, I was so fucking hyper, and I obviously wasn't on anything. It wasn't much later I was starting to get into like the Red Bulls, but that was like 2008. Yep. But like my early days, man, like 2003 to like 2006, 2007, like I just had a natural fucking like beyond Don West fucking sugar rush almost. And I kind of miss those days because now I'm more like JR is right now, where I can kind of like, lounge right on in. I can still do what you need me to do, but I'm going to do it at my own pace that makes sense. And I think,
and I agree.
Obviously,
and by the way, I think people need to quit getting on JR's case for that. In my opinion, this is ridiculous.
The last 2 to 3 years have been a very, very hard time for JR in his personal life. And
I think it started.
I'm just glad he's still around.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I would probably say it started with poor Jan.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
He loved her so much,
Yeah.
And I remember like when his wife passed, I thought, man, that's really got to be rough. But I didn't get it at the time too. I was real hard on him. I was like, man, he really went downhill. But considering the things that I've personally gone through in the last 3 years, losing both of my brothers, most recently at the end of April, lost my oldest brother, Anthony. I get it, that losing somebody that you love so much, whether it's a sibling, a parent, spouse, it takes a toll on you. On top of anything else that you've had, the Bell's palsy, he's had that. That he's had to deal with. I know with me, being in a wheelchair since I was 15, this year, health-wise, has not been the greatest to me. There's still things that I'm still dealing with that are spanning back to like February, March of this year. I'm getting a little bit better with it. As a case, point in case, like fucking how long we've been doing this one compared to part 1. You're way more animated and excited and because
not as hurt.
I've kind of gotten a little bit of a handle on some of the stuff going on. I still don't even know what the fuck is wrong with me right now. I don't want to get into details with it, but there's things that I'm dealing with right now, but I definitely am a lot better place than I was at the end of March. And, that takes a toll on you, especially if you have to travel. Like when he was traveling, After all that stuff going on, like, dude, I get it, man, and I have a lot of respect for Jim Ross in that aspect.
Absolutely, have a tremendous amount of respect that he's still going at a high level. Maybe not the same as he's used to be, but the fact that after all the shit he has gone through
in the past 5 years,
he's still going, and he's still in a major broadcasting network commentating pro wrestling.
Yep.
Even if he doesn't agree with all of it, he enjoys it. He loves it. He gets along with everybody. He is he's even said, "This is the happiest he's ever been is going to work."
He's following the advice that he gave me in 2014 at Cauliflower Alley Club when I asked him, "Do you have any advice for an up-and-coming commentator?" And he simply looked at me and said, "Have fun with it." And that's what he's doing.
And he's having a fucking great time.
He is.
And you could tell JR loves his job. He loves the people he's working with.
He loves wrestling.
No quit. Yeah, he loves wrestling again. That's the sad part. He hated wrestling when he was working for Vince, unfortunately. That's a shame, you know? There was a point in time... I wouldn't say he hated wrestling. He said it was like... The words he said, what was it? Love and hate relationship. Like, it's a cruel mistress, he said.
People in the entertainment,
in the wrong hands.
People in the entertainment industry, especially in professional wrestling, like the real true, like talented workers, the best comparison I can make to people like them, they are ducks. You ever seen a duck in a pond? Above water, they're like Cool Hand Luke. Below water, their fins are going 1,000,000 miles a second. But you never know that until you look. Or until they tell you. Obviously, ducks can't speak, so they can't tell you. But all the shit that JR had to go through, and he still put out the performances that he did over these last couple decades, shows to the true professionalism and the talent that Jim Ross has. And that is something that I extremely admire. It's something I strive to have. And I give him the utmost, largest amount of respect that I could possibly give to somebody. Jim Ross, thank you so much for everything that you've done in this industry.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Agreed. Fucking props to you, my man. Taking life on the chin at almost 70, I believe.
Yep. Many times over.
As you were saying, Mike. As I will say, many people that we have seen go to the fucking dance, but JR is like a DJ. And every time he's on that mic, he's spitting something new that you've never heard anyone ever say. And it makes you go, alright, that's a way to put it.
Absolutely. And JR has done that for eons.
Fucking 40 years.
I love that you went the musical route on that, because JR himself in the past has said the wrestlers create the music, the commentators provide the vocals.
Yep, I remember he said that exactly on the Ross Report back when he was still doing that.
Yeah.
And the audience is just a beat of the drum.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because percussion is the fucking heartbeat of a fucking music. So it's a great analogy there with the audience.
I love that. I love that. I think that's a great way to probably close it out. I think that's the legacy of not just Slam and Jam, No DQ, WYW, and CAW wrestling, but pro wrestling as a whole, really. And I think it sums it down right to that. Honest to God. Everything you guys just kind of covered right there.
I got a question for you guys. I see in your Discord on offline there's somebody with the nickname of Kid Dynamite.
Oh, Kyle Weaver.
Yes, Kyle Weaver.
Please tell me.
A wrestler on a show.
Please tell me that he is a Mike Tyson fan. Please don't tell me that was just unintentionally ironic that he picked that fucking name.
That would be. I was the one that gave him the nickname, good sir. That's not.
I think it was a play on the. It was actually more of a play on the Dynamite Kid, but we didn't take it.
Okay, all right. Fuck, I was getting excited. I was like a Tyson fan.
He's Dynamite because he moves fast and hits hard. So you can. That's fair.
That
you
like
can relate it to Titus's.
Yeah, and for the record, I believe. For the record, Mike, I believe, is a Mike Tyson fan. So
I am
Nice.
fucking listen. Iron Mikey Tyson, who hits so hard that even walls cringe. He is one of the greatest heavyweight champions of all time. And
Still the
if they
youngest ever in history, I believe.
If they really wanted to tear down the Berlin Wall, all they had to do was call Mike Tyson.
I don't know if any of you guys were watching anything I did with Slam and Jam 2 years ago, but there's a run that I did with when I gave Mike Tyson the title belt, right?
Yep.
And I had a couple of guys chase him and whatnot. And before that, like the way he got the belt was beating Kal-El, right, at CW Stock. But Kal-El was the champion going into it. Mike Tyson, I had him win my Royal Rumble going into it. And I took some inspiration from the Mortal Kombat movie that came out in 95. So when I was having Mike Tyson versus Kal-El, all of a sudden when Tyson hits his knockout punch, he's about to win the belt. All of a sudden I had the voiceover come in and saying, test your might, or
test your might, even better.
the test thing, right? And all of a sudden I had fucking Kal-El do the kip up, and I had him morph into Buster Douglas. It was the one where he says "face your fear." That was the sound effect. Face your fear. He morphed into Buster Douglas. I had Buster Douglas beat the shit out of him for a little bit in the ring. Tyson hits out the knockout punch. And then it was the other one that says, face something else. And then I had him transform into Shang Tsung. And so that was the big payoff, was it wasn't really Kal-El, the champion, the whole time. It was Shang Tsung. And then I had the Mortal Kombat music kick in. They fucking, like a little montage. And then Tyson hits the uppercut and wins the belt. So that's a little tie-in there with the whole Mike Tyson thing and the Buster Douglas and being a fucking Tyson fan. I was hoping to pop Tyson fans that night.
Agreed.
That sounds like good shit. I'm gonna have to check that out.
The only thing that I would change is Buster Douglas into fucking Evander Holyfield, because that's Tyson's hardest fight ever.
Yeah, but Buster Douglas knocked him out. That was the biggest fear for Tyson.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
But Holyfield is the nightmare. You don't get into a fight with Holyfield and you walk out of that going, oh yeah. I can count to 10. I know how many fingers I have on each hand. I can tell you my zip code forward and back.
Yeah. But
I mean, the reason why I went Buster Douglas was the face your fear, and the tie-in to the Mortal Kombat thing with Shang Tsung. Remember, Liu Kang had to face his brother.
Yeah.
Watching that scene now, oh my god, is it the most awkward conversation? Ooh, it's me. No shit.
Yeah.
Ooh, don't you recognize me? Your brother?
You want to talk about like a range of acting? The guy that played Shang Tsung being the fucking grandfather and Johnny Tsunami? Like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wait, Hiroyuki Tagawa was the friggin' grandfather?
Johnny Tsunami. Mind blown, right? Those movies came out the same year, right? 95, I think.
Or thereabouts.
That's like Ian McShane being fucking Al Swearingen on Deadwood and then going on to being Stepfather Frank and fucking Hot Rod.
That's fair.
Yeah.
What a range.
What a range indeed. All right. Well, the next question I have on my list, funnily enough, both James and Wade answered earlier. I was gonna ask what CAWs are around now, if any, that you enjoy watching.
Yeah, we answered that already.
We did.
Go back 20 minutes into the podcast. We will iCard it up here.
Or however long it was.
And we will also put up graphic cards for the CAW lease that we mentioned right now. Check them all out right there.
Do it now.
Do it now.
Do it.
Okay.
We'll do it.
All right. And I think we may have touched on this as well. I think James and Mike answered this one, so I'll throw it to Wade. Do you have a favorite story from behind the scenes of your CAW show?
Oh man, I have to think about that one. No, I guess not really. I mean, when I did Slam and Jam, like it was like 99.9% of the time that was just really all me.
Yeah,
there was, once in a while I'd have somebody on commentary. I think maybe my buddy DA may have thrown out you know, a storyline or two. I know there was some storylines that some people threw out that I took in, and you know, obviously chatted it up with them to get an insight behind it. But other than that, I mean, it was just me, and there's nothing really. My memory's also really fucking bad with a lot of that kind of shit.
Because it's been a very long time, I'm sure.
It has been, and I, you know, unless it's like something that I guess I would pop really hard for, I probably wouldn't remember.
That is fair. Like your entire feud with you know, yourself, Bobby Spade and Wade Needham.
You get to kick your own ass.
Like, I wouldn't remember what I said on like December 14th, 2004 on Pacific or anything, but I remember.
But you remember the key moment. You remember the cliff notes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I one little tiny thing. I remember, like, when Riff would send me over, you know, the clips or segments to do commentary, you know, he'd send over the notes too. And in my fucking ignorance, as I'm reading these bullet points during this segment, it was like a promo that he did with Steve Irwin. And it's like Steve Irwin celebrating. He's like really trying to draw it out so I can, you know, get my notes in there. And my moron ass fucking ends the segment by saying thank you for the commentaries. And that wasn't a fucking bullet point. That was just him thanking me for the commentaries as a little side note in a fucking email, and I read it on the air.
That's fucking funny.
Whoops.
That's a funny moment.
Because I was doing the voice, you know, for Steve Irwin. So that was part of the promo.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
So you said it in Steve Irwin's voice. Thank you for the commentaries.
Yeah, I was like, Crocky, thank you for the commentaries. It's horrible shit. I look back and I'm like, wow, jeez. Like, that was my Ron Burgundy moment.
That escalated quickly.
It did. Nobody fucking even got it or called me out on it either. Even Riff, hilarious. I think it was like a week later, he was like, wait a minute, did you fucking say thank you for the commentaries? And I was like, you edited it. How many times did you listen to it before you fucking rendered it? You didn't pick up on that.
That's fair.
He could have cut it out, and he didn't.
That's amazing.
You know what, though? Right. It's that type of shit that makes CAW leaks such a fucking, like, thing. It's so fun. Like, it's those micro fuck-ups that you don't expect to still be, like, on air that are just so funny. And they're so hard to describe to people. To give an example, and I got a great one for when it comes to James. We're doing some work on one of the test matches. I think it's Sean versus Brandon Curtis.
Sean Maverick versus Brandon Curtis, yeah.
Yeah, Sean Maverick versus Brandon Curtis. Our first I Quit match ever, which has Brandon jump from the Titantron and fucking body splash onto Sean, and they continue after that. Which, let's be honest, that probably could have ended it, but whatever. So, we're doing it, and then we have a bunch of more, while we're doing commentary, I think we're in the our local, like, teen center doing it at the time. We have our fucking friends in the background being dipshits the whole time.
Oh, no, this isn't
No,
the
I'm
same
thinking of J-Bones and
Corey Dangerous, yeah.
J-Bones, Corey Dangerous.
And
how unsurvivable that commentary is. That's the one that's the hard one to listen to.
Yeah, I can't.
Because about 1 billion things are shown, and we never recorded a goddamn thing to show any of it.
Yeah, there was a lot of fights that happened that I was like, I cannot be asked to edit all this footage, because at the time I didn't have the equipment. So I was just like, nope. It is so bad.
There was one time in 2005 I was interviewing the Stro. I don't know if you guys remember him from WCW, the Maestro.
Oh,
yes. Maestro, yes. Yep.
Yeah. Which because of these projects I've done, I've became really good friends with Stro. I've been really good friends with him since 2002.
Yeah.
But I was interviewing him on one of my podcasts, and one of my co-hosts at the time, he got a little bored during the interview. We were doing it live too, and we had, it was the where you can I can't even remember what it was called. It was a sound mix option or something like that, where you can hear the sounds of your computer while you're recording too. And stereo mix, that's what it was. And we had that on, and my co-host grabs the mic and keyboard while Stroh's in the middle of telling a story, and fucking dude goes to porn, starts watching some fucking porn. And it didn't dawn on me until like maybe a minute or two into Stroh's story. But everyone in the chat's like, wait a minute, is that fucking like somebody getting clapped in the background? Like, what the fuck is going on in this interview? Fucking everyone listening to this shit, except for the Stroh, because he was on the telephone. Everybody fucking heard this porn that my buddy Kyle was fucking watching while interviewing the Stroh.
Jesus Christ.
Needless to say, that man did not join you on any future streams.
Oh yeah, no, he continued on for a while. But yeah, we told Stroh about it. Stroh thought it was fucking hilarious.
That's fucking funny, bro.
Yeah.
That's great. Oh my god. Imagine
this
you're
chick was
doing a
getting
wrestling
fucking clapped.
interview. Yeah, imagine
Yeah,
you're doing an interview and all of a sudden Mia Khalifa's just getting in the background.
Like, you know, I think anyone else that we were doing an interview with probably definitely would have, and rightfully so, would have took it the wrong way. But because I had been friends with Stroh, and I mean, not to knock the Stroh, but, you know, a bigger name probably would have been more offended too by it. Like I always think back, like, fuck, can you imagine if that would have happened while we interviewed Harley Race?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That
Or-
would been
Like, you know what would have been funny?
One of the times that we had Iron Sheik on, if we had that shit.
Oh, Iron Sheik would have been like, good choice, Bubba.
Yeah.
They would have been all for it,
watching
bro.
porn, not invite me? Bad choice, Bubba.
I'll break
You know,
your back, make you humble if you don't show me what you're watching, you pervert.
It was funny. A couple of months before I started doing the Bobby Spade character, there was one character that I was kind of doing on the podcast called Ivan. He was a little Russian guy.
Oh, no.
And I decided, you know, I'm going to try doing this for the first time during an interview on the podcast. And we had Iron Sheik on. And we're like, all right, our next question is going to be asked by our buddy Ivan. He's brand new to the show and whatnot. We're just, you know, hyping up the character. And fucking Sheik is like, oh, yes, Ivan, ask the question. And so, like, I get on and I go, so what was it that you call in your country like to be the man to start the Hulkamania in 1984? Sheik gets fucking mad. He goes, you fucking jabroni, a fake fucking accent. I'm gonna fuck you up. He's just going fucking nuts, bro.
It's Iron Sheik. And you know what he probably said afterwards? Did you like my promo, Wade?
No, I think he was legit pissed because
no.
not only was he going nuts about the accent, but because I think I used the word job too. I was like, so was it like the job to Hogan to start Hulkamania? And he's like, after the whole accent thing and fake shit, he was like, you don't know my fucking business. You don't know what fucking job is. Just going nuts. And like, in retrospect, I'm like, fuck, I shouldn't have fucking worded it that way. It was stupid of me.
Yeah, in fairness.
But to be fair,
You got some gold out of it.
Oh, well, when we were talking about Hogan on that specific interview too, you know how Iron Sheik, almost every interview he ever does, when you talk about Hogan, he always calls him a Hollywood blonde jabroni. Well, there was a different word he used on my podcast, and after that, he never used that word again, but he would always say jabroni. I'm not going to say the word. I'm not going to repeat it for many reasons, especially during Pride Month.
Oh, does it begin with an F?
Yes.
Okay, I know where you're going, and I don't need to say it.
Iron Sheik fucking dropped the F-bomb, and not the one that we all fucking know.
Not the one that we all fucking use.
Yeah, exactly. He dropped the unforgivable F-bomb.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and it's funny because recently I was shooting the shit with Aaron Rift, and we were talking about Sheik, and Rift brought that up. He was like, "Remember when fucking Sheik said such and such about Hogan on your show?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "You noticed that he never fucking used that word ever again after that? He always calls him jabroni." I'm like, you're right. You're fucking right. He goes, I think you broke the Sheik.
That's a fucking great moment, dude. That's something to take on your grave. Wade Needham, runner of Slam and Jam, commentator of CAW Wrestling, and I broke the Iron Sheik.
Breaker of Cosrover series.
I remember one time we thought we would be funny, so we called him up on 4th of July. We were like, so Sheik, what are you doing today? You know, like, how are you enjoying American Independence Day? You know, and he's like, oh, baby, let me tell you, I've got the hot dogs on the grill. We've got the and he started going off on everything he was eating that day, and we were like, oh fuck, he's in a good mood today. And like afterwards, he was like, you guys are like the Marlon Brando. You are the very intelligent people. And I'm like, motherfucker, last time we talked, you called me an asshole for saying job.
Yeah, he probably laughed.
He's like a, how would I describe this? Like a 4th grader that has a shitty haircut.
No hair.
Don't tell me he has a shitty haircut. He'll just get pissed. But if you say, hey, I like your hair, he'll be your best friend for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Right?
Literally.
Speaking of which, James, your haircut sucks.
He's a 4th grader that the Shah hired as a bodyguard.
Oh my god,
that
a
is
great way to
accurate
put it.
as fuck. Anyway,
with the mental capacity of a 67-year-old man.
I have to go back to the question you asked. I have one funny moment because I think I talked about a lot of the moments when it came to Miko's flinging the chair. If I had to think of another funny moment,
you talked about flinging the chair, the reactions at Goldberg and Immortal.
Yeah.
Mike talks about passing out the business cards.
Yeah, I think my favorite moment to ever happen. This really showed that I think we had something. When we got a grandma to be a fan of our show to the point where she actually watches everything that she possibly can, including, by the way, yes, she did watch the 8-hour show. I couldn't believe that. She watches everything, she loves everything, and she was probably the first actual fan. And I, to this day, I guess it's not really funny, but it's just funny that out of the target demographic, which is completely on the way left side of way older, right? You know, excuse you.
Yeah, excuse me, sorry.
I was just shocked that she was a fan of the show. You know what I mean? Like, I just not what I would ever expect. And I remember she was going through a really rough time. I can't for the life of me remember exactly what it was. Forgive me, but she was going through a really hard time. She probably wouldn't want me to say what the reason was for it anyway. And it's
probably best not to.
And I just remember she just stared and watched, smiled, enjoyed, and said, "This is on par with what the WWE is producing." And I'm like, wow. And she,
awesome.
I was like, yeah, that's it. That's the moment where I thought I made it. You know, that's cool.
That's fucking awesome, man. That's a beautiful thing right there.
Yeah, no,
that's good.
It really is, man. Like that to me was like, if WYW folds tomorrow, that's the number one thing I will remember from this journey. You know what I mean? Like that's the one sign where I know that I did right by doing this show. No matter when it ends, whenever it may be, that's going to be the highlight moment for me always. You know, that was awesome.
Yeah. It was amazing. All right, last question, boys.
Yay!
Ooh, double jeopardy.
Daily double.
How much you want to wager?
Nothing, because I'm flat broke.
Welcome to the club.
They never ask a guy from Brooklyn like me what you want to wager. I want to bet the whole farm, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? You know what I consider a farmer? Anybody in between New York and LA is a farmer.
Because Because what do they got except corn and tornadoes?
Yes.
And tortillas.
It's the corn. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, maize. That's what they call it. They call it maize.
You get lost in it.
Oh, for fuck.
Yeah. Just like your eyes. I'm lost in them right now, baby.
That's a nice fucking cornfield.
You know what I like? I like cream corn. No, I'm just...
Whoa. Okay, Bobby, this is getting a little too personal.
Yeah, geez, Bobby, is there something you want to say? Shit, fuck.
Oh my god.
You know what?
And just for yeah. And you know the sad thing? That's probably coming from the guy who's had the most unintentionally gay shit spill out of his mouth on the whole show.
You can't say spill out of your mouth though, bro.
You know what, Casey? The amount of homosexual
I can't say big cock, but he can say big cock coming out of my mouth. That sucks.
That's amazing.
Oh my god, this fucking podcast.
It's great. Fuck it. We're going with it. Thank God I'm releasing this in parts, huh?
It's either like 90% going in a different direction, or at the current moment, 10%. How much gay shit can we say before someone on YouTube goes, "Listen, it's Pride Month. You need to be stopped."
Oh, wow, you know what? Hold on. This kind of brings me back to something.
Oh god.
This is gonna tie a lot of things in together
God.
too. Like this is gonna be the smorgasbord that'll fucking tie everything in.
Go ahead.
I want to say it was October 26th, 2005. And now I'm like kind of being like a hypocrite here, remembering a date and something I said, right? But anyway, it was yeah, no, I remember this. This was my all-time fucking favorite segment we did on my podcast that involved Alan Caesar III.
Oh, jeez.
Sonic the Hedgehog, Dr. Pizza, whatever you want to call the guy that got knocked out by a white boy on the basketball court, you know? Fucking, he calls into the show, and he's talking about Bret Hart, and he's going on this real long fucking, like, thing. Like, usually, like, because we did an hour show, so when we had people call in, like, we weren't trying to be dicks, but we were trying to be time management, so we would have a minute, 2 minutes, maybe 3 max for somebody, right? He went on for like 12 minutes. Like, he took over a big percentage of the show.
Oh boy.
And so, like, by the time that he's done and we finally figure out a way to get a word in and tell him, like, hey man, I'm sorry, we gotta let you go, we gotta allow other people to be able to call in, we gotta go to a break, all that kind of shit. And we get him off the air and continue on with the show for like a minute or two, and somebody in the live chat is like, yeah, I bet you his dad was probably fucking knocking on the door and like, get off the fucking phone, you know? And like, I don't know what it was, but that struck a chord with me, like in a positive way. Like, cause I thought that was like fucking hilarious that somebody put that in there. So I read it, I read the comment live on the air. I'm like, oh yeah, his dad's probably at the door knocking on it, like, and then I because you know me, I'm a fucking 80s kid, right? And like earlier when we were talking about, millennial, Gen Z, Gen X, all that shit, I'm fucking Gen X guy. So I immediately start thinking Eddie Murphy's fucking stand-up. I can't remember if it was...
No.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Raw or Delirious. I want to say it might have been Raw.
Oh.
But when Eddie Murphy was doing the fucking... the Ralph Cramden bit...
Oh.
I started throwing that in there. I was like, oh yeah, I bet you Alan was on the phone. His dad fucking breaks the door down and he goes, now son, I've been watching you. And I know that you have been watching me. And I want you to fuck me in the ass. And we just fucking went with this for like 10 minutes of like all these different things his dad was saying to him. We're like, so I want you to put tassels on your nipples and do jumping jacks tonight, like just random shit, dude. And I up until this point, that was my favorite shit I've ever done on a podcast. But I have to say this, and I'm not blowing smoke up your guys' ass, okay? Tonight, is my favorite fucking moment ever on fucking being on a podcast.
What?
This has been a fucking fantastic fucking show, dude.
Honestly, I gotta say this has probably been our favorite podcast to do.
100%. I just did not know the feeling was going to be uttered by you first, and it was mutual at all.
I've had a fucking time of my life right now. This time.
Well, you know what? Let me ask you.
Welcome to the Indie Force.
Have you never get the fuck out of my head, you asshole?
You want to join? We got cookies and milk on the dark side. Hold on.
Hey, that's how you beat the 1, 2, 3 kid. You give him cookies and milk, and then you give him the boot.
I mean,
man, then you look at him dead in the face and you say, "What's up, little bitch?"
If you look at specific,
no eyebrow
it is,
having bitch.
for the record, that is a OSW reference. That is not us exactly calling him a little bitch. It is just a line.
I mean, he kind of. Okay, James, listen. He fucking used techno karate when he would do his fucking. Wah!
That's fair.
Like that's a kid coming out of his house with a fucking Japanese headband and nunchucks. It's like he doesn't know how to use those. You know he doesn't know how to use those, but he will pretend that he knows how to use those. And he's probably clacked himself so many times in the nuts that he could probably recreate the entire fucking play of the Nutcracker with one good swing.
He used to have everything he ever wanted, but then he hit himself in the nuts. Oh shit!
Oh, he's gonna go crack his balls.
Okay, so last question for y'all.
Actually, I have one question for Wade. I hate to put you on the spot like this, Wade, but
then immediately puts him on the spot.
Since you love this so much,
I'm not a racist.
No.
But,
Oh, listen. I'm just saying, Asian women.
I get that joke, you ass.
It's like that old Bill Burr joke when he always says, the reason why white people come off as racist is because we preempt the race in our statements with fucking instead of putting it at the end. We're like a black guy, you'd be like, yo, this Asian motherfucker, and you're gonna be like, yo, what does this Asian motherfucker do? But white people are like, this fucking Asian, and it just sounds fucking racist
so
and angry, you know?
It's so true, though.
Yeah.
So
Thank God for Bill Burr, because he's my education on how to be still kind of. He's my education on how to be still offensive, but not as offensive.
James, I don't think that you want to use Bill Burr as your good side mood ring.
I never said he was a good side or a bad side. He's just the in between. He's kind of the little nut in my head that keeps everything together.
I'm just saying, it's got to be said at least once. The dude does have a bit in his skit of yeah, it's not like the husband comes out of nowhere. It's like tuna casserole and starts fucking swinging.
That is a funny ass line, though. Considering the context.
You take Bill Burr. You take Bill Burr. I'll take Andrew Dice Clay.
Whoa. Fair.
That's my guy there, man.
So hold on. What you're telling me is that you understand the poems? I got some poetry too.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
You hear the one about Mother Goose?
I fucked her.
Yeah.
And what about your mother?
Okay.
We fucked her.
No, so
Mary had a little lamb that she kept in her backyard. When she took her panties off, his woolly dick got hard.
Little boy Blue, he needed the money.
Jack and Jill went up the hill, both with a buck and a quarter. Jill came down with 250. Yeah!
Jesus Christ.
What a fucking whore.
Okay.
Oh my God, is Mark Young just a more assholeless version of Andrew Dice Clay?
I think we've just determined this, yes.
Can you get, Casey, can you get Mark Young one day for a promo to go? So, I was minding my own business when I saw little Miss Muffet. She sat in a tuffet, eating a curds and whey. Along came a spider who sat down beside it. He said, "Hey, what's in the bowl, bitch?"
Fuck.
Oh my God, I will gladly.
Well, we have it on recording, so
one of my
there you go.
one of my favorite openings of one of Dice Man's things. Like he does the whole thing, getting the cigarette ready. He takes the first puff finally, like 20 minutes into the fucking bit, right? And he grabs the mic finally and he goes, "So, I was standing in line at the bank the other day, and I had my tongue up this chick's asshole. And she looks down at me and says, 'Do I know you?'"
Oh my god! Oh my god! I think that's the Dice Man cometh.
That fucking entire stand-up routine is phenomenal.
I love his impressions of fucking John Travolta, Robert De Niro, all these guys at the fucking campfire, you know?
What do you think you're doing? Why are you acting like this? I don't like this.
Jesus fuck. That's best. Love how we're just making Wade Needham pop. This is our childhood hero. We're making him pop with this dumb bullshit. You really
listen, when you bring up the Dice Man, you gotta fucking expect the Dice Man.
Oh, fuck yeah, man. You know, and with the good, you gotta take the bad. When he was just Andrew Clay on CBS, you know, God Bless This House, whatever the fuck TV show was called, you know, we gotta take that too with the Dice, right?
Yeah.
We gotta take the fact that he showed up in fucking Tosh.0. The height of Comedy Central.
I don't even want to know.
He just
That's been always weirded me out. I'm not gonna lie.
He looks like a road rash meta rash. He looks fucking rough and rugged.
Anyway, the whole reason I was saying, I don't mean to put you on the spot here. I was actually going to offer you a role in a WIW as our Jim Tunney. Jack Tunney. It's Jack Tunney, right? Some people... Jack Tunney.
Jack Tunney, yes.
Yeah.
We would like you and Bobby Spade as a package deal. And we were thinking of having you guys as on-screen characters, as authority figures on the screen. What do you say? Year 2. What do you say?
I mean, if it doesn't, you know, take too much.
Literally,
chunk out of my time,
we give you the scripts. You rewrite it however you want to rewrite it. You say it, and that's all you got to do. We got you from there.
Let's go on a trial run. I mean, it's not a no,
fair
but let's
enough.
go on a trial run.
Take
See how we do.
I don't know.
That's fair. That is absolutely fair.
As long as I get to be Ron White in this comedic fucking nonsense, I'll be happy. Because I'd rather be sitting on because I want to be sitting on a beanbag chair right now eating Cheetos naked.
Flipping through the television until you come to Robert Tilton.
No, flipping to the television until I get an infomercial going. Are you sad? Are you depressed? Are you right now sitting in a beanbag chair naked eating Cheetos?
Do you feel the urge to get up and pay $1,000?
Have you ever looked at a menu and said, okay?
What would you...
Meanwhile, you got me as Jeff Foxworthy just sitting over here going...
What would you like...
Me and my wife, we made an agreement the other day. We said, you know, we would only smoke after sex, right? So I'm down to like a pack a week. She's up to a pack a day.
God damn.
It's got a little Rodney Dangerfield there for you guys.
Oh, of course.
Oh, dude, God bless. God bless Rod.
He talked about the whole, hey, I'll have all of the menu. I would have just looked at them and be like, hi, sir, what would you like? My answer, yes.
Yes.
You're the old Vince route, right? You want a hardcore match or a bra and panties
yes.
match? Yes.
All at the same time.
We're going to push that girth to SummerSlam.
Okay. Dude, I haven't thought about that.
I know you've been looking at me, and I've been looking at you.
I know you've been looking at me, and I've been licking near you. Wait, what?
Vince would. Vince probably would.
And I'm going to bend over, and you're going to start fucking.
I want you to come walk towards me, and I'll come on you. What?
All meanwhile, he's talking to his own daughter. Incest storyline. Remember, it's canon that he pitched it.
Hey. Remember, him and Trump are pretty much the same guy, but Vince has got charisma.
Yep.
Amen.
Yep.
and all of his hair.
Yeah, well, it's arguable. I mean, after he got his hair cut from Umaga or whatever the fuck the match was, his hair was never the same again.
Lashley, Austin,
No,
and
it
Trump
wasn't.
all gave him the haircut. And yes,
what a great way to tie Trump back in, right? In under 30 seconds, too.
And we will wrap up the next. We will now give Casey the final floor to give us the final question before people tune out.
Please don't ask me if you can suck a golf ball through a garden hose.
Who are you kidding? They've already turned out.
Shit that hard.
Who are you kidding? They've already turned. They turned out 45 minutes ago. They've already missed the best part of this whole show.
Yeah, they turned out and I'm turned on. What?
Anybody born after 1985 is not listening.
Probably
right
not.
No.
Good. Fuck them.
Okay. So, last question. And since we have, in a few managers speaking, the godfather of CAW here with us, I feel it's only right to throw this to Wade first. What would you say to anyone who wants to start their own CAW league?
Oh shit. Fuck. I mean, I guess
shit,
the same.
on the spot.
I guess the same thing that fucking JR told me about commentary. Man, have fun with it.
That's
pop yourself first, and then you pop other people.
I agree with that 100%. Have fun with it. Do what makes you feel like you're having fun. Do what you feel is comfortable.
Because people can tell.
And get this, if you don't have a capture card, can't afford one, I'll give you guys a tip right now, okay? You can MacGyver that shit. Here's how you can get full HD for your CAW league without spending a fucking dime. If you got Xbox One or PS4, PS5, you get the game, stream on Twitch and download the video on demand, and you've got HD video to edit.
That is a fair point.
You don't have to spend a dime. And Audacity is free.
And if you
to do
don't want your stuff to get out before you fully edit it, my recommendation is, so long as the thing doesn't break,
you can put it on
a POG PVR recording software or an Elgato recording software.
That is, if you have the money to speak, if you have the money to think into it.
You can absolutely turn a Twitch chat private. It's just it's a pain in the ass. It's not a 2-second process. It takes a little while.
Yeah, but here's what you do too: is like if you're starting to get well known, you just have a separate channel on the side. Like before I got my Elgato, I would stream on Mixer because I didn't have any following on Mixer, and then I would download the VOD and then delete it right away and edit the shit and then put it up on YouTube and yeah. But still, I mean, if anybody out there wants to start a league and they're thinking to themselves like, "Fuck, the only thing stopping me is a capture card," don't even worry about that. Stream that shit, download the VOD, then delete it after you know you got it, and edit from there.
And if you
that's advice there too.
And if you're starting to get some money, get yourself a fucking terabyte hard drive and do yourself a solid.
If not a 4. If not a 4.
No, don't go with a 4 if you're like starting out your CAW league. Go with a 1 so that way you can save a good chunk of footage
if needed.
And not really have to work. And
save the money, like accumulate quarters and dollars or whatever change you're not going to use, and then use that change when you built up enough to buy more storage for a rainy day, like when you you don't have enough storage and I only have 2 terabytes worth, one on my main computer hard drive and one on this external one. I gotta go get me another one. So yeah.
And if that doesn't work, become a gigolo. Call yourself the Clam Slammer.
The Clam Slammer. I like that name. That's great. God. Now here's another one too, where it doesn't cost any money and you can kind of jibby your way through some stuff. Start an Anchor podcast. Because you can earn money through that by having like a 30-second ad before your stuff. Have your podcast be about anything. You accumulate some money, you get that, and then what you do if you still can't afford a hard drive, like a big hard drive, but you still want like some space, $1.99 gets you I think 300 gigs of Google Drive. So like let's say you hit the threshold of $10 on Anchor, right? You got 4 months of having 300 gigs right there. And if it doesn't take you that long to get $10 each time, you can still keep rolling it out, and $1.99 a month until you can save up more on the side to buy an actual hard drive. There's several different ways to do things for free.
You that's even more free. OneDrive.
Huh.
Yes.
What are you, TurboTax?
Free. OneDrive. Microsoft OneDrive allows 1 terabyte of storage space per Microsoft account. Yep.
Really?
For free. I literally have been using it. I was using it.
Well, there you go. Well, that's even better than the Anchor Google Drive theory,
you
then.
can actually import all your footage right there. The problem is you probably have to re-download it unless you sync your drive to the main system. I haven't gotten that far yet. I mean,
You can always also do the same thing to YouTube. You can just upload your shit, make it private. When you need it, re-download it.
And
yeah, or you can also use the studio to like cut bits and pieces out as well, and have them up as individual pieces on YouTube.
There's multiple ways to do it. If you need tips, maybe we'll get together on here in like the next 6 months or something. I don't know. 6 months from now, we'll create like a tips list or something like a CAW creators.
It's all about creativity, right?
The
sky's the limit.
As Macho Man used to say, "Funky like a monkey, sky's the limit, and space is the place."
The Macho Man's driving up the Del Taco. I'm on a macho burrito.
Do you remember? Why did that remind me of the time where Jay Lethal and Sanjay Dutt fought at the Pink Taco? What's that remind me of? Because you talked about a Del Taco and it reminded me of the Pink Taco fight between Sanjay Dutt. The Pink Taco fight between Sanjay Dutt and Jay Lethal. Yeah.
Oh my.
Thank you, Vince Russo.
Wrestling is a fucking wacky place to be.
I love it too. I wouldn't change it for the world.
It's so nuts.
Alright.
God, you know what I hate? My fucking brain, as soon as I hear Macho Man Randy Savage, the only quote that appears in my head is "Bone saw is ready." I fucking hate that. That's where it instantly goes.
What are you doing up there?
Staying away from you. That's a cute outfit. Did your husband give it to you?
His husband gave it to him after he said, "I've been watching you, and you've been watching me."
I've been watching you, and you have been watching me.
Why did you go into Robbie Rotten there?
Oh, fucking no. It's 12, man.
James, here's a little lesson in not coming in your pants, okay?
Oh, shit.
Well, I don't know if any other 1 hour of a podcast explains the title "Wrestling with Idiocy" better
than what we have just been through.
Just happened right here.
Always play the game of guess who did this. The question of the day: who shit on Hulk Hogan's chest?
Who?
Let's see if Wade can get it.
I think the better question: who hasn't?
But there's only one culprit who's done it, and it's fucking great.
John Tenta?
Is this a legit question? Like this really happened?
This is real.
All right. Well, yeah, I definitely got a couple of fucking names that are popping through my head right now.
You'll probably be right with the first one.
Why? All right. Ed Leslie.
Nope.
Oh shit. Okay.
I still, Mike. Why did you do that?
I still say John Tenta.
It's John Tenta. It has to be. Who is it?
It's fucking King Kong Bundy.
I thought they debunked that.
Oh, that also makes sense.
I thought they debunked that.
No, he did.
Oh, he did. Okay, that makes sense.
They were having a match.
Hey, you know what? Out of all those,
let's hope they were having a match.
It's a fucking. They're having a dark match. I think it's like 1987.
After Hogan's sex tape.
Fucking
After Hogan's sex tape got out, I don't know.
Hogan drops and fucking Bundy trips and it falls on shit.
Jesus, that's rough.
It's so brutal. How do you beat that match?
Oh,
he fucking ultimate pinned him.
Oh, you know what would have beat it if they booked it? If that happened, but replace King Kong Bundy with Bastion Booger.
Oof.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and there goes everybody's lunch. Casey, is there any more questions?
Nope, just this one. Just the same one I just asked Wade. I got to throw to you.
You know, actually, after hearing that somebody shit on Hogan, I got a lot of questions.
No.
Wade. They can all be answered. They can all be answered by one simple sentence.
Save with Conrad.
Took fucking Bundy took him to Browntown.
I love this podcast so much.
They were playing with Lincoln Logs.
The size of tree trunks.
Look, I need a cabin.
You went beyond prairie dogging it. Holy shit.
Anyway, yeah, no, it can very easily be answered by this one simple statement. It's pro wrestling.
Yes, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay, James, Mike, what would you guys say to someone trying to start their own CAW?
Exactly what Wade said. Just have fun, bro. Have fun. Have a good time. And if you need tips, maybe we'll come back soon and do a tips list for you. That's...
Yeah, here's the title of that podcast. If it's nothing but tips, it's called the Prom Night Promise. Tips.
Yes.
Welcome to the Raisins. How can I help you?
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Oh, Jesus. The only thing I would tell anybody is don't work on this by yourself. If you have to, please work with others.
Yeah.
It really does help to be able to work off somebody else and their
Even
ideas.
if you don't do it right away, like Wade did, build yourself a community, because that's what will make it even more fun to do it, because, as Wade said, you geek out, like we just did for the past hour, on stupid, dumb horseshit.
You know what's funny, though? He proved my point, because I did Slam and Jam all by myself, and earlier I said, the legacy of Slam and Jam, somebody's going to watch that and say, that's what not to do. And then he says, don't do it by yourself.
And
so, see, it's poetic.
In fairness.
It's like Star Wars.
Oh my god, all of the callbacks.
I'm so glad that we're describing fucking CAW wrestling as fucking Star Wars. It just rhymes. Don't worry about it. It's poetic.
So
it rhymes.
So who's Jar Jar? So wait, who's Jar Jar Binks in this scenario then?
Oh, Bobby.
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, Jesus, no. That'd be Hogan, because now he's Jar Jar Stinks.
Oh, no.
And when he turns shield, does that make him the Sith Lord?
The shit lord.
No, that's what King Kong Bundy should have.
Episode 3, Revenge of the Shit.
Oh, what?
The Empire Shorts back.
Oh, what is this podcast? Jesus Christ.
Return of a New Hoe.
I almost choked on my own spit.
That's what she said.
The Phantom Malice.
Before the bed broke. Or would that be after the bed broke?
Both, yes.
Attack of the Craft. Revenge of the Shit. A New Hole.
God damn it. Casey, for the love of God, please have Wade plug his shit so we can get out of here. Jesus. Jesus Christ, the amount of
Oh no, James. James, you're okay. Don't start doing the girly squeal at some point. It's gonna be fucking game over. Oh no, don't do it.
This portion of the podcast is brought to you by Manscaped.
I wish. Your balls will thank you.
I'll tell you this. I got this product called the lawnmower. And I'll tell you, it motherfucker.
What? I tell you, it's better than a double cheese, double mayo, double onion, double freaking cheeseburger, motherfucker.
We ordered the damn shit.
The best thing is we're doing fucking cornet, and it doesn't sound nothing like him, but it is a spot-on Bruce Pritchard is cornet.
Yes.
Motherfucker. Sounds like fucking Mickey Mouse trying to fucking be badass.
Let me fucking tell you something, you fucking jackass. If you ever want to see my crazy book collection, I got 12 of them. All the same book.
I was going to say, he has 12 books?
All the same.
And they're all on fucking Grizzly Smith.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's timely. Oh boy.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm gonna show you why the Fabulous Freebirds were not the greatest tag team. I'll show you.
Midnight Express was.
It's the book and cheat.
Okay. Well, to be fair, Bobby Gibson and Ricky Morton can still do Canadian Destroyers.
That's fair. That's fucking fair.
You guys ever been to his steakhouse before?
No.
I know you owned a steakhouse. I want to go to a steakhouse.
Yeah, Martin's Steakhouse.
I got to go to Martin's Steakhouse now on top of Steiner's fucking restaurant. Just to be called a fat ass by him while I'm eating.
Yeah, right.
Fucking Steiner, he legitimately does own a restaurant, right?
Yeah, Choni's. I want to go to Choni's just so I can eat while he's there, and I have him cut a promo on me like he did Samoa Joe and called me a fatty.
Who was it that called Samoa Joe a half-breed? Was that Steiner
Probably.
too? He goes, you fucking half-breed.
I'll make him bleed.
You know what's funny is Scott Steiner is the reason why I'm a fucking mark for Cracker Barrel.
My favorite promos ever in TNA during that time, Bully Ray and Scott Steiner. Specifically the promo. Go talk to Bishop. And Steiner's like, all right, fine. I'm going to go talk to him. And he just keeps like, all right, good. Go talk to him. Steiner. I'm going to go talk to him.
I'll go talk to him.
And he goes, all right, go talk to him. I'm going to go talk to him.
You know what?
And then Bully Ray just screams as he's all the way at the end of the hall, shut up and go talk to him.
You know what that reminds me of, James, a little bit? Have you ever seen the movie Freddy Got Fingered?
Oh, that's exactly what they probably
have you, do you know the scene where he's fucking in the car and his dad's looking at him, he's like, I'm proud of you. Proud.
So proud.
I love that part where they're in the restaurant and he's got that phone in the briefcase. He goes, I want you to buy 5 million Deutschmarks. 5 million Deutschmarks. And his dad comes over and goes, is that my fucking suit? Is that my fucking briefcase? And that fucking kid gets fucking hit.
Oh, Lord.
I get to have
not that I condone violence against children. I got to put that out.
Yeah, it's just the fact that the kid got hit and
Yeah, produced by Grizzly Smith.
Jesus
I get
Christ.
to have a whole slice of cake.
Dude, Mike, did you even hear what Wade's response to that was?
Oh, I heard
Produced
him.
by Grizzly fucking Smith. Jesus fuck.
Sponsored by Jimmy Snuka.
Oh.
AKA the
Jake
dead man.
Roberts is triggered. Somewhere in the distance.
The opposite Undertaker. It's funny that he's the opposite Undertaker.
Yep.
You know, he's lost the most WrestleManias, and he's a fucking stone cold murderer.
Yep.
Allegedly.
Okay, so, well, with all that said and out of the way, we have gone the distance with Wade Needham as a special guest.
Another callback, going the distance.
Yep. Yep. It just all ties in.
Domestic disturbance.
With Grizzly Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, the views expressed by Wade Needham on this podcast are those of Wade Needham and not the fellow boys.
Rest of FTW Productions.
If you have any concerns or comments, complaints, you can send them to fuckoff@ringscoops.com.
Don't forget to mail it. Up your ass. Don't forget to mail it at Up Your Ass.
In a self-addressed stamped envelope.
And do not forget to shove it up your ugly ass. That's right. Shove it up your ugly ass.
Or in JR's ass.
Oh, no, don't remind me of that fucking segment. Jesus. Probably, that was probably fucking approved by Grizzly Smith, too.
Anyway.
You think JR's ass also has cerebral palsy?
Wow. Wow. You know what's funny is, like, after all these hours, everything that's been said tonight, I think that's the one that got me to finally go, what?
Hey, Mike, you succeeded. You made Wade go, what? How do you feel?
Especially after how hard we put him over earlier, too. Fucking JR.
No. Well, remember, this is all to the end. It doesn't matter that much. All the good stuff has already happened. We're at the end of this shit.
This is just a fucked up. This is just us fucked up laughing. Hey, listen. We'll laugh at ourselves and the fucked up shit we went through. Do not take it personally. It's okay.
Yeah, this is at the point we've already come on our face. We're smoking a cigarette. We're watching a little Leno
with some pizza.
Having Grizzly Smith support shit here because he's, an asshole pedophile abuser.
Yeah, we got a greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray.
Yep.
Yeah. So with that
is good.
With that being said, Casey, one more time, let's try to end this podcast.
Okay. So, after going the friggin' extra mile with Wade Needham as a special guest, it is finally time for the freaking congratulatory plugs. So, Wade, where can people find you if they want to talk to you and shit?
Oh, the easiest way is ringscoops.com. That's the hub of pretty much everything that I do. You get all my social media links on ringscoops.com. July 1st, which I don't know when this part's going to air or not, but July 1st, the Ring Scoops Wrestling card game is being launched. You could play that between 3 and 8 players. I guess you know what? Since we're reminiscing about a lot of production stuff, I might as well read the notes, read the script, right? I'll read the back of the box for y'all. Let's see if I can do this one take.
Go.
Do you think you have what it takes to cut the greatest promo in professional wrestling history? Step through the ropes, pick a gimmick, and know your role. The Ring Scoops Wrestling card game is the ultimate pro wrestling fan party game. Draw cards at random, use your creativity, and cut a promo on your opponent while the audience cheers. The Ring Scoops card game, July 1st.
Oh my god, Mike and I are gonna have a blast with this game.
Oh, I wanna play this so bad. Just from that plug alone. And by the way, now you have a clear audio freaking take. I can literally send it over to you. Perfect take.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you guys for having me on the show, man. Like I said earlier, this is like fucking great. I haven't had this much fun in a long time, and this is definitely, without hesitation, my favorite fucking time being ever on a podcast. And I've been doing podcasting for 21 years.
Well, you know what, dude? That coming from you is a fucking greatest compliment I think I could ever receive. And if it all goes downhill from here, I have this one click in the face. Thanks.
This is the Nitro the week before the finger poke of doom?
I hope not. I hope not. But
I hope
if
not
it
either.
is, if it is, it was one hell of a ride, and I'm glad we had you here. But
I'm hoping this is Canadian Stampede, and it's all uphill from here.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
right?
agree with you.
Amen to that.
With that being said, we'll plug our stuff here. And Casey, I'll actually do the final little ending stupid bit that we usually do. And we'll
you got something?
I do.
You got something? Oh my lord.
It's gonna get fucked up. But before we
Lord.
get there,
all right then.
If you guys want to check out,
Mike.
Yeah, Mike, what do you have to plug? I'm sure you only have one thing to plug.
That plug it in my air conditioner. That's all I'm doing.
Haha, funny. You guys.
No, I mean, if you want to check me out, I'm on Twitter at Hell's Warrior 25. I gotta fucking change that name at some point, but whatever.
It is. In fairness, it was your WIW username. I don't know why.
If you want to find me on Discord, Michael XWIW, Xbox, same fucking thing. If you want to find me and want to play a couple games, fucking find me.
There you go. Be his friend. He like friends, kinda.
No, I hate friends. They mooch off me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How many of us have them friends?
I'll be there for you.
When the rain starts
and I'll mooch
to fall.
off you too.
You fucking cunt.
Sorry. Sorry.
That hit
Hund.
super close. That hit super close to home, you piece of shit.
I'm so sorry, man. I really am. I'm sorry. I feel bad.
All right,
Casey.
Okay, my turn to plug since James is going to close it out. So you can find me on Twitter at ctroop19. You can subscribe to Luke Lynch on YouTube, Luke12 Lynch on Twitch, which I actually have some half decent laptop as we've made clear. I may actually be able to freaking start streaming again now.
Woo-hoo!
So look for that in at some point in the future. Don't know when, but keep an eye out for it. And yeah, I think that is about everything. So please find me. I need a break from these morons.
Except for Wade, because Wade you just met.
Yeah. Somebody buy me a ticket to SoCal. I'll hang out with Wade Needham for a week.
Hell yeah, man! We'll go down to the Lucha Libre Taco Shop in San Diego.
That's a thing. I want to go there.
Yeah, please 2 locations down there. That's fucking. I've never eaten there, but I've seen videos. It looks fucking phenomenal.
I want to eat there.
Please tell me it's not colored pink.
Nice. All right, my turn to plug some shit. You guys can find me on YouTube. That's youtube.com/user/JHebertSide95. Okay, that's JHEBERTSIDE95. That's where all my main content is. Indie Force by this point should be back already. I have no idea what order these things are going up, but they are. It's up there at some point. Indie Force is back. Open Mic Night's back. Content and Reviews back. Watch-alongs are back. Wrestling with Idiocy, as you clearly can tell, is back. Oh my god, the autistic flow is radiating on this podcast. You can also check out, obviously, the shows that we've been talking about, including Weymouth Youth Wrestling, which is the CAW Mike, Casey, and I are all a part of and run. That's youtube.com/user/WYWPride. And also check out the Twitter at Weymouth Youth TC and on Instagram at Weymouth Youth Wrestling, all one word. Go check those out. And with that being said, after a long and tumultuous podcast where we laughed, cried, laughed some more, and cried some more, shit on Hogan, and absolutely laughed some more, I leave you with these parting words.
Don't sit on the lap of Grizzly Smith.
Close.
But no
Hello and welcome to Grizzly Smith Wrestling, here where your kids are never going to be found again. You were trying to find your kid, you can shove it up your ugly ass.
And now comes the commissioner, Mo K. Lester.
Goodbye, everyone.